From the tribe of the trolls to the empire of the elves, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Magical Tracking and Counter Tracking. In the south, a few trolls who were annoyed by the ridges blocking the road directly poured a large amount of flammable oil to start a fire, burning a large area of crops that had just sprouted. The fire starters were in the flames, and they roared to vent their irritable emotions because of all the bad things. This trend was like a contagion, and soon spread to the rest of the army, which was originally stable. Especially the trolls who came from the militia. They did not undergo the special resistance to irritability training of the war soldiers during the long collective march, because they were used to the relaxed atmosphere of small-scale hunting and the drag of large-scale mechanical transportation speed. Their emotions at this time were as dangerous as a gunpowder barrel that could explode at any time. And whether it was the witch doctors or the officers who came from the war soldiers, they didn't seem to think it was a big deal. Anyway, the fields were the enemies, so they burned them. Therefore, with their indulgence, more and more militiamen joined in this carnival, and the crops that the horned-hoofed tribe had worked so hard to grow suddenly suffered. Looking at the troll figures in the water curtain who were in flames, but felt no pain, and were venting madly, the shaman's faces became more solemn. Chief Priest, my father asked what the black smoke was about. The sentries have been withdrawn. Who is lighting the beacon? Tell me, is that a beacon? It must be a beacon, right? The third son of the chief hurried up from under the altar and asked loudly before his shadow arrived. It's the trolls that are destroying the fields. Come and see for yourself. What should we do? The third son of the chief looked at the scene on the water curtain. His face instantly turned bitter when his hidden worries came true. This is the crown wheat that we planted with great effort. It will be our food for next year. No. I have to ask my father for permission to go to war. We can't let these barbarians get close to us. He left in a hurry before he finished speaking, and it seemed that he was running towards the chief's tent. The legion of the spirits of the ancestors should prepare for battle, said the chief priest after he left. Aren't we waiting to defend the city? No, the focus is still on defending the city. But with the crops burned, the chief must make a corresponding gesture. So although a large-scale field battle is not advisable, sending elite troops to fight the enemy scouts is the least we should do to show the people at this time. But there are only 33 members left in the legion. What if too many of them are lost? Our status as shamans will be affected. What nonsense. Is now the time to worry about these things? The old shaman, who seemed to be very calm all the time, suddenly got angry and said, if the tribe is gone, then the spirits of the ancestors will be gone. What's the point of maintaining the status of us shamans at that time? Tell me, what's the use? Understood, I'll arrange it right away. The scolded shaman responded, bowed and backed away, and went to mobilize the legion directly under the shaman. You should also go out together. Beware of the opponent's spellcasters, and try to reduce the loss of the legion as much as possible. Alas. The old shaman closed his eyes tiredly and prayed after a long sigh. May the spirits of our ancestors bless us. May the spirits of our ancestors bless us. When the other shamans present also followed suit, the two priests who were previously designated by the old shaman also bowed and turned away in a hurry. After that, the development of the situation was exactly what the old shaman expected. The black smoke rising from the horizon could not be concealed. The behavior of the trolls destroying the fields was not limited to the ears of the upper class after all. After one person spread to 10 spread to 100, and panic began to spread in the city. Then, the panic turned into anger against the upper rulers. The people believed that it was their previous practice of abandoning the fields that directly led to the current bad result. The pressure caused by the destruction of the fields began to vent from the people step by step upwards, and finally reached the level of clan leaders and chiefs. The rulers did not want to let the situation continue to develop, but at the same time they had no confidence in their own field combat capabilities. Therefore, the old shaman sweeping out the scouts outside the city became the only option at this time. Due to the consideration of both internal balance and combat power, the task of sending troops was partially allocated to the ancestral altar. Faced with this situation, whether it was for righteousness or people's will, the shamans could no longer consider the little tricks of preserving strength. Therefore, the ancestral altar immediately sent out 20 ancestral spirit warriors who had been prepared long ago. They would go out of the city to fight under the leadership of 3 shaman priests. At this time, the travelers had surrounded Towlin from all sides, and any major movement in the city could be quickly known by them. Compared with them, the horned-hoofed people actually did a better job of intelligence control. Not only could they use a water curtain on the ancestral altar to get a clearer picture of the dynamics of both sides in real time, but even the 3 shamans who went out of the city also had corresponding reconnaissance means. Therefore, when the shaman led 20 ancestral spirit warriors and 600 earthshookers led by the sons of the chieftain, the travelers reported the situation in time, but they themselves became the target of pursuit. The 3 shamans who left the city each held a crystal ball in their hands, and the enemy traces within a certain distance were clearly reflected in their eyes. The location where the travelers were hiding was naturally within this range. There were a total of 180 travelers outside the city. After learning the lessons from the war with the wolf pack, their reconnaissance team organization changed a little. Among them, the member responsible for cover has changed from 1 to 2 now, responsible for taking turns to open the cover totem on their bodies. However, the targetedness of the totems they engraved still continued the strategy when dealing with the wolf pack, and the double combination of polarizer plus breath gatherer was maintained in cover. In this combination, the former can still play a certain role, interfering with the horned-hoofed species that search for enemies through vision, but the latter seems relatively useless at the moment, because the enemy they are facing this time does not have a good nose worthy of using the breath collector totem. After arriving here, the travelers quickly discovered this. This situation has both good and bad aspects. The good side is that, after losing a totem that must be used, their physical strength consumption rate drops sharply. The bad side is that the totem position was wasted out of thin air, which makes them lack more options that they should have in combat and reconnaissance. Moreover, the ancestral spirit does not rely entirely on vision to search for enemies. Although the travelers who use the polarizer totem are a little blurry in the crystal ball, they can still be accurately captured. Therefore, as soon as the 2 legions of horned-hoofed people left the city, they began to divide their troops to pursue them. The number 04 far traveler reconnaissance team located in the south of Towlin City was keenly aware of the enemy's move to rush to their position at this time. After discovering that something was wrong, they immediately sent the relevant information back to the new base and immediately began to move their own location. It seems to be useless. Although their direction adjustment is delayed, they can definitely grasp our location in a short time. The member in charge of reconnaissance tilted his ears and used the totem to assist his already sensitive hearing. He noticed the direction the enemy turned several times. Then what should we do? One of the 2 coverers of the 04 group is the familiar Ms. Cunner. At this time, she is still an apprentice far traveler and is acting as an apprentice coverer in this group. First, let's run around in circles with them, and then wait for the order from the base. You 2 stop the operation of the totem first, and I'll see if it will affect their pursuit speed. Understood. The 2 cover hands stopped the operation of the polarizer totem as instructed, and began to move again. One of them led the way in front, and Cunner was on guard in the back, always paying attention to protecting the messenger in the center along the way. While running, the 3 team members kept stuffing pieces of fat the size of fingers into their mouths to replenish the energy consumed as much as possible. After many large zigzag turns, they stopped again after 15 minutes. The messenger did not stop the operation of the totem during this process, and his ears were always paying attention to the speed of the horned-hoofed species turning, so he came to a preliminary conclusion at this time. He swallowed 2 more pieces of fat, took a breath, and said, "There is no need to turn on the polarizer. Their tracking method has nothing to do with vision, and there is no obvious change in the delay of turning." Hearing this conclusion, the 2 cover hands were somewhat frustrated, thinking that they seemed to have not played a big role. Don't be like this. It's a good thing to have more energy. If we are really caught up later, I will need your protection. After hearing what the messengers said, the two of them regained their composure and once again showed a protective posture with full fighting spirit. Haha, don't worry, take a break first, and wait for me to send the new information back. After saying this, the messenger adjusted the totem's frequency, changing it from receiving natural sounds to sending special frequency waves, and began to transmit his findings back to the base. After a while, the team that confirmed that the message had been sent began to move again, this time because they lost the consumption of opening the totem. Connor and another cover began to take turns carrying the messenger forward. With the help of monitoring, the three trolls kept a distance from the pursuers behind them and played hide and seek in the fields. Basically, all the messengers in the Far Traveler reconnaissance teams are relatively smart trolls. Therefore, during the period after the Horned Hoofs left the city, all kinds of relevant intelligence was sent to the communication team at the base. The exhausted communication team of the new base promptly summarized the intelligence and sent it to the senior officers. In the command tent, looking at the intelligence sent from the front line, Dabba waved the giant axe in his hand and said eagerly, "Don't discuss it blindly, let me take the cavalry team to go." This big fool who was fooled by the witch doctor of his tribe to challenge Nestor in the past has become a senior officer of the Ya department earlier, and his words are very confident. At the moment, when the Ya tribe has not yet perfected the military rank system, the trolls in the tent are strictly speaking of the same level. In the sequence of full-time soldiers, they are all senior officers of the captain level of different military branches. Even the two Far Traveler commanders, whose establishment is one size smaller, have no lower actual status in the tribe than the other commanders of large establishments, because of the special nature of their troops. But the temporary highest military command of the expeditionary force was granted to Giant Fang, one of the three captains of the array soldiers, before departure. So in this camp, as long as the 7 military representatives do not unanimously oppose, Giant Fang's order is the highest criterion. As the former chief of the Ya tribe, even now, after removing the witch doctors, Giant Fang is still the most powerful warrior, and he also has rich combat experience and a high reputation among the old school trolls. At this time, after tapping his huge fangs and thinking about the difference between hunting and war for a moment, he still failed to issue an order decisively and instead asked cautiously, "Cui Wenli, what do you think?" Cui Wenli, one of the leaders of the travelers, nodded and responded, "I agree with Dabba's opinion. The travelers under my command are too scattered, and the number of the enemy cannot be underestimated. After all, wolves can kill trolls. The cavalry team should go to reinforce them immediately." "Okay, Dabba. Here, you lead the expeditionary cavalry corps to set off immediately to cover the retreat of the travelers." "Understood." According to the tradition of the army, Dabba stood up and accepted the order, then asked again, "Just covering the retreat? Not seeking a fight? How can it be that easy? The enemy seems to have real-time monitoring capabilities. I think they should know as soon as you step into the battlefield. In fact, they may even find out as soon as you step out of the camp." What about our witch doctors? Is there no way to counter it?" Dabba scratched his head and confirmed unwillingly. "I asked, and the witch doctors haven't even figured out the principles of their magic yet. If it weren't for the intelligence from the front line, they wouldn't even realize that we were being monitored." Giant Fang shook his huge head and gave a negative answer. "The Black Forest magic power started too late. Even these short-horned hoofed people have more foundation than us. Okay, let's go quickly. We have the highest loss rate in several consecutive battles. You have to pay more attention." While speaking, the deputy commander of the Far Travelers, Drow Knights, urged, "Hey, I'm leaving now." Saying this, Dabba picked up 2 axes and left the tent. A moment later, his powerful laughter and words resounded throughout the camp. "Ha ha ha. Uncle Dabba is going to fight. The boys get on the moose. Oh. Hundreds of trolls shouted again, and soon after, the sound of trample of moose running outside the tent continued. Fighting is so hard to write, my brain is about to explode. Chapter 177 The Solitary Traveler. The frequent oscillations in the air caused the ancestral spirit to be alerted at the first moment, although we still don't know what the ancestral spirit is. As an important foundation of the Taulan horned-hoofed race, its reaction is equivalent to the alertness of the shaman priests. This vibration, which is exactly the same as that of a certain type of magic beast, soon made them realize its specific purpose and understand that they must be the means of communication of the Black Forest barbarians. But after all, different trades are like different mountains. Unlike the trolls, who built the foundation of magic on science, the magic of the horned-hoofed race is full of unknowns and mysteries, and most of the magic abilities are known but not known. Therefore, even if they now understand the trolls' means of communication, they don't have a good way to counter it. Facing the frequent signals in the air, they only sent a simple warning to the mopping up army leaving the city, and did not make further specific adjustments. This just gave the scattered travelers an opportunity. 180 travelers were divided into 60 groups in the vast area outside the city, and they were circling around their respective pursuers. With smooth signal communication, the reconnaissance teams not only received the intelligence of cavalry dispatched from the base, but also further established connections with each other. Although they were not witch doctors, they had obvious shortcomings in signal reception and processing capabilities, and could not sort out too much information at the same time. But several groups of reconnaissance teams with similar distances still successfully established directional connections. After several messengers formed a regular fixed contact group, the connection of the remaining contact groups was only handed over to one of them, and under such layered superposition, several big pyramids with multiple small pyramids inside gradually took shape, and began to plan for joint operations. Gradually, the reconnaissance teams began to show signs of gathering. The two most important intelligences known were that the expeditionary cavalry was on the way to help, and the horned hoof species reconnaissance methods were too strong. Faced with these two pieces of information that could affect each other, the smart messengers began to have ambitions in their hearts. They understood that, once the Moose cavalry approached to a certain extent, the horned hoofs would have a great chance to retreat back to the city and continue to shrink. This was equivalent to the expeditionary army losing a chance of a large-scale annihilation war. So, can we delay? How to delay? This idea naturally appeared in the minds of the trolls who were fanatical about fighting. The messengers at the top of the information pyramid began to communicate frequently on this issue. In the end, a seemingly feasible plan appeared. Pulling them away from the city wall and organizing a counterattack so as to bite the horned hoof troops leaving the city. The enemy has 750 horned hoofs and the traveler has 180 trolls. The 4-to-1 enemy to us ratio made them a little excited, and they immediately turned their excitement into action. Group 04, it is recommended to report to the base. Group 09, please keep silent. This is a collective decision. Group 04, the commander will not allow it. Please calm down. Group 07, no, we want to fight. 5 kilometers away from the city in the south. Group 04 where Connor was, came here after a lot of twists and turns. At this time, the messenger bit the fat bar in his mouth angrily and cursed in a low voice. This group of reckless men. They just know how to act on their own. Damn it. Are they still unwilling to give up? Connor asked worriedly. It's useless, 70% of the groups have agreed to fight. I can't persuade them anymore. Then what should we do? What else can we do? We can only participate. Are we going to run away? Looking at the shining eyes of the messenger when he spoke, Connor felt a little confused. Does this guy want to fight himself? She thought so. Since we can't persuade them, let's send a message to the base and ask them to send the message to the cavalry in time. At least we need to form effective cooperation. I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that the commander will beat me when I go back. That's what you have to say. What if the cavalry can't keep up? Then we've worked in vain. The consequences will be more serious. Connor persuaded again. Okay, you're right. New base, communication tent in just a few minutes. 17 identical messages from the front line arrived. The communication apprentices looked at the declaration of walking alone in their hands in disbelief and felt a headache. Are these guys crazy? Don't talk nonsense. Send it to the command center quickly. This news can't be delayed. Oh. The two tents were not far apart. In less than a minute, the information was sent to the command center, which made CUI Wenli and Zuoerner's faces darken immediately. 60 groups, 180 travelers. It's fine if they go alone, but only 17 groups sent back messages. How stupid. Arrogant. Giant Fang ignored the two angry females. He was born in the old school of trolls. In the nearly 200 years of his life, he had seen many tribe members behave like this in the first 150 years. The new generation may not understand, but in fact, the choice made by the travelers at this moment is the character of the trolls in his memory. Of course, this does not mean that Giant Fang agrees with this behavior. He just used to it, so he can't get angry at this time. After an uncontrollable chuckle, he shook his head and ordered, "Send a message to the cavalry's communications team to have Dabba speed up and start exchanging information with the travelers. Since we have to fight, then cooperate and fight well." Understood. After the apprentice left as ordered, Giant Fang said to the two female officers, "Whether the result this time is good or bad, the travelers must accept the punishment. As for those who directly participated in the front line, I can still consider punishing them, but you two, be mentally prepared. The parliament will not take it lightly." Understood. They deserve to be punished, since they don't learn their lesson after being hit with military sticks, then beat us as badly as possible. These arrogant guys should know how to feel sorry, right? It would be best to take off their pants and hang them up in front of all the travelers and beat us up civilly. It's good to think this way, haha. I'm looking forward to it. After the number of moose began to grow rapidly, the tribe's choice of mounts was no longer as open as before. Now only the strongest and boldest moose would be recruited to become the cavalry's companions. Trample, 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 trample. Nearly 500 cavalrymen were galloping across the fields at this time. The poor crown wheat seedlings were trampled by the moose and destroyed along the way. But the trolls didn't feel sorry at all. They just clamped the moose's flanks hard, and the whips in their hands made a crackling sound in the air, constantly urging their companions to continue to speed up. At lightning speed, the cavalry quickly approached the new city of Taulan. "Captain! Hialu hialu captain! Hialu hialu!" Shouts and strange sounds of wind entering the mouth came from not far behind. Dabba, who was riding a large sub-chief moose, turned his head and looked back at his partner, who was running at lightning speed. What caught his eye were the members of the communication team who were traveling with the team. Knowing that it might be a call from the base, he immediately slowed down the speed of the moose, let go of the cavalry behind him, and fell behind the communication apprentice. "What's the matter?" "It's the news from the base. The far traveler, this and that." Good guys. That's right. Dabba, who was not angry but happy, urged his partner under his crotch, controlled his position forward and backward, and shouted to his subordinates again and again, "Brothers, the far traveler will help us hold back the damn horned-hoofed people. Speed up. Charge." Oh. Chapter 178 The Attack of the Travelers. Group 04, where Kunawas and the trolls in many other groups had figured out one thing at this time, that is, if the distance between the pursuers was dispersed farther, the pursuit efficiency would be lower, and the polarizer totem, that was previously thought to be completely ineffective, would slowly become useful again after the above situation reached a certain level. Therefore, the messengers at the top of the communication pyramid discussed and began to arrange for each group to conduct special tests on this, and after multiple verifications, they obtained corresponding clear intelligence. That is, when they tried to lead the horn-hoofed pursuit team behind them away from certain 3 directions, their speed of changing direction and reaction ability during pursuit would drop sharply. If a change of direction could be reacted to in a dozen seconds before, in this case it would be extended to several minutes or even dozens of minutes. This change made the travelers happy, and they began to formulate corresponding strategies, no longer anxious to gather and counterattack as they did at the beginning. So, more than 100 kilometers ahead of the cavalry, 60 far traveler reconnaissance teams began to lead the pursuers in increasingly complex circles. They used big circles to encircle small circles to encircle big circles, and constantly moved to confuse the enemy's pursuit deployment, thereby creating opportunities for counterattacks. Group 04, Kana ran in front with the messenger on her back, always paying attention to the messenger's instructions and changing her direction of travel in a timely manner. They were now located between large tracts of cultivated fields, and the polarizer totem, which was in effect again, greatly hindered the pursuer's ability to judge on the scene at the forefront. After pulling away from each other, the horned hoof gradually became dependent on the intelligence from the shaman to bite the trolls, who often used the shadows of the canals and ridges to delay their pursuit speed. While running, the messenger's low voice sounded in Kana's ear. "We are almost here, let me down first." After Kana put him down as she said, the messenger turned on the totem and contacted the other two reconnaissance teams. After a moment, he instructed his two teammates, "Prepare to turn on the Windwalker, turn to the northeast, target the pursuit force 321 of Group 09, run." As the voice fell, he turned off the messenger totem first and ran towards the northeast under the acceleration of the Windwalker totem that had been turned on before the countdown. Behind him, Kana and another cover hand also started running. They had turned off the polarizer totem at this time and appeared in the green seedlings between the fields, exposed to the eyes of the horned-hoofed people in the distance behind. What's wrong with them? Why are they so much faster? There happened to be two ancestral spirit warriors in this team. They looked at this scene in confusion and raised confused questions. Why bother? Keep chasing. The officer from the Earthshaker Corps panted and said unhappily. The sight turned back to Group 04 again. What was their purpose at this time? Obviously, Group 04, Group 09, and another Group 11 were cooperating with each other at this time. Among them, Group 09 took advantage of the enemy's command confusion caused by circling around and cleverly transformed the previous situation of I flee and the enemy chases into a strange state of I enemy. Group 04. From the southwest, chasing the enemy of Group 04 inches, I enemy. Group 11. From the northwest, chasing the enemy of Group 11. If the number of is used to represent the distance, then the distance between the enemy chasing oneself and the other two groups of comrades was immediately reduced to the extent that only one round of charge could reach it after the totem was activated. Of course, this so-called one round of charge only applies to the members of the Far Travelers for the time being. In reality, there is still a long distance between them. Through such means, they quietly brought the more than 30 pursuers behind them into the situation of being surrounded. So, such a situation appeared on the ground, in the southwest and northwest of Group 09. A reconnaissance team began to accelerate suddenly, and after shaking off the pursuit troops behind them, they quickly moved towards the center of the triangle between the three groups to the east. At this time, Group 09, which had been escaping, also suddenly turned around and turned back to the horned hoof pursuit troops that had been following them in the distance and launched a delaying attack. The battle first occurred on the side of Group 09. The huge difference in numbers of 3 to 30 successfully offset the difference in combat power between the two sides, and because of the elite attributes of the Earthshaker Legion, the situation once became critical. However, the trolls, whose average height was close to 3 meters, and whose weight could reach 800 to 900 kilograms, bravely persisted in the face of the horned-hoofed people whose average height was less than 2.7 meters, and whose weight was several levels lower than that of the trolls due to reasons such as bone density and muscle density. Although the horned-hoofed people had a huge numerical advantage, they could not quickly convert it into a winning advantage at this time. Therefore, although the situation was in the hands of the Earthshakers, the battle itself fell into a biased stalemate. The place of confrontation, at the beginning of the battle, accompanied by the sound of 30 giant pillars hitting the ground with boom, 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 the violent vibration from the ground, along the soles of their feet directly to the heads of the trolls, made the three far travelers suddenly feel an irresistible dizziness. The horned hoofs took this opportunity to form a siege, and swung their pillars to attack. The power of the earth gave them an additional 30% strength and 15% speed for their next attack, and it would gradually increase and continue to act in the next 3 or 4 attacks. 30 blows were made in a short period of time, hitting the trolls who were already in the battle, and surrounded in the center, and continued one after another. The trolls were dizzy and unable to recover quickly. They were unable to swing their swords to block immediately, nor were they able to dodge effectively. In addition, the space they occupied was too large, so this time each of them took more than a dozen blows. Puff. Several streams of blue blood spurted out of their mouths, immediately pouring all over the heads of the horned hoofs in front of them. Damn it. Why is it so hot? Hold it. Don't stop attacking. Don't let them recover. We must kill them in one wave. As expected of the standing force called Elite, the Earthshookers, urged by the officers, gritted their teeth, endured the boiling hot feeling on their heads, and swung the giant pillars in their hands one after another. Basically, they had to hit the ground again, after hitting the trolls 3 or 4 times, which was not only to continue their own gain state, but also to continuously delay the trolls' counter-attack ability. However, after enduring several rounds of such attacks, the 3 trolls gradually began to adapt to the dizziness while spitting blood, and gradually gained the ability to counter-attack intermittently. Originally, their attacks should be fierce and fast, and the giant sword should be able to cause heavy damage every time it hits a horned hoof, which is in line with the strength brought by the troll's own weight and strength. But the effect of dizziness has caused their strength and swiftness to decrease to a considerable extent. But it didn't matter. The trolls' goal was to delay, and the other 2 groups were already on their way. Therefore, the 3 trolls focused their limited energy on defense, trying to block the attacks from the pillars as much as possible. Fortunately, the Earthshookers' attack method was too rigid. In order to effectively use the stun effect and the feedback from the earth, they always used wooden pillars to attack, and did not use metal to stab, which saved the trolls an extra amount of vitality. After a short battle of less than 2 minutes, the 3 besieged trolls keenly heard the sound of approaching from 2 directions. They immediately realized that it was the other 2 groups approaching. Hehe, you little dwarfs, you will see what happens soon. The troll laughed grimly. Although the tone and speed of his voice were a little strange in the continuous stun and attacks, the expression on his face looked like a villain. The stubborn Earthshookers did not respond. They just covered their heads and continued to attack. The Windrunner totem has a strong speed increase. Group 04 and Group 11 have already vaguely seen the battle in the distance. Turn on the polarizer. Make sure to include me in the range. The 2 messengers in 2 directions made the same judgment at the same time, and then continued to rush towards the place where the battle took place under the cover of the totems activated by their teammates. Drop your shoulders and charge. Interrupt their combo first. With just 2 sentences of instructions, the 2 groups, a total of 6 trolls, had crossed a distance of 200 to 300 meters, and arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. Then, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen horned hoofs were hit on the back by heavy force, and were heavily knocked away by the upward slanting force. Among them, the feet of the Earthshookers who were hit directly were dozens of centimeters off the ground. In addition to being thrown into the air, they also hit their teammates one after another, causing more than half of the horned hoofs to fall to the ground. Ha ha ha. It's our turn. Kill. With the wild laughter of the trolls, the long swords used by the far travelers began to stab fiercely, and their footsteps also carried their own weight, and began to stomp on the horned hoofs who were rolling on the ground like gourds. Heads exploded, blood splattered. The bright red warm blood of the horned hoofs continued to stimulate the ferocity of these trolls who had just escaped from the wilderness and had not yet truly become civilized, making their attacks even more violent. The troll warriors swung their swords and continued to trample, resolutely killing the horned hoofs warriors one by one. This was not enough. 2 trolls began to raise their heads and swing them left and right. Due to their height, their sharp fangs drew arcs, directly slashing the faces of the Earthshookers who were still able to stand up, and occasionally even directly inserted into the eye sockets, deeply piercing into the eyeballs, through the weak cartilage behind the eye sockets, and directly piercing their brains. From breaking the combo to starting the counter-attack, and then to the massacre, all this happened in just a dozen breaths, and all 30 Earthshooker warriors were slaughtered by the combined efforts of the 9 far travelers. The rescued soldier of Group 09 was covered in blood. He flicked his fangs and threw the horned-hoofed creature hanging on him several meters away, laughing like an owl. Ha 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 ha. Great. Brothers, do you want to get rid of the pursuers on your side? Are you okay? Although Kana felt that she had not killed enough, she had seen Group 09 being attacked before, so she asked this question. It's okay. I can kill at least 10 more. I can kill 20. Connor felt provoked and began to increase her physical strength. Hey, then I can kill 30. Ignoring this inexplicable dispute, the three messengers discussed in a low voice for a while and decided to make persistent efforts and at least try to kill the pursuers in one direction. Next, it was time to choose a target. Should we fight back against Group 04 or Group 11? There seemed to be two tough guys behind me. Their breathing sounds seemed to be more powerful than those of ordinary horned hooves. Then let's give it a try. Okay. After making a happy decision, the three groups checked the fat bars they carried with them and found that they were still sufficient, so they gave up the idea of using the horned hooves' corpses. After a short energy replenishment on the spot, the messengers pulled away the trolls who were still competing for their remaining strength and began to move in the direction where Connor and the others came from. In the southwest, the mixed forces that were originally responsible for chasing the 04th group felt confused when they saw the empty space ahead. They lost their target. The Windrunner totem had not yet appeared in front of this team, or in other words, except for the earliest encounter between the two several years ago, the mystery of the totem had basically never been revealed in front of the horned hooves. Therefore, in this sudden change of speed, not only them, but also the three shamans in the center, were confused when they looked at the crystal balls in their hands and witnessed the following slaughter moments with their own eyes. The killings took place in several areas. The collective strategy of the far travelers was launched almost at the same time. Several pursuit troops were completely annihilated, resulting in the loss of nearly 150 elite troops who had left the city before in a short period of time. The shamans inside and outside the city felt heartbroken and frightened. Even though this was the most elite force of the barbarians, and even though they had long known the difference in individual strength between the two sides, but the disproportionate battles, as well as the cunning and individual strength of the trolls, which belonged to the hunter collective, still deeply stimulated their spirits. This time, they had to retreat no matter what. Even with the dissatisfaction of the people and the panic of the upper levels, they could not continue to lose elite forces for no reason. The order to assemble and retreat was issued, but the counterattack of the trolls had already begun. Groups of trolls that had successfully killed a wave of trolls became more and more courageous, and the strategies they implemented gradually began to be radical. Chapter 179 Good Guys and Bad Guys? Gradually, the travelers no longer consciously controlled the distance between the previous and next waves of pursuers, like they did in the first few counterattacks. Their attack method began to change from creating distance traps and playing to local advantages to mindless charge. Such a change made the killing more efficient, but it also caused casualties. Facts have proved that not all horned-hoofed species are powerless against trolls. At least those ancestral spirit warriors have been proven to have the combat power to threaten the travelers. Even if they are not careful, the trolls may be killed at first sight, turning their attention back to Connor. They rushed directly to the pursuit troops following Group 04 after the three groups were united. It is a typical case of mindless charge. Even the three messengers who had seemed calm and cunning before, now seemed to have turned into trolls, excitedly waving their weapons and joining the ranks of the manic patients. But this time, they really encountered two tough guys, and they were unusually tough. Southwest, where the mixed pursuit troops were located. When the 9 trolls rushed in, the soldiers of the Earthshock Legion calculated the time and distance, and chose to use the wooden pillars in their hands and smash them against the ground at the most appropriate moment. The 9 trolls already had some experience in this regard. After the wooden pillars landed, and before the control effect reached them, they suddenly rushed forward, their feet off the ground, and jumped directly to the front diagonally, where the horned hoof camp was located. Indeed, this can be regarded as making good use of previous experience to a certain extent, but they obviously missed the other 2 horned hoof warriors. The 2 ancestral spirit warriors standing in the front roared at this time, and a mysterious illusory shadow emerged from their bodies, which looked like their own projections. This illusion followed their movements and stepped forward to the ground. Then, with a loud boom, the ground within a 45-degree angle and 40 meters in front of them shook violently. An invisible shockwave was emitted from the 2 warriors and swept directly to the 9 far traveler trolls in the air. This shockwave cannot be distinguished by the naked eye, but in the troll's sensitive hearing, it has obvious visible traces, and when it is heard, it immediately hurts the troll's eardrums, and stagnates their thinking to a certain extent. This is a warrior who is more powerful than the members of the Earthshaker Legion. Its attack method is mysterious and efficient. While taking into account both damage and control, it also has a certain medium-range output capability. Blue blood streamed out of the ear canal. The firewalkers were controlled in mid-air, and were blown away by 2 invisible shockwaves. The curve of their backward flight was arc-shaped. The Earthshaker seemed to be quite experienced in this situation. Long before the ancestral spirit warriors launched their attack, they had already put away the wooden pillars and accelerated forward, following the shockwave, and surrounding the troll's predetermined landing point. At the moment the firewalkers landed, they had already completed the encirclement, and joined forces to hit the ground with 30 wooden pillars in one. Amid the deafening roar, the 9 trolls who were already under control, were once again given 30 layers of stun effects. Hitting the ground and swinging, the trolls each injured several consecutive attacks in just a few seconds, and began to spit out burning blood again. The firewalkers' vision was blurry, their ears were buzzing, and their minds were stiff. They had lost most of their fighting power and the control skills that had come upon them before. They just subconsciously tightened their muscles and endured the siege from all sides. If they showed any signs of being awake, the soldiers of the Earthshaker Legion would immediately make up for the control. Although the control skills of the Earthshakers were much rougher than those of the ancestral spirit warriors, whether it was the range of action or the mode of action, there seemed to be very obvious limitations, and their means of attack were also quite simple and rigid, but facing the trolls that had been forced by a wave before, it was enough to interrupt their counterattack. And 40 meters away, after a brief, and not very obvious stiffness, the ancestral spirit warriors raised the huge pointed double-edged spear in their hands, and pointed it at the battle formation in front. They roared together, as if they were blessing themselves, or their weapons with a certain state, and then stepped on the ground, and began to charge, attacking 2 of the trolls on the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, the close-range attack of the ancestral spirit warrior had arrived. The huge spear tip fiercely pierced into the lower abdomen of the 2 trolls. The long wing blades on both sides of the spear further opened the wound, as if ignoring the troll's strong missiles, and quickly deepened the depth of the wound. Under the powerful force of blessing, the feet of the 2 troll warriors, whose weight far exceeded that of the horned-hoofed species, were taken off the ground by more than 10 centimeters, and their entire bodies were half hanging in the air. It was not known whether the 2 trolls were too lucky or too unfortunate. One of them happened to be Cunner, who Nestor was familiar with. The spear tip was exposed from the back of this female warrior. In addition to the blue blood of the troll, there were also complex blood red lines flashing a little lighter this time. Roar, roar. The hot blood spurted out, and in the severe pain caused by the penetrating wound, the 2 troll warriors, including Cunner, finally regained consciousness and roared in anger. This was not incompetent rage, but they were using the spirit they had gathered under the roar to try to fight back. Can't land. This was the thought that flashed through Cunner's mind at this moment, and from the next move of another companion, it can be seen that this seemed to be his current consciousness. Without thinking about how to do it, the instincts developed in the wilderness made their choice. Cunner stomped her feet backwards, kicking the teammates behind her out of the control circle of the Earthshaker, and at the same time, she used this force to start sliding forward along the wound on her abdomen at high speed. The spearhead was thin in front and thick in the back. Her move was undoubtedly to increase the degree of her own injury, but she also achieved the purpose of getting closer to the attacker by relaxing the abdominal muscles in a short time. During this period, blood was overflowing from the corners of her mouth, and her fierce eyes stared at the target. Cunner endured the severe pain that broke out at this moment, turned on the Windwalker, and briefly borrowed the force of her toes on the ground, and approached the ancestral spirit warrior at lightning speed. The sword arrived before her body arrived. The hard steelwood longsword was thrown by her like a short spear, and it came straight with a strong wind, and the next moment it pierced the chest of the spear-wielding warrior. The troll's strength was naturally remarkable. This attack, without any external force, successfully pierced into the strong skin of the horned-hoofed species, penetrated deeply into it, and interrupted his attempt to control it again. Never let go of the weapon is the honor and pride of the warriors, especially for the Tulan tribe, which has a deep historical heritage. But the trolls are different. Of course, they also have the idea of never let go of the weapon, but that is only to deal with the dangers that may appear at any time in the wild black forest, and it has not been upgraded to the level of honor. So under this situation, a certain choice made in the subconscious of both parties led to a turning point in the situation on the scene. Connor, who was used to using all means, and the comrade who shared the same pain, chose to throw out their weapons at the first opportunity, to create all the powerful conditions for their own survival, while the ancestral spirit warrior did not let go of the weapon that had been used by the enemy, but subconsciously chose to solve it in other ways. However, their solution was immediately interrupted. The two trolls achieved their goal. They successfully approached the horned hoof and brought their bodies to the handle of the spear. Blood gushed out like money, flowing along the long pole into the hands of the ancestral spirit warrior. The scalding pain made them come back to their senses from the previous attack of throwing the long sword. In desperation, they finally chose to let go of the weapon in their hands. But at this time, it seemed too late. The troll was too tall. Connor quickly stretched out one hand, grabbed the neck of the opposite warrior, and then began to squeeze hard. With their necks restrained and unable to roar, the two trolls grinned and stretched out their other hands towards the top of their heads. Everything happened so suddenly, from the trolls being provoked to the start and successful counterattack. It only took a few blinks of an eye, but it seemed to reverse the situation in an instant. Boom. 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 30 consecutive hits came from behind, and the support of the Earthshockers finally arrived. The dizziness appeared again, but Connor did not stop her movements obediently. To be precise, she was indeed affected, but the hand tightly holding the ancestor warrior's neck was still subconsciously increasing the force. On the other hand, because the weapon was not pulled out, the continuous severe pain from the wound in the abdomen that could not heal was affecting her spirit from beginning to end. Although this effect was not necessarily positive and more or less affected her strength and state, it effectively relieved the dizziness that she had suffered enough at this moment. You should die. Connor endured the discomfort and continued to shrink one hand. The ancestral spirit warrior was slowly lifted up, and the eyes of both sides met each other. The former was ferocious and tyrannical, and the latter was persistent and unyielding. Invaders, you will fail, and the ancestral spirit will forever protect my soul. Connor could understand the troll language he spoke, but she just licked the blood on her fist and laughed in an ambiguous way. Hehe, you make me more excited. In comparison, it seems that she is a villain. Perhaps Connor's defeat is the most moral result, but the reality did not develop in this way. The horned hoof warrior, whose neck was restrained, was lifted up high, his sight was raised, and the position of his head finally exceeded Connor, who was about 3 meters tall, and then he was pierced to the ground fiercely. After a loud bang, Connor straightened up and still stood upright, but the ancestral spirit warrior fell to the ground, spitting blood and having his neck stepped on. Chapter 180, The Far Traveler's Counterattack and the Prelude to the Siege. Removing her hands and stepping on the neck with her feet, the clever Connor had already discovered the weaknesses of these warriors. As long as they were not given the opportunity to roar like before, their strength and ability would return to their original levels after a certain period of time. In other words, the one she was stepping on was just a dwarf who was stronger than the ordinary horned-hoofed species. She stepped on the warrior's neck and first looked around herself and the surrounding situation. The wound from the abdomen through the back was almost healed, and the muscle tissue and internal organs that began to regenerate tightly wrapped the weapon inserted into it, effectively alleviating the previous serious injury, even because some of the residual blood in the abdominal cavity was able to flow out along the long pole of the weapon. It greatly alleviated the bad situation that might occur in the cavity due to the difference in tissue regeneration speed and the pressure of blood accumulation and the frustration of organ regeneration caused by it. Behind her, the two warriors who were kicked out of the control circle by Connor and another teammate had finally recovered a little while ago. They were lingering on the periphery with lingering fear, trying to find a way to join the battle without having to endure the disgusting control skills. In the middle, the trolls who had been controlled all the time, after going through the strong control effect period of the ancestral spirit warriors, finally adapted to the rigid attack and control methods of the Earthshockers, and gradually began to have a stronger counterattack ability. The harassment behind them was gone, and Cunner and the other troll finally stopped feeling aggrieved and could fully exert their strength advantage. Hurry up. Pain can keep you awake. After reminding the comrades behind her, Cunner chose to believe in them and believe that they could deal with the situation that had begun to turn around. So, she once again put her sights back on the horned hoof warrior under her feet. The horned hoof warrior whose neck was stepped on did not sit still and wait for death. He also tried to punch and kick hard to fight back. Cunner used her lower body to withstand the punches and kicks that came from the attack. After bending her knees to close the gap between the two sides, she clenched her hands into hammers and slammed them down towards the warrior's face. 1 hit, 2 hits. After 2 heavy bangs, the warrior's thick neck bent backwards strangely, and his head half sank into the ground. His facial bones were almost completely shattered, and his teeth mixed with broken bones flowed along the thick, semi-solidified red and white liquid, gradually filling the ground. At this point, the ancestral spirit warrior's counterattack finally stopped, but Cunner was still not satisfied. She was only 1 step away from death before. If these horned-hoofed species could better understand the physical condition of the trolls, overcome the height difference, and choose to directly attack her heart or brain, the consequences would be unimaginable. With a mixture of fear and relief in her heart, Cunner once again grabbed the warrior's neck, lifted him up for the 2nd time, and threw him to the ground fiercely again. After that, she picked up the long sword that had fallen to the ground after the 2 previous slams, and stabbed it into the half-disintegrated face of the warrior. Go to see your ancestor's spirit. Damn horn-hoofed dwarf. After taking a deep breath, Cunner, who had finally regained some composure after completing all this, looked to the left at another comrade in arms who was in the same situation. At this time, he just pulled his hand out of the opponent's chest and tore out a heart that was still twitching slightly from his body. He grabbed the horn with one hand and bent forward the neck that was pressed by his knees. With the other hand, he pulled the thing that was still connected to a few blood vessels upwards and pulled it to the eyes of the ancestor warrior who was the only one left with a breath, and crushed it in front of him. The fragments flowed out from the cracks of his hands, licking the remaining flesh and blood between his claws, and the fierce light in the warrior's eyes finally faded slowly. "You are so disgusting," Cunner laughed. "You're not much better." The warrior glanced at the shapeless pool of red and white at her feet, indicating that no one should say anything about each other, as none of them are kind-hearted people. Haha. But it's really cool. The warrior laughed loudly, broke off the long weapon at the front and back wounds, and rushed to the battlefield behind him again with the short pieces left on his abdomen and the outside of both sides. Cunner followed suit and also turned around and rushed forward. The following battle was nothing to say. After losing the help of the ancestral spirit warriors, the members of the Earthshocker Legion were killed in a short period of time, and no one survived. Unlike the successful GD counterattack by Cunner, the other Far Traveler reconnaissance teams actually suffered casualties at the hands of the ancestral spirit warriors. In the subsequent communication, the communicators received accurate information that 533 synthesis groups similar to Thurs encountered troops with ancestral spirit warriors in their first or second battles. As a result, one synthesis group has no news now. They may have 2 results at this time: either the whole army is annihilated, or all the communicators die and lose the means of communication with the other groups. The other 49 troll synthesis groups, after bearing the cost of 2 to 4 deaths, killed all the pursuit troops with ancestral spirit warriors on the opposite side. In other words, in these 2 rounds of counterattacks, the trolls lost at least 15, and at most more than 20 comrades. This slightly cooled the Far Traveler's brains, allowing them to return to their previous cunning state and become more cautious in their actions. At the same time, battlefield-related intelligence, including elite fighting style of the horned hoofs, strong control skills, weak control skills, effects of pain, etc., was also spread among the frontline groups and was sent to the base by the messengers at the first time, paving the way for the next war and reducing the casualties that might increase under unknown conditions. On the Horned Hoof side, the priests in the city had informed the chief of the tragic battlefield situation and proposed to withdraw the encirclement and suppression team as soon as possible. In response to this situation, the chief and the clan leaders spread the news of the great victory in the city while urgently contacting the army outside the city to let them retreat quickly. The trolls naturally could not hide the abnormal movements of the many pursuing troops. After discovering their evacuation, the travelers took action again. They activated the Windwalker totem more frequently, changed their roles to become the pursuers, and took advantage of the enemy's lack of concentration to harass and sneak attack in groups. During this process, the remaining 150 trolls gradually gathered into 3 groups, each successfully intercepting a part of the Horned Hoofed warriors and blocking their way back to the city. However, the 3 shamans who left the city did not choose to break off and retreat. They led the remaining elite troops that had been assembled, plus 5 shamans, 10 ancestral spirit warriors, and 500 earthshakers who came from the city, to kill one of the Far Walkers. In the face of this huge gap in numbers, the Far Walkers, who had regained their composure due to the previous sacrifice, did not fight hard. Before the enemy arrived, they rushed and killed a wave of enemies, then immediately scattered and went to the battlefield where the other 2 Far Walkers were, and used the time difference to successfully kill the elite Horned Hoof warriors who were intercepted by the other side. After the 8 shamans arrived with their troops, they felt extremely heartbroken when they saw the battlefield where nearly 30 warriors had died in a short period of time. They wanted to take revenge, but when they left the city, they had already monitored the situation of hundreds of cavalrymen arriving, so they had no choice but to retreat. At the gate of the city, the remaining troops imposed the strictest martial law, preventing the people from seeing the scene of a large number of corpses being transported back, curbing the panic that might be further expanded, and making the people believe in the news that the sweep has achieved a great victory. But what exactly is going on? In fact, the tribal leaders know it well. The troops that left the city suffered heavy losses, with a total of 16 ancestral spirit warriors and hundreds of earthshakers sacrificed, but the result of these sacrifices was only less than 20 troll warriors. Therefore, the ancestral altar was gloomy. Outside the city, Dabba led the expeditionary cavalry corps to finally arrive, but there is no battle to fight here, at least for the time being. In desperation, he led the cavalry to circle the city for 2 weeks and then temporarily stopped in the north to intercept the escape that might appear before the war. In the direction of the new base, the witch doctors had completed the construction of the camp during this period and rushed out enough simple sampans. After the troll army was informed of the combat intelligence of the horned hoofed species, they were now carrying engineering equipment onto the boat and set off again by land and water about 2 hours later. With the assistance of the waterway, the speed of the trolls was liberated, and most of the army accelerated their pace and rushed to the new city of Taulan. Half a day later, the army on land arrived first and began to help the witch doctors set up the battlefield. The cultivated land was cleared, the ridges blocking the road were swept flat, and a simple rest camp was also built. A little later, some of the trolls traveling along the waterway also arrived with a large number of engineering weapons and then quickly deployed them. In this way, with the indifference of the horned-hoofed people in the city, the trolls completed all the preparatory preparations for the attack in the south of the city. The new Taulan city is a big city built by the joint efforts of the shaman priests and all the people. With the combination of magic and physics, the city of Taulan looks solid and tall, completely different from other tribal buildings that the trolls used to see in the Black Forest. The 7 witch doctors also finished all their work at this time. They looked up at the city wall that could be praised as majestic, and their eyes met with the various eyes on the city that contained fear, hatred, and determination. They thought about how to attack the city and deal with the enemy's magic power in their minds. Sir Witch Doctor, the armor has been distributed and all the tribes are ready for battle. How about it? Do you want to launch an attack immediately? A witch doctor asked the rest of his companions. I'm a little worried. Their magic power seems, no, it's obviously more profound than ours. What if they still have some means that we can't imagine? Chapter 181, Mechanical Clash and Flowing Clouds of Flame. If I had known to bring the wolves along, maybe we could have used them for a test. Don't think about it. If the speaker and Ashura the witch doctor are not here, the wolves will not die for us for nothing. That's right. Anyway, let's use the siege engineering vehicles to test it first, and don't send your flesh and blood bodies up easily. The result of the witch doctor's discussion was sent to the giant tooth as a suggestion. As the commander-in-chief of the front line, he accepted the witch doctor's concerns and issued an order to temporarily use machinery to attack the city. At this time, the stones near the battlefield had been consumed by the horned hoofs when they built the city, and there was no way to efficiently transport the stones farther away. Therefore, in the absence of suitable projectiles, the catapults retreated to the second best and began to launch the previously prepared round wooden stakes. Dozens of catapults more than 10 meters high, under the control of the trolls, began to attack the city wall. Although the wooden stakes they launched were huge, they did not really bring a devastating blow to the city wall. Only when the projectiles swept over the top of them could they bring considerable killing effects. Faced with this situation, Giant Fang changed his strategy in time. He ordered to change the projection elevation angle, no longer pursuing direct destruction of the wall, but trying to launch as many wooden stakes into the city as possible to attack the residential area of the horned hoofed. On the other hand, the crossbow cart that launched the super heavy spears also failed to achieve the desired results. The enemy's wall was too solid, and even if the super heavy spears had a certain weight and a considerable initial launch velocity, they could only break a few bricks and stones in vain, and then shake their tails and insert them into the gaps of the wall. But this effect made Giant Fang's eyes light up, as if he saw a feasible method that could be used when climbing the city. The horned hoofed on the wall did not sit back and watch the trolls attack at this time. The northern region where they originally lived was not a civilized desert like the Black Forest 50 years ago. In the hundreds of years of exchanges with the northern tribes, and in the successive wars with their old enemies, they gradually learned the manufacturing methods and application methods of similar machines, and also made a certain degree of preparation here. So, their equipment also began to work, and the building materials and stones reserved in the city were continuously launched towards the troll position. The giant wooden piles on this side and the stones and building materials on the other side repeatedly shone in the air for a while. They occasionally collided with each other, occasionally brushed past each other, and caused greater or lesser casualties at the end. But overall, it was obvious that the engineering equipment on the troll side was stronger and more powerful in the confrontation. The gap first depends on the difference in the materials used by both sides. The trolls are committed to transforming trees and constantly obtain various high-performance materials from research and development, even many materials that transcend the properties of wood in common sense. However, the horned-hoofed species have a vacancy in this regard. The materials they obtain are what they should be. If the wood is not strong enough, they will replace it with metal. If the strength of a certain metal is not enough, they will replace it with other more suitable metals. In short, they look for what they lack, and are used to looking for replacements in nature. And what about the teeth? They change what they lack, and constantly upgrade, based on natural materials. There is no question of which is better or worse, but before the metal civilization develops to the stage of actively seeking special alloys, the path of the Ya tribe is undoubtedly more advantageous. On the other hand, this is also due to the difference caused by the different development modes of magic on both sides. The magic of the horned hoof tribe tends to be mysterious and unknowable, and rarely works on the intersection of magic and non-magic. Powerful magic effects, powerful magic modified warriors, and powerful magic props are the direction they focus on. The Ya tribe is different. From the beginning, the development of the Ya tribe's magic has begun to tend to transform nature, explain nature and precision manufacturing. Although its results are very preliminary, even the runes as a basis cannot be fully interpreted, but in any case, they are indeed on this path. They will seek the truth and actively seek to use magic to make more sophisticated non-magic props. Therefore, the engineering vehicles produced by the Ya department have the effect of pointing and hitting wherever you want, instead of relying on fate for the landing point of a bullet like the other side. Of course, it is not possible to achieve the so-called pointing and hitting wherever you want by relying on precision machinery and excellent materials. There is indeed a crucial factor, the development of mathematics and physics. Black Forest, or more accurately, it should be the Ya department, Their mathematics and physics were built on the knowledge brought by Nestor from his previous life at the very beginning. Their development speed and achievements are not comparable to those of the naturally grown civilized tribes in this world at this time. However, the north is too far away, and the world seems to be very vast. Perhaps this should not be said too much, but the performance of the Horned Hoof tribe at this time proves that at least they themselves have a huge gap with the Ya department in this regard. In short, under the interaction of the above mentioned cause and effect and the difference in the development paths of both sides, the Horned Hoof tribe's equipment has shown a great disadvantage in both quantity and precision. The result of this disadvantage was soon revealed. In the troll position, the witch doctor apprentices had already started to calculate. They used the final landing point and flight curve of the projectile to reversely infer the position of its launch point behind the city wall, and quickly adjusted their own launch parameters. So, after several rounds of rumbling sounds, no more projectiles were thrown in the city. The catapults in the Hornhoofed city had been cleared at a fixed point at this time, leaving only a pile of waste and a pile of corpses on the ground, proving what had happened here before. The trolls' catapults adjusted their angles again and resumed their previous attack mode. The huge wooden stakes swept across the city wall accurately, and while constantly killing and wounding the soldiers, they entered the city with their remaining strength and further destroyed a large area of residential houses not far from the southern city wall. The chieftain and the clan leaders were already organizing the evacuation, but the continuous bombardment had hurt the morale of the city, causing the panic that had been finally contained by lies to spread again. What a deformed civilization. The chief shaman looked at the difference in the performance of the two sides in the water curtain and sighed in confusion. Then he spoke again. Prepare to use magic. We can't let them attack anymore. Understood. At this moment, under the leadership of the chief priest, the shamans began to communicate with the spirits of their ancestors and use them as a bridge to connect the elemental power. This concept, which had been questioned by the witch doctors of the tooth department, seemed to have a richer form of use in the hands of the shamans who did not understand it very well. As the priests danced, large pieces of red clouds formed in the sky outside the city to the south. Look above. Someone shouted, and the trolls looked up and saw more than a dozen strange clouds appearing in the air above the top of the battle formation, and most of them were concentrated above the engineering equipment that was making a roaring sound. That's not a cloud. It seems more like some kind of flame. The 7 witch doctors looked up, their faces showing surprise, but not much fear. After a while, the red cloud was completely formed, and in the eyes of many trolls, it was like a waterfall, pouring down with the cheers from the city wall. The trolls beside the machine had only time to step back subconsciously, and were drenched by the high temperature flames. The flames flowed from the siege base to all directions like water, rapidly expanding its coverage, until the red cloud in the sky completely faded and disappeared. It had created more than 10 burning areas of about 10 square meters on the battlefield. The main material of the siege vehicle is dragon bone wood modified, which has the characteristics of corrosion resistance and water erosion resistance, and also has a certain rigidity and toughness. Although their total output is far less than that of steel wood, it is only because the planting area of steel wood is too large. In fact, their unit production speed is much faster than that of steel wood. Because of these characteristics, dragon bone wood modified has become the best material for emergency situations on the front line, whether it is building a camp or manufacturing machinery, which doctors can transform it in a short time without much effort and produce it in large quantities quickly. However, its weakness seems to be reflected at this time. Dragon bone wood modified, which does not have a very good fireproof property, immediately turned into huge torches in the flowing fire. When the flames went out, only pieces of charred broken wood were left on the spot, and only the high-strength parts made of steel and wood were able to be tenaciously preserved in the ruins. This is a huge victory. Most of the catapults of the tribe were burned down in one blow, but the horned-hoofed people who should have cheered gradually quieted down at this time and soon fell into a deathly silence. The horned hoof warriors on the city wall looked at the flames ahead in disbelief and horror. The flames had mostly dissipated. The trolls that were previously engulfed by the flames now seemed to be standing there unscathed, and were even jumping and celebrating something. This unknown made the brave horned hoof warriors waver in their hearts. Questions like "can we really win?" gradually shook their resolute hearts. The shamans on the altar were also deeply shocked. Although they had seen the trolls moving freely in the flames on the farmland, that was just natural fire. In the shaman's cognition, magic fire and natural fire are by no means the same thing. The powerful fire element fire can even melt metal, and there will never be a life race that can be resistant to it. This is definitely magic. Their spellcasters must have used magic power that we can't see. No creature can do it. It's absolutely impossible. While the shamans were arguing or trying to convince themselves, the chief shaman finally spoke. He did not express any opinions to convince the flustered shamans, but calmly expressed, "We successfully burned the siege equipment, but also hurt the morale of the soldiers. Now it's time to remedy the situation. I will use group encouragement to improve the condition of the soldiers. You will assist me." This chapter feels a bit too much nonsense, but I feel like I want to keep every sentence. In addition, many people don't seem to like watching wars. It was the same before when fighting the wolf pack, and it is still the same now. The decline in subscriptions is quite obvious. It seems that it should be accelerated and abbreviated. Chapter 182 Group Encouragement and Curse. The group encouragement spell was launched silently, without the witch doctors outside the south wall noticing. An inexplicable wave swept across the city wall, quickly calming the emotions of the horn-hoofed warriors who were almost on the verge of collective collapse. The silent city wall returned to normal the next moment, and whispered conversations between the warriors began to appear occasionally. Although the discussions were only negative expressions such as "too terrible," it was better than the dead silence. The high-ranking officers who were supervising the battle finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were extremely afraid that the Fang barbarians would take the opportunity to launch a charge, and then these warriors who had almost lost their fighting spirit might kneel down and surrender. Let's not talk about the things on the city wall for now. Under the city wall, the trolls have begun to assemble a new batch of catapults. They have recycled the small steel and wooden parts that were not burned before, and taken out the large dragon bone wood materials that were in sufficient reserve. Under the guidance of the apprentices, the warriors have erected more than 30 tall catapults in the position within half a lamp hour. However, at this moment, the distance between the catapults was consciously pulled far apart, and in front of them, a group of moose were ready to tow the body for transfer at any time. Although this has an impact on the efficiency of calculating the launch element, at least it will not be wiped out in one fell swoop like before. During this period, Giant Fang found that relying only on siege equipment seemed to be unable to achieve victory in a short period of time. Therefore, although he was worried about fear of casualties, he still sent 300 fully armed trolls to form a vanguard to approach the city wall with armor and shields. So, the 300 trolls set out from the array and approached the city wall step by step. At the beginning, everything went smoothly. The catapults of the Horned Hoof tribe had been destroyed first, so they could not effectively block the attack at medium and long distances. Only weak bows and arrows fell from the city wall, but under the protection of giant shields and heavy armor, they had almost no effect. The 300 trolls successfully approached 200 steps away. They moved the heavy shields in front of them and prepared to launch a wave of attacks with javelins before moving forward. But at this moment, holes suddenly opened up at the bottom of the city wall, and a dull mechanical sound came out from it, and then heavy crossbow arrows were seen shooting at the trolls at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. The giant crossbows hit the heavy steel and wood shields held by the soldiers in one hand. Although they failed to break the shields directly, they also caused them to move sideways, causing dozens of large crossbow arrows to drill directly into the rear formation. A series of screams followed, and many soldiers in the first 3 rows were pierced through the chest by the giant crossbows. Among them, more than a dozen unlucky trolls died immediately due to direct severe damage to their hearts, and the rest were also seriously injured and fell to the ground, losing their combat ability for a certain period of time. At this time, under the ugly face of the giant tooth, a cheer came from the city wall. It was the horn-hoofed warriors cheering for the first casualties caused by their own side in the siege. The thought of all troops on the front flashed through his mind, but after all, the Great Fang had already passed his most ferocious and reckless period, so he restrained this violent impulse in time. Taking a deep breath, he ordered his left and right. Order. Bring back the wounded. The remaining vanguard spread out their formations, hold onto their shields, and move forward in a zigzag line, and look for opportunities to throw heavy spears along the way. Yes, sir. The flag officer who received the instructions began to pass on the message, sending the Great Fang's order to each unit. Soon, a team of trolls set out with shields. They carefully approached the front line and transported their own bodies and wounded back. The bodies that were transported back were temporarily placed in the rear formation for preservation, and the wounded began to undergo emergency surgery by the apprentices. At the front line, the flag officers of the vanguards also received instructions and informed the leaders of their respective teams. So, the remaining trolls dispersed and moved in a zigzag line to approach the city wall. After they were prepared, the crossbow arrows in the firing holes no longer had the same effect as the first wave. Although the heavy hitting sounds continued to ring, the results were few and far between. Only those trolls who failed to use shields to protect their sides during the detour would have their relatively thin armor broken and then fall to the ground with serious injuries. After getting closer and gradually adapting to the bombardment of the heavy crossbows, the scattered trolls began to try to kill the horned hoof warriors on the 20-meter high wall with javelins. Before setting off, the members of the vanguard group each carried 20 heavy javelins in advance. At this time, they stopped and threw them when they saw the opportunity, using their seemingly innate abilities to accurately shoot and kill the horned hoof warriors one by one. Although there were only more than 240 trolls left on the front line, they still suppressed the enemy on the wall in a short period of time. Just when they wanted to continue to expand their victory, an inexplicable change occurred at this time. The trolls' spears suddenly became inaccurate. The strikes that were usually very confident were now like blind and went in the opposite direction. This was only the first step of the change. Next, the vanguard trolls felt a sudden weakness, as if their strength had been reduced by nearly half. In the rear camp, all the trolls found that the spears were inaccurate. This situation was obviously abnormal. Spear throwing was the trolls' livelihood. How could it be like this at such a short distance? This is the magic of the horned hoof species taking effect. This was the realization of all the trolls, including the witch doctor. Later, the more obscure weakness effect was also reported by many flag officers of the vanguard team. The witch doctors learned about it. Another large-scale spell. How did they do it? The witch doctors were puzzled. In the tribe, most of the spells that act on the body are buffs, and they are often one-on-one. Although a few mental spells can be directly used on a group of targets in a small area, their effective range is also quite limited. It is impossible to cover hundreds of targets that have been dispersed at the same time as the horned hoof tribe did before. There is no way to figure it out for now. Let the giant fang order them to return. This will only increase casualties. We will think of other ways. Under the advice of the witch doctors, the order to retreat was sent to the front line, and the pioneers quickly returned with the wounded. The morale of the trolls was not frustrated. Fighting is similar to hunting in the eyes of most trolls. Occasional failure is not something unacceptable. But it is not the case for the horned hoof tribe. The panic and loss of confidence that were suppressed by the group spells before have been restored in the 2 consecutive failed attacks of the Fang tribe. The warriors' eyes have once again ignited the fighting spirit from the bottom of their hearts. The Taulan leaders also breathed a sigh of relief and found that the powerful trolls were not really invincible. Although they were terribly strong in some inexplicable directions, they seemed to have major flaws in some common sense. They didn't bring ladders when attacking the city. Are they going to climb up? The Fang barbarian spellcasters are too incompetent. They haven't thought of a way to suppress our shamans until now. Haha, we seem to have been too worried before. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given up so many fields outside the city. They are all food. Shut up. We did that for the lives of the people. No one is allowed to mention this matter again in the future. What the chief said makes sense. We were worried about the safety of the people's lives. The conversation between the clan leaders and the great chief took place on the southern wall, and the content was roughly like this. The shamans of the horned hoofed species were actually not able to release large spells without limit. All of this had very harsh release conditions, such as location, number of initiators, and other factors. Therefore, they never left the altar since the siege began. Outside the city, 7 witch doctors came to the weak warriors and began to use detection skills to try to figure out the reason for this weakness. Some cells have entered a semi-dormant state. This is the most direct cause of the feeling of powerlessness. The activity of the brain has also been suppressed, so there are negative reactions in energy, such as feeling sleepy. The impact is not permanent, and it has begun to recover now. Judging from the curve, it will return to normal in about 10 minutes. Didn't the travelers report before that pain can effectively alleviate the effect of that control skill? How about this spell? Can it be avoided through self-mutilation? I have a case here that should illustrate this problem. A warrior was hit by a heavy crossbow, but he happened to be within the range of the horned hoof spell. The pain did make his brain come out of the inactive state, but the semi-dormant muscle cell state continued. This even affected some of his self-healing abilities. If left unchecked, it might cause more loss of vitality. Then treat him quickly. Of course we're already doing it. You too. Heal these warriors who are doubly affected first. Understood. Understood. Doing it. The witch doctors were not together at this time. They were scattered beside the wounded who had retreated from the front line, carrying out their own treatment and observation. Therefore, these conversations were directly transmitted to their ears through the witch doctor's wind talker spell. With their efforts, the negative status of these trolls was dispelled, their self-healing ability was restored, and they soon regained their vitality. The other trolls who were not seriously injured, although the witch doctor did not personally dispel the negative effects, returned to normal after about 10 minutes, as previously judged. 10 minutes is a number that cannot be underestimated. In the battle, this time can already do a lot of things, plus the self-healing ability will also be partially affected, which is destined to be not something that can be ignored. Therefore, how to break the deadlock has become the most critical issue at the moment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, The Responses of Both Sides and the Climbing of the City Wall. In the following attempts, the Giant Fang made quite a few attempts, such as changing the direction of the siege, and even launching attacks from multiple sides, but the curse always followed. After discovering that the enemy spellcasters did not have conventional spells such as group dispelling negative status, the shaman witch doctor seemed to rely on this spell, adhering to the principle of one trick from beginning to end, and repeatedly relying on it to defeat several tentative attacks organized by the Fang department. After several rounds of fruitless attempts, the Giant Fang temporarily gave up this attack. However, this does not mean that the Fang department is really helpless. The roar of the siege equipment never stopped during this period, and after several experiences of being burned, the Fang department has already tested the farthest range of the previous flowing fire spell. Therefore, a larger giant counterweight trebuchet that no longer considers mobility appeared in the back of this side's camp and began to launch a fierce attack on the city wall and the city from a distance of more than 1 kilometer. A large number of pebbles were transported back from the riverbank. They were put into woven baskets and assembled into shotguns and thrown onto the city wall by small and medium-sized conventional catapults. When this ammunition hits the target, its outer basket will fall apart at the first time under the impact, and a large amount of gravel inside will splash out, causing considerable damage to the horn-hoofed warriors. In addition, the witch doctors quickly built an emergency stone grinder factory on the riverbank. Some pebbles were sent into it and became the manufacturing materials of wood, stone, concrete after a series of processing. The final processing was completed on the front line and turned into projectiles. The giant counterweight catapult mentioned earlier fired this huge projectile made of concrete and weighing several tons. A total of 10 catapults of this type fired it continuously and hit the city wall heavily, finally starting to shake the southern wall that had been reinforced by magic. At the beginning, the wall had already had more and more dense cracks, and once a projectile hit the same area in a short period of time, the wall would be damaged and dented. The giant tooth therefore saw the hope of breaking the city and further issued an order to concentrate the attack on one point. In addition, he organized the soldiers to prepare and wait for the moment when the wall collapsed. But this wait lasted half a lamp hour, or even longer. The wall looked shaky, but it did not show the effect of complete collapse that the trolls expected. This is not normal. The other spellcaster seems to be continuously stabilizing the strength of the wall, but will this affect their ability to cast other spells at the same time? For this reason, the Giant Tooth decided to send another 600 warriors to test. Amid the continuous roar of catapults of different sizes, the troll warriors were divided into 20 groups and moved forward separately and once again charged the city wall. On the south wall, the horned-hoofed warriors, especially those who helped defend the city, were suppressed by the catapults of various types and could not raise their heads. They even hid to the sides and under the city wall. The chiefs and clan leaders were leading their most elite clan warriors to urge the escaping defenders. They used the most severe orders and the means of killing chickens to scare monkeys, forcing the people to maintain their respective defensive positions. Behind them was the raised lottery butcher knife, and in front of them was the shotgun that might fall on their heads. In comparison, the people wisely returned to the city wall and began to learn to avoid the threat of high altitude projectiles. After all, being hit by a shotgun would not necessarily kill them, but being hit on the head by a knife would definitely kill them. In this defensive state, 20 squadrons of troll warriors began to disperse and approach at the ancestral altar in the center of the city. The shamans were sweating, and their skin was blue, and their overall state was far less comfortable than before. The siege machinery of the Yad department, whether in terms of size, damage control, replenishment speed, or scale, was unprecedented for them. No one would really consider the inexplicable question of what if there are tons of stones falling from high altitude when building a city. Therefore, the defects of the materials used in the wall, lack of stone and concrete technology, forced them to spend more energy on maintenance and repair at this time. In summary, the Great Fang's guess was correct. The shamans of the Taulan tribe had indeed been held back. Therefore, when they sensed the approach of the troll army through the spirit of their ancestors, their faces were extremely ugly. What should we do? Should we divide our forces to balance them? A shaman asked, while panting while dancing. The chief priest was speechless for a moment, before narrowing his eyes and said, "They didn't bring a ladder to climb the wall. Let's see what they will do first. If there is really a way to climb up, let the real elites of the clan try to resist, and we will focus on repairing the city wall first." With this conclusion, the other shamans once again danced with full concentration, trying to keep the southern city wall from collapsing. But just a moment later, the shamans who were casting spells suddenly frowned and immediately shouted like crazy, "Go to the north wall. You go to the north wall. Let the chiefs go to the north wall too. There are enemies digging holes." The only remaining ancestral spirit warriors naturally did not dare to neglect it. They quickly ran down the altar, grabbed a patrolling warrior, and asked him to take the shaman's judgment to the south wall chief, and they themselves, after roaring to bless the state, rushed to the north at the fastest speed. Outside the wall, the 7 witch doctors had already moved to the northern area of New Taulan City. After looking up at the relatively sparse garrisons on this side of the wall, they drilled into the ground from a distance. Underground, the witch doctors took out different numbers of seeds from their bags, buried them in the ground in front of them, and then began to cast spells on them. Under the witch doctors' urging, the seeds gradually began to sprout and turned into vines, and after becoming thicker and larger to a certain extent, they turned to drill in the direction of the city wall. After a while, the shouting and killing sounds at the south wall reached the ears of the witch doctors, and the vines happened to come under the city wall at this time. At the beginning, Dabber and the cavalry had been waiting here for a long time. Once the witch doctors gave a signal, he would lead his soldiers to charge him from the tunnel and kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. Thinking of the excitement, Dabber laughed a bloodthirsty smile. In the underground pit and right below the city wall, a witch doctor was at the last distance and once again launched a sonic detection diagonally upwards. After closing his eyes and analyzing for a moment, he was a little undecided and sought help. Hey, why don't you come and take a look? Why do I feel that so many horned-hoofed creatures suddenly appeared above my head? Really? Could it be that we have been discovered? These dwarfs are really weird. They can discover on the ground and underground. Could it be the same as our sonic detection? Cast the spell first, and we'll talk about other things after that. Oh, I see. After a brief exchange, the 7 witch doctors paused the drilling operation and turned to detect diagonally upwards. The feedback I received is nearly 4,000. How about you? Yes, there are at least 800 elite soldiers among them. There are also dozens of people who give me a strange feeling. What should we do? Should we carry out the original plan? Forget it. The cave entrance is too small and our soldiers can't use it. It's a pity. Wait. I have an idea. What do you mean? How about planting dragon bone wood here? I mean, the improved type used to build the outer wall of the camp. This seems to be really feasible. Let's give it a try. Okay. I'm really looking forward to it. After the witch doctors finished discussing, they collected a total of more than 30 modified dragon bone wood modified tree species from their respective backpacks and began to roughly estimate the load-bearing structure of the wall above their heads. Not long after, they determined several points that would cause the greatest damage to the wall and began to bury more than 10 seeds in them. We can't start here. We might be buried alive. Let's connect them with special vines. Another witch doctor came up with an idea and got approval, and then everyone began to take subsequent measures. Dozens of meters above the witch doctors' heads, the warriors, militiamen, and high-ranking officials who were assigned here, after receiving the warnings from the shamans, were anxiously waiting, but the expected burrowing out of the ground was still not showing up. The chief's eldest son and the 4 clan leaders were particularly anxious at this time. Their eyes kept wandering between the north and the south, worrying about the situation here and the situation in the south. The southern city wall. 600 trolls approached the city wall quickly under the cover of siege machinery earlier. This time they were not affected by the previous weakness and successfully reached the bottom of the city for the first time. Although there were no ladders, the city wall was only 20 meters long, especially with huge crossbow arrows embedded in it under the heavy crossbow shooting. This height was nothing for the trolls who were used to climbing trees. Carrying the heavy shield on his back, the small external parts of the armor there were now empty. The heavy throwing spears originally placed on it had been thrown away during the charge, and now they could just be used to place the heavy shield. The trolls held their heavy swords in one hand, and after jumping up, they either stepped on or grasped them, and quickly approached upwards with the help of the crossbow arrows on the wall. The horned hoofs were not blind, so of course they noticed their actions at this time, and under the leadership of the elite warriors, they began to collect ammunition on the wall to return the favor to the trolls. There was an effect, but it was not great. The trolls reached the end point, the city wall, at a very fast speed that was extremely inconsistent with their weight and body size. At several positions, the troll warriors who appeared first waved their swords to block the obstruction of the horned hoofs, and stepped onto the city wall with a jump. They waved their weapons in their hands, hacked to death, or repelled the horned hoofs blocking the way in front of them, and then took off their heavy shields and stood firmly a few steps in front of the wall, standing firmly like a reef, creating space for the comrades who followed. Up. More than 10, dozens, hundreds. More and more troll warriors climbed up the wall one after another, roaring wildly. At this time, they all had one thing in common besides being fierce. There was a steel and wood dagger piercing through their cheeks, leaving hideous wounds on both sides of their faces that were still dripping with blood. Chapter 184 Attack and Defense. When the first troll stood firmly on the wall, the pace of the subsequent warriors could no longer be suppressed. They climbed up the wall one after another and joined the resistance against the horned hoofed warriors. With the emergence and consolidation of the wall positions, the pressure on the defenders quickly became huge. The elite forces of the horned hoof also arrived at the first time and stood at the forefront of the confrontation. The members of the Earthshocker Legion began to exert their strength, and waves of stun skills spread on the wall and were constantly covered on the trolls in the roar, but the trolls had already taken precautions at this time. The wounds on their bodies were pre-made and blocked by foreign objects to heal. They were constantly producing pain to block the effect of stun on the brain. Although there were a few elite warriors like the ancestral spirit warriors, their skills could still create strong control that would not be weakened too much, but they were only a minority after all, and could not change the overall bad situation. In this situation, relying on the bravery of the trolls who first climbed the wall, nearly 100 warriors successfully climbed the wall afterwards, making many wall positions more solid. At this point, they were no longer satisfied with just creating space for their comrades behind them, but began to form a group of aggressive defenses, actively approaching the enemy and creating killing. Whether it was the Horned Hoof militia or the Earthshaker warriors, they were no match for the trolls climbing the wall in close combat. Blood splattered, flesh flew, and the area on the wall belonging to the trolls was getting bigger and bigger, which led to more trolls climbing up. The Horned Hoof's high-ranking supervisors were panicked, but this panic did not make them turn around and flee. Instead, they interspersed among many militias and elite legions, and resisted at the forefront of the battle. There were nearly 100 great chiefs, clan leaders, and elites from various clans on this wall. This was one of the most solid and noble forces of the tribe, but now faced with such a crisis, they had to fight. The moment this elite force joined the front-line battle, the decadent situation was slightly curbed. Especially the chieftain, who had charged ahead, showed enough courage. He stomped his thick hoof on the ground, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye, formed a wave of forward movement with his feet as a center, sweeping across to the 3 troll warriors who had killed all the surrounding Horned Hoofs, and were looking around in confusion not far away. The shock wave suddenly came, and the 3 troll warriors felt their bodies stiffen. The pain from the wound on their cheeks was covered at this time, and numbness and emptiness became the only feeling. Before they could react to what happened, they saw a black shadow suddenly rushing out in front of them, and stopped in front of the warriors. Then, with a roar and a swing, the huge cylinder hit them directly. Huge force came and pain appeared. It should be like this, but the warriors did not feel any pain at all, just staring blankly at the ground under their feet, getting farther and farther away from them, and then disappearing. They were swept away, turned into an arc and hid in the air, and then began to fall to the ground 30 meters away. The chieftain was not satisfied with the effect of this attack. In the past, when he was in the north, the opponents who received his attack would be seriously injured or even killed. But looking at the eyes of the warriors in the air, they were obviously just controlled, and did not look seriously injured. I hope they will be killed by the fall. He sighed in a low voice with a little powerlessness. But the chieftain's hope was dashed. Although the troll warriors were thrown to the ground, and even the ground was shaking slightly under the impact of their nearly 800 kilograms of weight, the end result was just rolling and wailing after landing. What the hell is this thing? Is it made of steel? The chieftain's thoughts did not stay here for too long, because there were too many trolls that needed him to mop up, and rushed several waves in succession. After changing to sharp weapons, and causing several real deaths, the chieftain was blocked. Several troll warriors who were interested, found this tough guy, and at this time, they were licking the blood on their faces, and forcing him with a grin. Their definition of warrior's honor is very flexible. In the eyes of the trolls, war is similar to hunting. Therefore, when they see a powerful foreign enemy that is worthy of a fight, they will subconsciously think of the collective hunting in the jungle. So now, they put the Horned Hoof chief in the middle of the hunted, and gathered all the nearby forces without hesitation to launch a siege. Don't let him use that weird move. If it doesn't work, throw the shield to hit him. The 8 nearby troll warriors discussed and launched an attack. Once the opponent showed a pre-action trend of stepping on the ground, they would throw a shield to interrupt it, or pick up a random corpse from the ground and throw it over. The heavy shield interrupted the chief's attack rhythm several times, and the corpses of his own people thrown at him made him even more angry. But when he came to his senses, 8 troll warriors had already surrounded him tightly. Each troll was more than 1 head taller than the chief and nearly 1/3 wider. Their huge bodies made the chief look like a lioness surrounded by several male lions, and he could feel their weakness with the naked eye. Dwarf of the horn-hoofed race. Let the trolls kill you. Haha. The half-understood language sounded in his ears, and the chief no longer had the energy to refute anything. All his energy was used to encourage and maintain. He placed the giant wooden stake in his left hand beside him, and various complex patterns on it lit up faintly, then spread to the ground under his feet and expanded, including himself and the 8 troll warriors who were besieging him. The abundant feeling of power coming from the soles of his feet gave the chief the courage to fight to the death, while the troll warriors on the opposite side felt that their own strength, speed, reaction, etc. seemed to have been reduced by about 30%. This was similar to the strange weakening suffered by the vanguard before. This chief seemed to be able to use that trick. Unfortunately, it was a monkey version, and did not have the ruthlessness of the shamans, that reduced most of their strength and suppressed self-healing. However, it was not without advantages, that is, it could bring a stable 40% all-round increase to itself, and teammates within a certain range. The other horned hoofs would certainly not watch the tribal leader being besieged, and even those clan leaders who had their eyes on the position of chief would not really let him be besieged to death at this time. Therefore, at this moment, the elites of the chief's clan and other clans had arrived and formed a counter-attack group around him, making the 8 troll warriors a minority. As the 2 camps continued to increase their strength, this small section of the city wall immediately became the core battlefield. Under the inexplicable lines on the ground, the 2 sides launched the most fierce attack with a force of 3-1. On the altar, the shamans who had been monitoring the battlefields of all parties were paying attention to all this. After most of the 600 troll warriors climbed the city wall, the bombardment pressure of the attacking catapults was obviously reduced by a large margin, and the enemy underground in the north was temporarily silent. Therefore, the shamans are currently hesitating whether to temporarily withdraw their strength from the city wall and focus on weakening the strength of the enemy's wall climbing warriors. In the troll camp outside the city, the giant tooth has taken the initiative to slow down the attack of the catapult on the southern section of the city wall since early on. Although the bombardment is still happening, it has changed from 1 shot every few seconds to 1 shot every half a minute, and it is still slowing down. What about the rest of the bombing capacity? Has it been transferred to other places? In fact, there was no change. At least, the giant counterweight trebuchets more than a kilometer away, whose number had secretly increased to 21, had not changed after the adjustment of the firing parameters. Except for a few machines that maintained their presence, the remaining machines were steadily preparing their ammunition and pointing directly at the previously attacked city wall. On the other hand, except for the army that launched the attack on the city wall and the cavalry corps that went around to the north, the other soldiers in the main formation were now ready to move at any time, but they had not received the order to attack. Although the side had an advantage on the city wall, the giant tooth did not dare to press the remaining force to continue to expand the advantage, or even directly launch a general attack. The shaman's casting direction that could be transferred at any time was like a blade stuck in his throat, making him afraid to act rashly. So the giant tooth was waiting for the shamans to lose their breath, and waiting for changes to appear. With awe, the changes first appeared in the north. The witch doctors had left the cave at this time, and they each held a vine in their hands, and began to prepare for the city wall from a distance. Dabba. The city wall may not collapse, but we will use this opportunity to enlarge the underground tunnel. You must be prepared. Understood. Watch me. The witch doctor who spoke patted Dabba's shoulder, who was shorter than him, and said nothing more. He immediately returned to the other witch doctors and started his own actions. Under the city wall, the seeds buried in sections began to sprout. Although there was no sunlight and almost no water here, with the support of the witch doctor's physical strength, these seeds began to grow roots and branches quickly. In the north of the city, the 4,000 horned hoofs gathered here were still waiting, but for such a long time, the enemy army predicted by the shamans did not appear, and the shouting and killing on the southern city wall became more and more intense, causing them to stay here, more and more uneasy. But at this moment, a young sprout suddenly rose from the foot of the city wall. At first, this did not attract the attention of the horned hoofs, but when the same green coffee color emerged from the ground like bushes, it was hard for them not to be attracted. Before I could think about what was going on, the earth dragon was rolling in front of me, and a huge amount of soil was lifted up. At the bottom were more than 10 dark brown giant trees that seemed to have been overturned horizontally and vertically, like the foundation of the city wall. The city wall began to make a harsh creaking sound, and the cracks quickly extended upward from the bottom and soon spread to the entire wall within 100 meters in length. Ancestor spirits. What on earth happened? I wanted to shift the perspective to the headquarters, but I couldn't find a suitable insertion point. Chapter 185. Breaking the city. When the Horned Hoof warriors were panicked by the sudden changes, the shamans also sensed the changes in the north wall almost simultaneously. The enemy did not choose to break into the city from underground as they expected, but chose to destroy the city wall with another method that looked like magic, but did not show corresponding fluctuations in the detection of the ancestral spirit. This is also the reason why they did not discover the witch doctor's small movements in time. This sudden situation made the previous multiple choice questions no longer have options, and the shamans had to divert part of their energy from the south wall to the maintenance of the north wall. Although the gap in hard power between the warriors has led the shamans' actions to the nose of the troll army, their intervention is indeed effective. This time, like the previous several times of turning the tide, they stopped the destruction of the wall in time. But the maintenance of the north wall makes them feel that it is more difficult than maintaining the south wall. Although the growth of dragon bone wood does not seem to be as powerful as when the boulder falls, in fact, their ability to cause destruction is really not to be underestimated. Its instantaneous force may not be as strong as that of a catapult projectile, but its endless growth trend will continue to maintain the pressure on the wall. Moreover, this pressure will continue to accumulate as the tree grows, thus accumulating to a terrifying value. For this reason, a seesaw-like confrontation appeared on the wall, and the cracks on it appeared and disappeared, and appeared again, and repeated in the next few minutes, allowing the witch doctors to gradually gain the upper hand. However, when the shamans finally discovered through their sight that it was the wood that caused the damage, they changed their minds in time and no longer put all their energy on repairing and reinforcing the wall. The shamans quickly divided some of their energy while maintaining their influence on the wall. They began to use high temperature flames to quickly destroy it. But it was this tug of war that lasted for several minutes that gave the giant Tusk waiting in the south a chance. At this time, several tons of projectiles would still occasionally bombard the south wall. Previously, due to the maintenance of the shamans, the damage caused was extremely limited and would soon disappear. But at this time, the giant Tusk saw the change it longed for. A projectile suddenly broke through the wall and got stuck in the hole it created. After shaking for a while, it fell because of its own weight. The huge hole that finally appeared on the wall and the obvious slowdown in the closing speed were clearly reflected in the eyes of the giant Tusk. All giant catapults. Throw towards. 2. Area. All troops. Get ready. Target the city wall in front. Forward. Although the transmission of the order actually needed to rely on the flag officers to convey it through their own special totems, the giant tooth still shouted excitedly. After that, he calmed down and ordered individually. In addition, tell the flag officers of the first landing army to do this, that. Do you understand? Understood. The order was quickly transmitted to all parties, and the sound of the mechanism came from the back, and then 21 huge concrete projectiles flew through the air, roaring and hitting the walls in the code area one after another. The earth was shaking, the city wall was crumbling, and the two sides fighting on the wall were all tilted by the concentrated and heavy bombardment. Especially the first landing trolls. The orders conveyed by their flag officers at this time made them angry, but they had to follow the orders to find a suitable place, hold up the shield, and make some preparations. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The trebuchets continued to attack. The shaman's attention had returned, but the huge damage in a short period of time made their remedies meaningless. When the 4th round of roaring ended, there was no wall in front of the advancing troll army. The entire wall collapsed into ruins over a length of about 50 meters. There were wailing sounds everywhere in the ruins, most of which belonged to the first batch of trolls, while the sounds of the horned hoofs were almost non-existent. Their bodies were not as tough as those of the trolls, and the great chiefs and clan leaders deployed. Let's call it domain for the time being. The domain they deployed was completely ineffective at the moment the wall collapsed, and the bodies of both sides immediately returned to their original state. The strong remained strong, and the weak remained weak. So, when all external forces disappeared, the strong trolls who had been prepared, after receiving the order almost all survived successfully. Although they were embarrassed, they were struggling to overturn the rubble on their giant shields, and stood on the ruins again. Giant Fang, you will die. Damn garbage, you almost killed us. Even though they had made preparations in advance, the feeling when the city wall collapsed, before was definitely not easy, and these trolls were very angry. However, the surviving vanguards cursed, but picked up the stones or weapons at hand, resisted the urge to smash the commander's head, and finished off the remaining horned hoofs in the ruins. Not far from the ruins, the troll army had already started running forward. While running, they pulled out heavy spears from their backs and threw them into the city one after another, killing the stunned horned hoofs behind the city wall. Not long after, the firing parameters of the counterweight trebuchet were adjusted again, and huge projectiles took off again, aiming directly at the city. Whether it was residential houses or other buildings, they would become the targets of their destruction this time. The rest of the small and medium-sized catapults, driven by the power of the trolls and the moose, slowly moved forward, ready to extend their trajectory. After reaching a close distance, the crossbow cart was more unrestrained. One troll was driving it, and the other was responsible for loading it, while using the elevation angle to pass over their own people in front of them and throwing super heavy spears into the city. They followed the relatively flat road outside the city and followed the army. Earlier in the South City, a fierce fire started burning from the bottom of the city wall. The flames could be seen clearly even outside the city. In this way, the pressure of consumption was transferred to the witch doctors. The disadvantage of dragon bone wood in the face of fire caused them to consume more physical strength to maintain its continued existence. Give up the fire attack. The backup plan is ready. Dabba. Get ready. Obviously, the witch doctors did not intend to spend all their physical strength on maintenance, and they could not compete with the shamans in endurance, so the initial backup plan came into play. After receiving the instructions from the witch doctors, Dabba led more than 500 cavalrymen to lead the moose, pulling the reins and slowly stepping into the cave. As the witch doctors gave up on the dragon bone wood, the flames under the city wall began to die out gradually. The dragon bone wood without the support of magic quickly carbonized and no longer had the ability to damage the wall. The cracks on the city wall were gradually filled by the shamans, and the 100-meter wall section was quickly restored to its original appearance. The horned-hoofed people who had hidden a little further away because of the fire breathed a sigh of relief, subconsciously thinking that the danger of the north wall mentioned by the shamans had been eliminated, and thus temporarily relaxed their minds. In this situation, Dabba led the cavalry to the bottom of the large hole under the wall, which was blocked by the charred dragon bone wood. In fact, not all of the trees planted by the witch doctors were dragon bone trees. A small amount of them were steel wood. Even if the witch doctors helped to grow these steel woods, they could not grow as fast as dragon bone trees because of the difference in their internal structure. Therefore, up to this point, they had barely formed a hollow curved column that was not too thick, blocking the ground below the city wall. On the other side, across a thin layer of soil, was the Towland city wall. Dong dong. Dong dong. The inexplicable vibration came from the ground, and even the horned-hoofed people who had prepared to return to the south wall could not help but turn their heads and look in a certain direction. Shusha. In the sound of sand breaking from far to near, drops of cold sweat emerged from the foreheads of the horned-hoofed people and ripped down in silence. Puff. Suddenly, a bright brown spike that looked like metal, but also had the characteristics of wood broke out from the ground in front of them and appeared in the sight of all the horned hoofs. Puff, puff, puff. 1, 2, 3 spikes appeared one after another, and then the whole ground suddenly collapsed, and inside appeared a pair of ferocious eyes filled with blue bloodshot, and in the darkness, an array of bipedal and quadrupedal monsters stretched diagonally backwards for an unknown distance. Hey short bastards, are you ready to die? With a sound of kicking, Dabba led his tall moose and slowly left the cave along the slope, stepping onto the land in the city in front of the horned hoofs. Behind him, a half-armored troll warrior with a bloodthirsty desire on the plain also came out in a row of 5, leading their respective moose mounts. Attack. Attack. Stop them. Several clan leaders and the chief's son reacted quickly. Amid the fear and panic of their own warriors, they took the lead in leading the elite to charge towards the cave in trance, trying to stop more trolls from appearing. During the charge, the leading great noble removed a thick and long wooden stake from his back that was similar in appearance to the great chief, but seemed to be one size smaller, and smashed it heavily on the ground. Complex patterns began to spread from the 5 points where they were. connecting to each other, forming a gain and ebb zone of dozens of square meters in size. This change was discovered by the horned-hoofed people and the trolls. The former slightly raised a hint of fighting spirit, while the latter turned on the deer regardless of anything, and used the last bit of space to charge. You bastards. Even if it's like this, I'm still much stronger than you. Dabba roared, and with a simple pre-action, he lit up the totem on his body, and then he raised his heavy long weapon made of 2 axes connected at the tail, clamped the deer's belly and started charging. Chapter 186, Breaking the City, Part 2. You bastards. Even if it's like this, I'm much stronger than you. Dabba roared wildly, and through a simple pre-action, he lit up the totem on his body, lifted his heavy long weapon made of the tails of 2 axes, clamped the belly of the deer, and began to charge towards them. Behind him, dozens of officers who had already drilled out of the pit also lit up their totems and followed closely. The interval of less than 30 meters was too short, and the leading cavalry didn't even have the chance to throw javelins, and they collided directly with the elite of the various clans of the horned-hoofed species. The strength and size of the moose should not be underestimated. After being restricted by the horned-hoofed species with unknown means, they were more ferocious, relying on this short distance of charge to increase their impact. So, in the front row where the collision occurred, the horned-hoofed species were immediately knocked away, their cheeks were bitten, and their chests were fiercely crushed by the human moose. In particular, the officers in the front rode on moose of the sub-leader level, which kicked and bit with all their might, causing the ordinary moose behind to become unscrupulous. As the saying goes, the general is the courage of the soldiers. Dabba's personality and fighting style have profoundly influenced these non-productive officers. Therefore, the weapons in their hands are also exaggerated, and they are also hot-blooded and arrogant in battle. They hold super long and super heavy large weapons in their hands and sweep across the front row. The horned-hoofed species are almost injured and disabled by any touch, and they are beaten to a pulp in an instant. But the situation did not continue like this. After a period of glory, the impact of the charge was successfully resisted by the horned-hoofed on the opposite side, which was far superior to their own. The officers' corps, whose strength was weakened, was gradually surrounded from all sides, especially the horned-hoofed warriors who were in the 5-in-1 field, and had received the buff effect. In the continuous siege, they changed from attacking to defending, struggling to prevent themselves from being overwhelmed by the horned-hoof army. However, even so, the battle line failed to approach the tunnel in the first time as the horned-hoof wished. The troll officer corps was like a reef in the sea, always persevering and creating time and space for the trolls behind them. So, one by one, the cavalrymen drilled out of the steel and wood pits that the witch doctors had deliberately reinforced and enlarged without any hindrance. With their own leaders and officers on the front line, the trolls who came out later could even be more relaxed in their tactical choices. They did not rush to mount their mounts to support, but took off their heavy throwing spears behind them, and prepared to use them to kill some of the horned hoofs before charging. Switch boom. Within a few seconds, a total of 2 rounds of nearly 1,000 heavy throwing spears were thrown out. They made a sharp cry like an owl, rose and fell, and finally accompanied by a roar, the horned hoofs were penetrated through the chest and nailed to the ground with their eyes open, instantly causing more than 400 casualties. But it was obvious that the soldiers were not satisfied with this. In front, the officers were still holding on, and were unwilling to call for support from the private soldiers behind them, which gave them the time and confidence to throw spears and kill recklessly. But this was not an excuse for the privates to remain indifferent. Some of the soldiers left behind their javelins, and went to support the officers who were struggling to hold the line not far ahead. The other part also rode on moose, but they did not join the melee at the front. After collecting the javelins left by their companions, they took advantage of the speed of the moose and began to swim outside the lines on the ground. Using the height difference created by the mounts, they changed the javelins into more accurate direct shots that could better exert their own strength advantages, killing the horned hoof warriors one after another. Unlike the whistling sound of heavy javelins falling during javelins, short-range direct shots seemed more crisp and clear. After the initial explosion that seemed to pierce the air, one javelin after another pierced the target's head in the blink of an eye, and after it exploded like a watermelon hit by a sledgehammer, it still had the remaining strength to penetrate deeply into the chest and abdomen of random targets in the dense array behind. This method of killing, like calling out names, immediately shocked most of the Horned Hoof militia. The courage that was finally inspired by the great nobles was rapidly declining. It looked like, if there was even a slight change, they would lose all their courage. Of course, the change would happen, because this was exactly the moment when the giant Fang ordered a general attack. A huge roar sounded from the south soon after, and the ground under their feet was shaking inexplicably. The fierce wind that ignited from an unknown place swept the sky with gravel and soil, covering the faces of the soldiers on both sides who turned around or looked up in surprise. At this time, it seemed that only the noisy hum of sand and gravel interacting with the strong wind in the air seemed to be left in their ears. All they saw was the black and grey sea of sand, and all the soldiers were swallowed up by the debris thrown by the city wall. The sound of weapons clashing stopped tacitly. Only a few clever little ghosts with strong murderous instincts were still laughing quietly, using the wind and sand to cover their vision and hearing, and continued their hunting, as if they had taken advantage of it. The remnant of the collapse of a small section of the city wall did not last long. After just a few breaths, everything returned to normal. The sky was still blue, and the enemy's face was as hideous as before, but some things had indeed changed. Because they were more familiar with the scenery of their own city, some sharp-eyed horned-hoofed species soon discovered the abnormality. A large section of the city wall in the distance was inexplicably missing. Shock, panic, and unprecedented fear rose in their hearts at this time. They loosened their hands uncontrollably, and the weapons hit the ground with a ding-ling-clang sound, which immediately attracted the attention of their comrades around them. The surprised voices stopped abruptly when they looked back along the line of sight. Then there was a chain reaction of losing confidence and panic, and then more and more horned hoofs were infected. The situation that was barely holding on before immediately lost its balance. A large number of militiamen who were ordinary farmers and herdsmen turned around and ran away in panic, without considering the question of where to run to next. The nobles found this situation, and they shouted at all they could to make the people regain their confidence. Come back. If the city is broken, all compatriots will die. Only by stopping them can we survive. Their efforts did wake up some of the fugitives, and at least a group of horned hoofs really came back bravely. However, Dabba, who was already quite impatient with a weakened domain, how could he let go of the commander on the opposite side? This was more than a momentary distraction. It was said that it was late, but it was fast. Dabba took a heavy spear from the back of his comrade next to him and shot it out without stopping. This was a smooth and flowing attack, as if it was engraved deep in the genes, except for the sound of the wind. When it was thrown, the javelin approached almost silently, and at the moment when a great noble sensed the danger and turned around, it smashed his head cleanly. The one who was killed was the heir sent by the chieftain to sit here. With his death, the wooden pillar behind him, that always shone with mysterious patterns, immediately dimmed. Then, the 5-in-1 domain under his feet shrank sharply after losing a corner, allowing more troll warriors to lose their control at this time. Brothers, the army in the south has broken through the city. Charge. Kill all these dwarves. Dabba shouted, waving the double-headed giant axe in his hand, and charging more bravely, and around him, several clever flag officers shouted in the language of the horned-hoofed people, "The city has been broken. The city has been broken." Then, more troll warriors also repeated it like parrots. Suddenly, the sound of breaking the city resounded throughout the battlefield, causing more horn-hoofed warriors to retreat. At this moment, a heavy catapult projectile fell not far from the battlefield, and a residential building collapsed in the blink of an eye in front of the site of both sides of the battle. Large pieces of dirt and dust were aroused in a ring shape, and once again filled a corner of the battlefield. Once there is a first, there will be a second. The counterweight catapult that has adjusted the firing parameters has begun to roar again, and giant wood, stone and concrete projectiles have been falling one after another in various places in the city. The houses that carried the years of hard work of the residents in the city collapsed one after another, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing large numbers of militiamen to flee in panic. On this side, the horned-hoofed army, which had 4,000 soldiers at the beginning, and only about 3,000 soldiers left after a period of fighting, collapsed at this moment, and groups of militiamen scattered towards the city and the depths. Only a few hundred remnants of the Earthshaker Legion, a few remnants of the Ancestral Spirit Legion, and the elite leaders of various clans were still holding on. But how could these remnants, which totaled less than 700 soldiers, resist the offensive of more than 400 troll cavalry? As the horned-hoofed sea dispersed, Dabber and the officer corps were no longer constrained and trampled on the remaining military formations. The rest of the conscripts from the hunting team wandered around the periphery of the shrinking domain supported by only 4 domain pillars, either picking up the javelins they had thrown out to kill from a distance, or using the long weapons in their hands to harvest heads at a medium distance. The number of remaining horn-hoofed elites was decreasing, and even the maintainer of a territory pillar was killed by Dabber after he approached forcefully. His action caused some horn-hoofed people to lose the protection of their territory, and the trolls behind them swarmed over like sharks smelling blood, taking away their fragile lives in one wave. After that, the battle barely lasted for about 20 minutes. When the territory pillars were forcibly smashed by Dabber and the officers, the horn-hoofed elites finally ended their resistance. It is not quite accurate to say this, because at this time on the battlefield, there was actually no horn-hoofed warrior who could still stand. Chapter 187, Breaking the City. End. The war is over. Friends who have been raising books can start killing. Dabber ordered his soldiers to finish off the wounded enemy soldiers lying on the ground. The trolls killed all the most determined elites of the horned-hoofed clan and the remnants of the legion. At this time, the news from the south was also confirmed by the flag officer, letting Dabber know that the south wall had been breached and the army had entered the city as a whole. After communicating with the giant Fang, he led the remaining 400 cavalrymen to rode rampantly to drive away the extremely panicked militiamen in the city. Amid trampling, pushing, and shouting disarm, and not kill in the horned-hoofed language, the militiamen who were caught up by the cavalry laid down their weapons, crawled on the ground, and waited tremblingly for the judgment of fate. Unfortunately, surrender but not kill was just a slogan shouted by the elite trolls, and most of the other conscripts did not have this awareness. Due to the lack of sufficient prior communication, they rode their deer without scruples and trampled through, and the horned hooves under their forehooves suddenly became a bloody mess. Surrendering means death, and resisting also means death. The horned hooves have some courage. Faced with this situation, they picked up their weapons again, and began to resist. The cavalrymen were not confused at all. They did not understand the slogan of surrender but not kill, and actually did not understand what the lying enemies were going to do before. Are they pretending to be dead? How stupid. This can't even fool the monsters in the forest, so don't even think about hiding it from you, the troll uncle. Guided by this simple thinking logic, the horned hooves resistance again was quite in line with the wishes of the troll conscripts. So, between chasing and escaping, a bloody massacre began. When Dabber and the officers who followed him in the front row acted, the blood had already flowed like a river along the road behind them. The troll conscripts, who were so angry that their eyes turned blue, were no longer willing to stop fighting. The killings going on everywhere further aroused their ferocity. In this situation, the rational officers turned around, and just as they managed to control the situation on this side, the other side immediately erupted. Just as they suppressed the situation on the other side, a conflict broke out again on this side. In short, they had lost control of the trolls under their command, who had been in the army for no more than 5 months. Fortunately, the hunting team's instinct for collective action was still maintained, which prevented these impulsive trolls from being killed after being left alone. Not long after, 7 witch doctors entered the city under the escort of the soldiers. They used a rare group mental magic to shock and forcibly appease the runaway troll cavalry in one area after another, and only then could they barely control the chaotic situation. But the price was the sudden increase in casualties on their side, and the horned hoof tribe's northern city, which was completely wiped out and lost thousands of lives in a short period of time. On the other hand, the situation in the south was actually similar in the early stage. After killing all the horned hoof tribes who were lingering in the ruins of the city wall, they began to slaughter the militiamen behind the city wall who were ready to alternate defense at any time, and there was also a tendency to run away. But unlike the north wall, the conscripts here were almost all array infantry. They stayed with the off-work officers in their own squads and squadrons. So as soon as this gust of wind blew, they were forcibly suppressed by officers at all levels from the grassroots level. Therefore, after a wave of mass killings, the foot of the south wall accepted a lot of prisoners. When the soldiers entered the city from two directions and committed massacres one after another, the far traveler troops also mixed into the city under the leadership of the two highest officers. The polarizer totem was activated, confusing the vision of the fugitives along the way. More than 150 travelers headed straight for the ancestral altar that had entered their field of vision since the collapse of the southern wall. To be honest, no troll knew what the place was for. The building that was unusually different from the residential buildings naturally became their first target. The chaos in the north and south directions continued. The travelers had already arrived at the bottom of the building that was only slightly shorter than the city wall. Cui when Light stood at the bottom of the steps and looked up. From the moment she approached the building, the slight sense of threat pierced her body like needles, bringing great pressure to her spirit. What should we do? Should we go up and take a look? She asked her companion. Tess, the drow, looked at the tall stepped altar in front of her. Of course she didn't know it was an altar, and then looked back at the travelers behind her who were also feeling uncomfortable. Then she shook her head and said, report to the commander and the witch doctor first. The casualties under our command are too great. These idiots. After that, she couldn't help but curse angrily. Behind the two commanders, the trolls who knew that they were being scolded scratched their heads and felt embarrassed, while those who didn't understand rubbed their skin unconsciously, trying to relieve the feeling of being threatened from the bottom of their hearts. This indifferent performance made the drow angry again. Just when she wanted to say a few more words, Cui Wenli persuaded her, okay, let's talk about it when we return to the tribe. It's useless for you to be angry. After calming down her companions, Cui Wenli began to send signals to the main camp, and the drow, who had calmed down, was responsible for notifying the witch doctors. Not long after, the giant Fang and the witch doctors received the intelligence they sent, and brought a large army to clear out the enemies along the way. Above the altar, the shamans were pale, not only because of the tribe's defeat in the war, but also because of the mental fatigue caused by the endless spell casting. We lost. What should we do? And what should the tribe do? Surrender. Don't let them kill us anymore. The massacre that happened in the North City before had already frightened them. They were not afraid of their own death, but of the complete extinction of the tribe. The shamans who have been here all the time are actually the ones who have the clearest view of the current situation. They understand what the troll officers said about surrendering but not killing, and understand the efforts made by them and the witch doctors afterwards. Therefore, the shamans rationally realized a fact that the high-level officials on the other side, at least the high-level officials who appeared here, did not actually want to kill the tribe. However, the madness and bloodthirstiness of those big-headed troll soldiers made the shaman group dare not gamble anymore, dare not use the fact that we may still have value to resist stubbornly and continue to provoke the big-headed soldiers who had finally suppressed their killing intentions. When facing their old enemies in the north, the Horned-Hoofed tribe would rather choose to migrate by force than to fight to the death with honor. Therefore, the answer discussed at this moment was naturally clear. In order to keep the tribe alive and to save the lives of the remaining tribes, the shamans collectively decided to surrender. More than 10 minutes later, more than a dozen shamans, supporting each other, walked down the altar and appeared in front of the travelers. The Taulan Shaman Priest Group salutes you, the respected troll warrior leader, and your brave warriors. The quite proficient troll language came out from the mouth of the chief priest, and more than a dozen shamans bowed deeply, expressing their humility and obedience as much as possible. Cui Wenli waved her hand to stop her subordinates who were reflexively posing in a fighting posture, and asked thoughtfully, the witch doctor of the Horned-Hoofed Taulan tribe, "No, Sir Shaman, what do you want? We have realized our previous mistakes and accepted the fact that we have failed. Therefore, we hope that you can stop killing. We are willing to pay any price in exchange for the possibility of continuing to survive here." The two leaders of the far travelers looked at each other and nodded to each other. Cui Wenli spoke as a representative. "I understand. Although I don't have the highest command, I will convey it to you. Please wait a moment. Thank you for your generosity, wise warrior leader." Cui Wenli waved her hand. To end the meaningless flattery, she retreated to the middle of the far travelers and began to send messages in two directions. In the North City, 7 witch doctors were following the cavalry to approach the altar. They had already known what the place was by asking the captives before, and suggested in the communication that the far travelers should not approach it for the time being. At this time, after receiving Cui Wenli's second message, the 7 witch doctors felt confused but agreed, and regretful but excited. In short, their mood was extremely complicated. In the previous war, the overall strength of the Ya department did show a crushing trend, but the witch doctors felt that they had failed in the battle at the level of magic. Of course, this idea is actually a bit biased, and the witch doctors themselves clearly understand this, but they can't stop their thirst for new knowledge in another system. The seemingly different way of casting spells from witch doctors, the strange suppression ability, and the combination of magic, weapons, and warrior skills have long made the witch doctors greedy. Is the communication with the headquarters still smooth? Smooth. There are communication base stations along the way. That's good. Let the giant fang notify the speaker in the Rune Council as soon as possible and ask how to deal with this matter. Haha, I wanted to teach them a lesson and then go back. I don't know how it turned out like this. The speaker and his team were busy with the research of tree embryos, and they didn't pay much attention to this expedition at the beginning, and the executive government just went with the flow and sent troops. I guess they didn't set any specific goals at all? I think so. The main camp of the South Wall has been moved and is now deployed in the city. After receiving the successive communications from the traveler troops and the witch doctor, the giant fang also scratched his head and hesitated for a while before accepting the result of breaking the city and forcing surrender. He first ordered the siege vehicle to stop roaring and then asked the communication team to conduct high-power ultra-long-distance relay communication and try to quickly send the situation here to the headquarters. Of the 100 apprentices in the communication team at the start, there were actually less than 30 left at this point, and the remaining 70 were scattered along the way. At every certain distance, the army would leave behind some guards and a few apprentices to act as transfer agents for situations like this. So at this moment, the battlefield intelligence crossed thousands of mountains and seas. And after being transferred through one signal station after another, it was sent thousands of miles to the headquarters and to Nestor. Did you get it? Nestor, who had not been seen for a long time, came out of the laboratory and said so while looking at the news in his hand. Chapter 188 Post-War Reflections. Looking at the report in his hand, Nestor did not calculate the various gains of this campaign first, but focused on a series of problems shown by the expeditionary force. First, the traveler troops went alone. From a certain perspective, this is actually understandable. The reason is nothing more than belligerence. At least this accounts for a large part of the reason. Of course, understanding is understanding, but this kind of self-willed behavior is by no means to be ignored. Relatively speaking, the army's orders are definitely more important than belligerence and thirst for war. Therefore, punishment, and severe punishment, must be punished to curb this trend. But thinking of this, Nestor is a little uncertain, because after thinking more deeply, he found that the choice of the traveler troops at that time seemed to have a deeper reason at work. The traveler is also a regular army, and in addition to recruiting some new soldiers before the war, there is no mixed formation with the conscripted soldiers. Why is there such a difference? After comparing with the other brother troops, Nestor pondered for a moment, and came to a conclusion. That is, the far traveler troops' military thinking and training focus are very different from those of the array soldiers and cavalry, who are also off duty. Among them, the latter two emphasize collective and commands, and obeying orders and collective thinking are the top priorities. In training besides tactics, the far traveler troops are different. From the beginning, they have focused more on courage and exploration, and are more inclined to the independent combat and survival capabilities of individuals or small groups in terms of atmosphere. Moreover, the tasks they perform are often tasks that require small groups to make decisions on the spot. Of course, in training, they will also focus on cultivating the independent judgment and corresponding decision-making ability of each team. Therefore, under the mutual superposition of these many factors, the far traveler troops naturally did not form a military-style behavior like the other two brother troops, reporting everything and not acting without orders. If we consider this point, then the so-called walking alone before was not really wrong for them, because the tribe's training for them was like this from the beginning to the end. So what should we do? Use rules and regulations to restrict their initiative in the way of training regular troops? For this reason, Nestor felt a little hesitant. Punishment must be given. After all, this time we are facing a war, not an exploration mission. There must be emphasis, even if it is to warn the rest of the troops. The punishment must be carried out. However, because of the reasons mentioned earlier, we need to re-grasp the strength of it, and we cannot put all the responsibility of the tribe's guidance on the members of the Far Traveler troop. From the current point of view, it seems unnecessary to punish the team members. At least too severe punishment should not be given. Then, Cui Wenli and Zuo Erna's self-requested punishment is just right. The subsequent training method and troop positioning should be the top priority. Is it a scout who is more inclined to battlefield missions? Or, should we maintain their original position and let them become pure explorers? If it is the latter, then their future is not on the battlefield at all, at least not on this kind of battlefield. Perhaps, it seems more appropriate to transform them into a semi-militarized intelligence department that specializes in exploration and even intelligence collection behind enemy lines. And the establishment of battlefield scouts should be established separately within the framework of the regular legion. After having a general idea, Nestor immediately began to draft the corresponding proposals and prepared to carry out relevant reorganization and punishment matters. Since the military power is in the hands of the Rune Council, or more accurately, in the hands of the military council headed by himself, therefore, this proposal is more of a formality. Since Sharp Fang has not returned yet, he, Coarse Fang, and Ashura, 3 advanced witch doctors, can discuss and get things done, and Nestor's opinions are the main ones. Under his pen, the punishment of the 2 commanders of the Firewalkers, the thinking about the positioning of the troops, and the necessity of establishing full-time battlefield scouts were quickly written. After that, he put it aside for the time being, and read the rest of the frontline intelligence. In this battle, in addition to the problems exposed by the travelers during their reconnaissance outside the city, the lack of patience and loss of control in the war shown by the conscripts along the way seemed to be more serious. Their series of performances made Nestor more deeply understand the defects in the character of the trolls. In particular, their runaway during the battle in the North City caused the tribe to suffer a lot of almost meaningless casualties. For the Ya tribe that lacks population, this is definitely something that needs to be taken seriously. In addition to the inherent defects in the character of the trolls, the problems of the higher level command level and the middle and lower level officers caused this situation. Among them, the former can obviously be overcome. This can be seen from the atmosphere shown by the regular army of the off-duty workers under long-term training. It is nothing more than continuing to strengthen the emphasis on collective and wartime laws during militia training. The latter is more of a mistake at the command level and a problem with the self-positioning of the off-duty soldiers. In this battle, the regular soldiers who served as junior officers of the expeditionary force were actually more of a following orders role in their original troops. Therefore, facing the leadership position they suddenly took on, they did not adapt well, and neglected to actively control the emotions and behaviors of the conscripts under their command. This was not too obvious during the battle at the South Wall, because there, the troops on their side, were almost all operating according to the organization, so the conscripts were controlled in time when they showed signs of running away. The battle at the North Wall was another case. In order to achieve a better breakthrough before the war, Dabur assembled most of the officers to form an officer group to fight at the front. In the early stage, his actions did play a crucial role in the development of the war and became a prerequisite for the victory of the battle under the wall. But in the later stage, when the battle under the wall had already won and all the elite troops of the other side were annihilated, he still assembled the officer group to charge forward, which was a completely unnecessary decision. This way of fighting severed the connection between officers and subordinates, especially the lack of connection between junior officers and the grassroots, which directly led to the subsequent runaway when no one could suppress it in the first time. This was undoubtedly Dabur's command error. In addition to this, the slogan of disarming, but not killing, was not communicated with the conscripts from formulation to implementation, which led to a deviation in the way of war between the officer group and the soldiers under their command. This deviation was infinitely magnified due to the previous reason, leading to a series of subsequent problems. This is the so-called self-positioning problem. After receiving Dabba's orders, these temporary officers rushed and fought like reckless men. They did not have the consciousness of "I'm the commander" and did not regard controlling his subordinates as their primary battlefield responsibility. Looking back, the problem is indeed these problems, but except for Dabba's command mistakes, which seem to be irrefutable, what about the other mistakes? Who should be blamed? Is it just the grassroots officers' own problems? In fact, it is not the case. The hasty war, the hasty reorganization of conscripts, and the promotion of officers like ducks on the shelf, are all decision-making mistakes made by the tribal high level. Nestor is also reflecting. Most of his energy was occupied by research before, so he did not think more deeply when facing the war proposal of the executive government. Now it seems that, whether it is the compilation plan or the new combat mode, it has not been reasonably planned. Can hundreds of big soldiers really be trained into qualified grassroots officers with only a few months of training before the war? Especially under the premise that the tribe does not have a suitable officer training program. In addition, can that little training time transform the hunting team into a qualified combat force? They are indeed brave and incomparable, and there is nothing to blame on this point. But what about the rest? Whether in terms of mentality or combat habits, the little training before the war can actually not really change anything. What's worse, the entire tribal top leaders did not even have an expectation of the outcome of the war. They just sent troops out of jealousy of the richness of the heavenly plateau, based on an empty word of punishment. So, what is the purpose of the war? What kind of result is considered achieving punishment? How to deal with the horned hoofs? In response to these issues, the Rune Council did not even have a decent discussion. I still relaxed. Fortunately, we won. Fortunately the tribe is strong enough, and the trolls themselves are brave enough, otherwise the consequences would be really unimaginable. Thinking of his and the other witch doctor's previous performance, Nestor sighed secretly and murmured in a low voice, "That's all." He lowered his head and looked at the casualty table in his hand. The numbers written in dark green dye seemed to turn into scarlet strokes in Nestor's eyes. Nearly 40 travelers died, most of whom occurred in the solo walk outside the city, and the remaining few were due to other sporadic battles. The totem configuration of the traveler troops focuses too much on flexibility, cover and communication, and in terms of the coverage area of individual armor, they are lower than the half armor of the cavalry, and only the front and back chest are protected. In battle, the travelers have almost no other means to rely on except their own hard power. This has led to the fact that, since the establishment of this organization, in the several battles fought by the tribe before and after, the travelers have always been the type of soldiers with the highest casualty rate, without a doubt. Therefore, this result has further strengthened Nestor's idea of dedicated scouts. Chapter 189, Treatment of Horned-Hoofed Breeds. In addition to the casualties of the far travelers, the losses of the rest of the troops were also recorded. More than 300 conscripts died, half of whom were lost in the siege of the South Wall, especially the vanguard in the first two waves. The other half appeared in the process of the Northern Tunnel Breakthrough War. Some died in the early raids, and some died in the later pursuit. In addition, there were more than 40 deaths of middle and lower level officers, most of whom appeared in the anti-line officer corps under the North Wall, and the other half occurred on the South Wall. Although the statement is cruel, some of these deaths are indeed necessary costs, and the other part, as mentioned earlier, is unnecessary losses caused by various reasons. But anyway, since things have come to this point, those who should be punished and reflected, should be punished and reflected, and those who should be compensated and mourned, should be compensated and mourned. How to do a good job of follow-up treatment is the top priority. Of course, all this has to wait until the army returns. In addition to these shortcomings and many things that need to be improved, this battle has provided Nestor with some inspiration. The military-civilian separation policy formulated in the early days does have its merits, but it seems to be somewhat out of date in this era. Judging from the areas controlled by the trolls now, if the military-civilian separation policy is to be implemented 100%, even if the regular army runs its legs off, it will not be able to completely control the security of all the lands under its rule. Therefore, The militia emerged and took over a large part of the security tasks in the rear and actually took the casualties on the defensive end instead of the regular army. It was from then on that the so-called military-civilian separation policy had already had huge loopholes, and Nestor's original idea of each doing his job became a fantasy. The use of the conscripts this time was regarded as tearing off the last piece of fig leaf, making this inappropriate policy completely bankrupt. To this day, there are too many examples of Nestor's many policies ending in failure for various reasons. Perhaps the other trolls did not feel it and only thought it was a natural change, but he himself was quite clear. The deviation, replacement, and abandonment of those various policies in the subsequent implementation process could make him regretful and ashamed in the past, but now Nestor's face has become thick enough. He can already adjust his mentality changes in similar situations with the idea of this is what I think, and these changes are under my control, and no longer be disturbed by useless ideas other than response. And this time is the same. Failure is failure. Anyway, there is not much loss, so let's start to seek change. So, a new idea gradually took shape in his mind. Regularly let some combat soldiers retire from active service, decentralize to local areas, to establish militia training units, implement more regular militia training, in order to avoid the negative situations in this war, and the active part will become the elite quick reaction force directly controlled by the department, so that it can be dispatched at any time and fight, wherever it is pointed. Since there is retirement from active service, fresh blood should be added from the civilian population, to become new recruits of the quick reaction force, to make up for the shortage of combat soldiers. In addition, the goal is to select outstanding soldiers from the combat troops for officer training, and expand the headquarters officer pool. The more the better, even if there are hundreds or thousands of headquarters, it will not be too much. The conscripts became frequent visitors to the battle. They gathered according to the needs during the war, and fought under the leadership of the headquarters officers. After the war, except for some outstanding ones who were left for further training, most of them were released to their respective small groups, and continued their original lives. Since separation of military and civilians is not feasible, it seems that it is also a feasible idea to turn around and hide the soldiers among the people. The headquarters only controls the most elite standing troops and officers at all levels. Nestor wrote and drew on the paper, preparing to take it to the military W meeting for detailed discussion. After thinking about the gains and losses of the tribe itself, he finally focused on the key points of the report, that is, the handling of the surrender of the horned-hoofed people, and the magical powers mentioned by the witch doctors, which were completely different from their own. First of all, it is clear that after this battle, the secular nobility of the Taulan tribe, just a sign, not really aristocratic, was seriously injured. The chief and his two sons died tragically, 13 of the 17 clan leaders were killed, and the elite forces of each tribe were also lost in the battle. Secondly, the elite legion of the Horned-Hoof tribe was almost annihilated. None of the members of the ancestral spirit legion survived, and the Earthshaker legion was left with less than 200 damaged personnel. Thirdly, although the shamans participated in the war from beginning to end, they were able to be preserved intact because of their unique fighting style of never going to the front line, and they collectively decided to surrender in the end. Finally, the Horned-Hoof tribe civilians also suffered heavy losses. They became militias to participate in the defense of the city, and nearly 5,000 of them died in the runaway in the north of the city. In addition, due to the repeated ravages of various types of catapults, and the trolls setting fire to the fields outside the city, the Horned-Hoof tribe also suffered heavy losses in terms of property, especially in the south. Almost half of the crown wheat fields were destroyed, and there may be a large gap in food this year. After secretly cursing a spendthrift, Nestor didn't take it too seriously. The headquarters food output this year was sufficient. Even if it was part of the support, it was more than enough. However, free good things naturally do not exist, and the Horned Hoofs must pay the necessary price for it. But Nestor was a little hesitant about their arrangements. He didn't know what kind of arrangement could maximize the benefits. He didn't need to make a decision completely by himself. Aren't the Rune Parliament and the executive government created for this? Let them discuss it first. Therefore, while the new Taulan city was busy accepting the surrender, taking over the city and restoring stability. The headquarters discussed the issue of how to deal with the aftermath for a period of time. The opinions of the executive government are relatively radical and can be summarized as massacre, expulsion, and inland migration. The proposals are literal and do not need to be explained. In short, they intend to take the heavenly plateau back to the tribe. The Rune Council is more concerned about the acceptance of the inheritance of magic. In order to avoid the shaman priests taking their knowledge with them to burn everything down, the witch doctor's proposals are more moderate. Moreover, considering the actual situation, that the tribe will not be able to immediately develop the heavenly plateau unless the focus of management is immediately shifted and the control of part of the Black Forest is abandoned, so as to project more sufficient power outside the pass. The witch doctors believe that the three suggestions of the executive government are unreliable and will only give that piece of land to the possible latecomers. Therefore, the final decision of the Rune Council is to retain the transformed horned-hoofed species, let them stay on that piece of land for a while to recuperate, and guard the border for the trolls under the supervision of the headquarters. The premise for the establishment of this resolution is that the Taulan tribe clearly recognizes the suzerain status of the Ya tribe in legal and factual terms, and voluntarily surrenders all their magic inheritance, including the spirits of ancestors, and all the external intelligence they have. In order to ensure the implementation and stability of this order, a new track construction plan has also been planned and approved. That is, the headquarters Taulan line starts from the headquarters, runs northward along the Black River, and finally passes through the narrow valley to reach the new Taulan city. The construction of this track will be relatively difficult, especially the terrain between the mountains and narrow land is very complex, and many situations that have not been encountered before need to be overcome. However, the line does not need to be started immediately. For a long time, the transportation capacity of the Black River shipping is actually sufficient to support the headquarters to maintain its influence on the Cheyenne Sea Plateau. Therefore, the headquarters will first build the two controversial track lines in the previous planning, and will turn to the north only after accumulating more experience. Of course, all this has a premise, that is, the Taulan horned-hoofed race is really willing to bow down, and this requires waiting for new news from the Giant Fang. The decision of the Rune Council was quickly sent to the north along the previous communication channels, and was delivered to the 7 witch doctors and the Giant Fang a few days later. At this time, the expeditionary force had completed the control of the new Taulan city. In order to avoid further killing, the Giant Fang ordered the implementation of the most stringent curfew and daytime ban policies in the city, so that the horned-hoofed people would stay at home and not go out unless necessary. The same is true for those horned-hoofed people who have no home in the war. No matter where they will live temporarily, they should not appear on the street. This measure has been well implemented with the help of the shamans. On the streets today, except for the patrolling troops of the Fang department, there are almost no other different figures. Although the shamans have decided to surrender, they have not lost their caution, except for the first day, when they collectively came to see Ui Wenli to express their desires. They have always maintained at least half of the shaman power on the altar during the period of waiting. Of course, the chief priest had to show up anyway, and the expeditionary army could not let him do whatever he wanted on the altar, out of sight. Therefore, after getting the promise of closing the knife from the giant tooth, he led a group of shamans to leave the ancestral altar and began to assist the troll army in the city. As for the other shaman priests, the giant tooth and the 7 witch doctors did not force them too much. In order to avoid more casualties, the expeditionary army did not seek to step onto the altar, but only blocked the streets on the left and right of the altar at a distance, making this place a no man's land. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, The Loser's Little Thoughts and the Lion's Big Mouth. 1. In the city of New Taulan, the daytime is like a no man's land. Apart from the occasional armed patrols, there is hardly any resident on the street, and there is no breath of life. The command tent and the camp were not moved into the city after the war. after the trolls completely took over the city, except for a small number of troops deployed to patrol the city. Almost all the officers and the vast majority of soldiers were concentrated in the newly established camp outside the city. There are two reasons for this. The trolls are not used to living in the houses of the horned hoofs. To them, the houses in the city seem a bit closed and small. There is no need to mention the houses of the people. The average height of male horned hoofs is about 2.5 meters, and the tallest of the few is only about 2.7 meters. They will not raise their houses in advance to take care of the trolls. As a result, the trolls will not only feel uncomfortable when entering and leaving, but also have the illusion of chest tightness and shortness of breath when living. The places where the chieftain and many clan leaders lived were not much better. Those places were not narrow, and they were luxurious. The brightly colored blankets and leather products made the trolls feel dazzled and reluctant to leave at first. But that was only at the beginning. After the senior officers such as Giant Fang tried to live there, they soon found that they seemed to prefer the hard beds and hard ground in the tribe. The furry and soft feeling of stepping here made them feel unsteady. This was one of the reasons. The second reason was that the shamans kept at least half of their power on the altar, which was somewhat intimidating to them. In the face of such unknown risks, without further orders from the headquarters, Giant Fang and the 7 witch doctors did not want to cause trouble or accidents. If the horned hoof shamans really had bad intentions, they might not have enough time to react if they stayed in the city. Therefore, in order to reduce the risk, they not only let most of the expeditionary army live in the newly established tent outside the city, but also placed the captured prisoners around the tent, barely as a kind of hostage. Under this circumstance, the follow-up contact from the headquarters finally arrived. Looking at the conditions given by the Rune Council, the Giant Tooth and the witch doctors looked at each other and nodded thoughtfully. This conclusion is actually better than expected. At least in their opinion, the conditions given by the headquarters are very generous. Of course, the headquarters sent not only the final decision, but also some suggestions from all parties before the decision was made, so that the expeditionary army can use them flexibly during the negotiation. After some discussions within the expeditionary army, the date of the surrender negotiation was quickly set, and it was unilaterally notified to the remaining senior members of the Horned Hoof. So on the second day, the chief shaman and other horned hoofs arrived at the expeditionary tent at the appointed time, ready to truly end this inexplicable war. There were already trolls waiting for them in the big tent. In addition to the expeditionary commander, Giant Fang, Cui Wenli, Zuo Ernie, Dabber and other senior officers were also present. The 7 witch doctors did not show up. They just closed their eyes and listened in the tent next door. For now, the witch doctors still need to maintain a certain degree of mystery in front of the horned hoofs, so as not to be completely seen through their magic background, and then see their true bottom line. In the big tent, the 2 sides sat on both sides of the long table. On this side, Giant Fang was in the middle, and the other officers sat on his left and right, representing that the dominant power of the trolls was in the hands of the expeditionary commander. On the other side, although the clan representative seemed a little dissatisfied, now that the chief was dead, the main seat in the middle was still taken by the chief shaman. It seemed that in the recent period of time, they had determined the temporary ownership of the tribe's right to speak. There was no banquet, no greetings, and Giant Fang immediately got straight to the point and said, "Chief Priest, the conditions of the headquarters have been delivered. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, before I relay them to you, I would like to emphasize that there is not much room for you to choose. I hope that your department can be mentally prepared. Don't force us to do things that we can't bear to do." Hearing his words, the chief priest's arm trembled slightly, which was due to the toughness in Giant Fang's words and some other incredible things. He knew where the so-called headquarters of the trolls was, and how far it was from here. I thought that the negotiation conditions were either drawn up in advance before the expedition, or the high-level officials of the expeditionary army discussed with each other in recent times, but I didn't expect that it was sent from the headquarters. It's only been a few days, and they have completed at least one round trip of message transmission. Originally, the horn-hoofed priests had already made a rough guess about the level of magic of the trolls, whether it was the direction of development or the scale of achievements. They had figured out a rough idea during the review during this period. Based on this guess, the chief priest and other shamans roughly figured out the other party's possible bottom line. Therefore, they actually wanted to turn this meeting into a real negotiation, rather than the direct surrender mentioned before. Of course, this was also due to a certain ignorance shown by the trolls. If it was in the north, where they knew each other well, the war between the two tribes would have ended up like this, and there would be no room for negotiation. The hostile forces who knew the bottom line and capabilities of the Tulan tribe would have thrown them a conditional document that they could not refuse and was just stuck at the bottom line. And then threatened, lured, and other means to make the Tulan tribe agree, even if they didn't want to. And here, it seems that we can toss a little more. They originally thought so, but now, this unprecedented long-distance communication ability has changed things. Without knowing whether what the other party said was true or false, the chief priest decided to put aside his extra thoughts for the time being and planned to listen to what conditions the other party would propose before discussing other matters. So, under the cover of Tusk, he sent a calm down look to his left and right, and then he said tremblingly, "Please speak, I'm listening respectfully." Well, I won't beat around the bush with you, and I will first talk about the other opinions of the tribal leaders, so that you can have a comparison when you hear the main text and know what kind of results your tribe may face if you reject our sincere conditions. After seeing the chief priest nodded slightly to show that he understood, Giant Tooth signaled to Cui Wenli, asking her to speak according to the previous discussion. Cui Wenli nodded, picked up the manuscript prepared by the witch doctors at hand, and said after reviewing it roughly, "First, it's the Executive Council. Cui Wenli, you should first tell them what the Executive Council is." Understand, roughly speaking, the Executive Council is the department in the Black Forest responsible for governing civil affairs. The heads are the directors, and there is a directors meeting to discuss administrative matters. If you have no questions, then I will continue. No questions. Okay, overall their opinions are quite radical. You should listen to them first, but don't get excited. Okay, well, the largest proportion is massacre. When she said this, Dabba next to her suddenly looked up and glanced at the opposite table with his bloodthirsty eyes. "Dabba, how many times have I told you to learn to restrain yourself? Don't always do this." Dabba did not respond to Giant Fang's words. He just licked his fangs and then lowered his head without making any more statements and continued to study the pair of dark red giant axes on his knees. In the face of the horned hoofs who suddenly turned pale, Cui Wenli smiled softly and continued, "Several important members of the executive government believe that your previous behavior is extremely abominable, equivalent to poisoning the people of our Black Forest." A horned hoof wanted to open his mouth to refute, saying something like "Vino is not that bad," but was stopped by the chief priest with his eyes. He thought that it was useless to say these things now. It would be better to hear the final so-called formal decision as soon as possible. What the female troll said was just a threat at best. There was no need to argue now. The time for negotiation has not yet come, and saying more is just a waste of time. But under the current situation, it is impossible to tell the trolls on the other side, so he can only shut up for the time being. As for the trolls, let them have their fun. So what? He believes that the final conclusion will not be so rough. Cui Wenli felt a little bored when she didn't see the reaction she wanted to see, but she continued to talk. Anyway, it didn't matter if she couldn't scare the chief priest, because the Horned Hoof tribe didn't have the final say. Of course, massacres are too harmful to the harmony of nature. This proposal was rejected by the Rune Council. You should be grateful. After that, Zuoerni and several other officers with better eloquence talked about the other drafts that had been rejected one after another. After that, Giant Fang began to inform the other party of the final decision in fear and expectation. Ahem. Then the following are the official conditions of this headquarters. The chief priest bowed slightly, indicating that he was willing to listen. First, the Towlin department needs to issue a formal document to apologize to all the trolls in the Black Forest to express your regret for privately selling harmful drinks. Second, the Towlin department needs to repay all the improper benefits obtained in the Black Forest at 3 times the price difference, including the food, tools, weapons, etc. you exchanged in the process, all of which are included in this category. Of course, we only want meal coins, interest plus that. Principle, we only accept meal coins. Third, war reparations. This war was caused by you. The Black Forest trolls paid a heavy price for it, including the casualties of soldiers and the expenditure of supplies. All of this, the Towlin department must bear and pay it in installments with our currency. Sorry for being late. There are too many things in the laboratory today. The price will be doubled at the end of the month. Please give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 191 The Loser's Little Thoughts and the Lion's Big Mouth. 2. But we don't. Don't worry, there will be meal coins and food. The Black Forest trolls will never let any of their friends really have nowhere to go, as long as you are willing to cooperate. Interrupting what the other party was about to say, Giant Fang smiled and said, Fourth, there are more than 2,000 young trolls in the Black Forest who have suffered eternal pain because of the harmful drinks you sell. They are mentally ill and have weak muscles. They have basically lost their ability to work, and they have become seriously dependent on that damn vino. We don't want to kill them. The Black Forest is a civilized area that respects the right to life, but we can't let them continue to drink the vino you provide. So, we need to conduct in-depth research on vino and find out the possibility of their recovery. Therefore, the Towlin tribe must hand over all information related to vino drinks, from raw materials to processes, and no concealment is allowed. In addition, the Towlin tribe must provide for these poor troll descendants who have lost their ability to work because of your dirty smuggling trade in the future, and thus shoulder your due responsibilities. At the same time, in order to express your sincerity and to gain the forgiveness of the people of the Black Forest, the materials you should hand over will be 3 times the normal requirements. By the way, most of the poisoned are young trolls under the age of 50. They are curious and lack self-control. Your harmful drinks take advantage of this and hurt them. Alas, it's a pity that they have lost their labor force and the joy of fighting at such a young age. This is a huge harm to them individually, to their production teams, and to the entire Black Forest. High Priest, what do you think? Aren't you too hateful? The horned hooves on the opposite side had already opened their mouths in fear. The obvious nonsense of Giant Fang made them panic, and at a loss, especially the clan representatives who were present at the meeting. The vino trade naturally had little to do with the poor horned hooves. It was mainly these 17 large clans that were the main force in smuggling. Whether it was collecting grain, brewing, transportation, and most of the other processes were actually under the control of a group of high-level officials. Therefore, they knew exactly what the trolls in the south were like. How big was the appetite of the trolls? They knew very well what thousands of trolls would need for the rest of their lives. This was definitely an exaggerated and terrifying number. In addition, even if they sold the other compensation items they mentioned before, they might not be able to compensate them, even if they were sold over and over again 10 times. Even if they took a step back and agreed to compensate for improper benefits and compensate for war losses, they would also agree. After all, if they lost, they lost. It was only natural that they should pay the compensation and admit their mistakes. The rest was just bargaining. But what about poisoning and loss of ability to work? This was clearly blackmail. These Fang barbarians couldn't get drunk, okay? Why do they need to bear the burden of any damn support? Giant Fang did not give them time to interrupt. He raised his head from the manuscript and continued with good intentions. So, this obligation of yours must last for a lifetime, which means at least 300 years. And the many previous compensations will not be paid by you immediately. You can pay them in installments roughly within the range of 150 to 300 years. Wait a minute. 300 years. 150 to 300 years. A horned-hoofed man confirmed in horror, ignoring the look in the chief priest's eyes. Oh, by the way, let me mention this here to avoid ambiguity. This year is a troll year, with 48 light hours of sunrise and sunset as a day, 40 days as a month, and 12 months as a year. Do you understand? Huff, huff, huff. The high priest lowered his head and took 2 sharp breaths. When he looked up again, his face was back to normal. He stopped all extra discussions and said personally, I understand. Your tribe's calendar is almost the same as ours. The only difference is that we don't have months here, only solar seasons. So what? Amid the regretful expressions of the witch doctors in the next tent, Giant Tooth, who was not very interested in these things, waved his hand to interrupt the high priest's expression, which he thought was just nonsense. Just, what? Does your excellency the high priest have any objection? I understand what your ministry means. But isn't this 300-year deadline and the compensation installments that must start from 150 years a little too exaggerated? I won't live long. I will probably have 10 or 15 years before I become one with the spirits of my ancestors. The high priest acted very sincerely, as if he was really considering the trolls. Even if I'm not counted, just look at the other shamans and clan leaders. Let alone 300 years later, even 50 years later, how many of them will be able to survive? He looked around at the trolls at the opposite table who seemed a little confused, and tried to persuade them sincerely. Your ministry is asking for a compensation period of 300 years, which makes it impossible for us to convince our compatriots, and also prevents you from getting real protection. When all the Taulan people who have experienced the war die, all that will be left is misunderstanding and hatred. Let's talk about the meal coin. He was still talking, but Giant Fang didn't understand what the high priest opposite him understood, and what he was trying to convince. Big Fang, ask them how long they can live. Perhaps there is something wrong with our intuition of the time scale. The sound went straight into the depths of his cochlea from the unknown place. Giant Fang rubbed his ears with some discomfort, so he didn't see clearly that the shamans present had shifted their gazes for a moment just now. Putting down his hand, he asked again, Sir, is it only 300 years? Is it a long time? Then may I ask, how long can your people live on average? The people may have a lifespan of about 90 years, the clan leaders are 115 years old, and we shamans can generally live to 135 years old. The chief priest withdrew his gaze from the direction of the tent wall, and answered in a somewhat inexplicable way. While he noticed something, he was puzzled by the question of the military leader opposite him. What's the problem? The lifespan of a shaman is almost the upper limit of the lifespan of a Taulan man. The other Taulan species cannot live, because they don't have the conditions. Although there are some differences in lifespans among the tribes in the north, it is only about adding or subtracting 30 to 50 years on this basis. Several troll officers looked at each other. Not only them, but also the 7 witch doctors next door were surprised. Perhaps, you have some misunderstandings, respected high priest. There was a little pity in the giant tooth's eyes. Even if we don't talk about those people, even their clan leaders and shamans, what can they accomplish in just 130 years? If you can't even experience all the joys of life, you should die of old age miserably. Shaking his head, unable to suppress the pity that came out of his heart, Giant Fang said, I have to tell you that among all my colleagues here, except Cui Wenli and Zuo Ernie, he pointed at the 2 leaders of the far travelers, and after they bowed a little awkwardly, Giant Fang continued, except for these 2 juniors who are just 50 years old this year, among all the colleagues here, no one is under 150 years old. I'm 173 years old. Dabba, our cavalry captain, is 167 years old this year. This is Nye Tester, Night Fang, one of the senior officers of the headquarters and the captain of the array infantry. He is 154 years old this year. So, chief priest, 300 years is really just the lifespan of a generation of trolls for us. When proposing the conditions related to this, we absolutely did not think of playing any tricks on the compensation time. In fact, there is no need for this at all. Please believe me, we are better at direct force than deception. The giant Tusk who had just lied shamelessly swore. The horned hoofs on the opposite side were dumbfounded at this time. They looked up, hoping to see some guilt in the eyes of the giant Tusk and other trolls to prove that they were lying. But the horned hoofs were disappointed with these hateful guys, and maybe they could really live for 350 years. Envy, jealousy, hatred. While these emotions were churning, the horned hoofs also vaguely realized a problem. So this group of trolls seemed to really want the horned hoof tribe to bear this long-term debt of 300 years, which was almost unheard of in the north, and they thought it was a matter of course. The chief priest of the horned hoof closed his eyes a little tiredly. He was thinking about the compensation proposed by the Black Forest before, estimating their approximate value, and also considering the rice currency. The chief priest swore that in his long life, Forget it, he didn't intend to use the adjective long anymore. In front of the Black Forest Fang barbarian, it would make him look a little ridiculous. His thoughts returned to the right track. He swore that he had never seen anything like rice coins. He heard that its material was not only not precious metals, but not even metal, but damn broken wood. In fact, the chief priest had never seen the rice coins with his own eyes. The news appeared in his ears in the form of a topic of conversation after dinner. He and the high-ranking members of the Horned Hoof, who also regarded this as a joke, did not understand the efforts made by the Fang department in anti-counterfeiting. The base material of the rice coins is a special magic wood that is almost impossible to be processed again, and it is engraved with a specific digital code. In this era, at least in this area within the vision of the trolls, this kind of currency cannot be counterfeited, or even destroyed by ordinary means. This is the confidence of Nestor to issue and promote meal coins. However, with the advancement of the times, the food-based system has been declining, and it seems that it is time for reform. Of course, this is not the focus at this time. But the chief priest did not know this. He only knew that even the powerful tribes in the north would never dare to use this kind of thing in their own tribes, let alone connect with foreign tribes. How dare these barbarians? Wait, maybe it is because they are barbarians that they dare to use that kind of thing. Is there anything that can be used here? After a moment, the chief priest sighed in a pretentious manner, then raised his head and looked at the giant tooth and said again, "Tell us the rest of the conditions first." The giant tooth tilted his head to look at him, then knocked his fangs and smiled grimly, and nodded in response. "Okay. Sorry for being late. There are too many things in the laboratory today. The end of the month is doubled. Give me some monthly tickets." Chapter 190 To the Loser's Little Thoughts and the Lion's Big Mouth. 3. Fifth, if the Taulan tribe wants to continue to survive on this land, then it must recognize that the Black Forest headquarters has sovereignty over you in terms of administration, development, and foreign relations. The Taulan tribe must abide by the instructions and principles issued by the headquarters. It is not allowed to arbitrarily change your political structure, change your ruling leaders, expand your sphere of influence without the permission of the headquarters, and you are not allowed to collude with external forces in any form. Of course, from now on, you and I are one family. From now on, the Taulan tribe can be assured of security, and the entire Black Forest will be your backing. I believe you have seen the combat effectiveness of our troll army before. 6th. In view of the friendly relationship that you and I are going to build from now on, we believe it is necessary to grasp all the past and present situations of the Taulan tribe, understand you and your enemies, so as to better fulfill the responsibilities that the suzerain should fulfill. This understanding includes your knowledge of astronomy and geography, political and military history, cultural and magical development, and all corresponding achievements. The Taulan tribe must hand over all relevant information. Well, this is also for your own good. I hope that your tribe does not hide anything, otherwise it will be unwilling to build bilateral friendly relations under the new situation. The people of the Black Forest will be angry. In addition, we Black Forest trolls are a race that loves knowledge, and the Taulan tribe comes from the far north. We are full of curiosity about everything in that land. So, in order to show your yearning for peace and your recognition of the new bilateral relationship, please ask the Taulan tribe to voluntarily provide all the information in the north. Please listen carefully. It is all, including geography, culture, politics and military, and ethnic distribution. Everything you know must be provided to us voluntarily. What is mentioned in the 6th item is actually the real consensus reached by the Rune Council in the previous meeting. The council believes that compared with those lands that cannot be developed and the surrender of the horned-hoofed people, these are the most important things that must be obtained in this battle. Before the negotiation, the expeditionary army occupied and searched the houses of the clan leaders and the chieftains' residences. The officers and witch doctors carefully searched for traces of knowledge. However, they did not find anything similar to books in these houses, only some leather products with scattered and trivial information. Disappointed, the trolls asked and found out that the written materials in the Taulan tribe were actually in the hands of the shaman priests and kept inside the ancestral altar. Since the tribe has been using leather materials as a writing medium so far, the literacy rate of the people is extremely low, so the amount of knowledge in the folk can be almost ignored. For the higher level members who need knowledge, the library controlled by the shamans is actually completely open, and they can enter it without hesitation to obtain knowledge at any time. Of course, this does not seem to be the knowledge policy they have been implementing since the beginning, when the Terrans still lived in the north. The clans and even a few extremely wealthy families had their own collections of books, and there was no ancestral altar library that preserved all the knowledge. The emergence of this situation today is also due to many subjective and objective factors in the process of migration from north to south. Wars, disasters, accidents, etc. have gradually concentrated knowledge in the hands of shamans. And because the shamans have not shown monopoly for the time being, the senior leaders of the clans have left it alone out of habit that has been formed along the way. For the Terrans, whether such a knowledge policy has hidden dangers or is really fair is not worth discussing for the time being, but it has really formed an obstacle for the trolls. As the only area in the city that has not been controlled by the expeditionary army so far, the knowledge preserved in the ancestral altar is out of the control of the trolls. This seemed to be the negotiation opportunity that the chief shaman was waiting for. He slowly raised his head and said respectfully, "We will write an apology letter to express our sincere and most sincere apologies to the Black Forest and the people who were harmed by your side. We are willing to repay the improper benefits we have obtained through Vino according to the conditions you proposed. As for war reparations, we are also willing to pay according to your requirements. It is our unshakable responsibility to support your people who have lost their ability to work." Chief Shaman: "What are you talking about?" Several clan representatives watched and listened to all this in disbelief. They didn't understand whether this old guy knew what he had agreed to. If it weren't for the two shamans who looked normal and always blocked the chief shaman's body on both sides. Moreover, there were countless trolls inside and outside the big tent staring at him covetously. They wanted to run up and tear his mouth apart at this time. "You traitor. Traitor of Taulan. It is the clan that supports you. It is the people that support you. Shaman. You are betraying." Faced with the many accusations of his compatriots, the old shaman did not pay any attention. He continued to look at the opposite table with a sincere look, as if he wanted to continue the treason behavior to the end. The troll officers present also had curiosity and joined their rise at this time. The dispute between the horned hoofs on the opposite side was seen by them, but since they had not studied this language in depth except for a few phrases used for battlefield deterrence, they could not understand what they were arguing about just now. However, the 7 witch doctors could understand it, and they translated it to the ears of the officers in a timely manner, and in the thoughtful and obscure eyes of the shamans on the opposite side. After hearing this, Juai sneered, thinking that the choice of the chief priest was wise. A loser should have the consciousness of a loser, right? The other officers, such as Dabber and Cui Wenli, actually had similar thoughts in their hearts. In addition to not looking down on the clan representatives, who were making a fuss, most of them also despised the chief priest who agreed to all their conditions right away. What were the chief priest and the other shamans thinking at this moment? We have tried several times, but their information transmission is still exposed under our noses. Do they know that we can't read it, so they don't care? Or, they can't even detect the fluctuations of the magic in the outside world? No matter what he was thinking, the chief priest still maintained a humble attitude, and continued to say, "Sovereignty is what we dream of. Your fighting power really amazes us. If the Chiran tribe can get the protection of a powerful neighbor like the trolls, I believe they can really live in peace on this land. As for the 6th item, we understand your demands and admire the trolls' thirst for knowledge. Logically, we should immediately offer all the knowledge, but..." As he spoke, the chief priest showed obvious embarrassment on his face. What does the chief priest mean? Do you have any objections? Giant Fang suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the old guy opposite and asked. Dabber and other officers also raised their heads, and their eyes full of murderous aura vented the pressure that seemed to be there on the opposite side of the horned hoof. It was as if the real killing intent spread in the heavy atmosphere, as if the air in the big tent was condensed, and the horned hoofs felt very uncomfortable. The high priest suppressed the hesitation and uneasiness in his heart. He mustered up the courage and answered in the same tone as before, in terms of knowledge. Your tribe may have misunderstood. The knowledge of the Turan tribe is indeed mastered in the ancestral altar for some reasons, but its existence form is not a physical entity, but a more illusory storage method. This specific situation, I believe your spellcaster should be able to understand. No, we don't understand. What are you talking about? The 7 witch doctors who were listening thought so. At the same time, they also felt a little tricky. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seems that he wants to use knowledge to gain weight. Sure enough, the next words of the chief priest just confirmed the witch doctor's guess. Out of consideration for the future friendship and harmony between you and me, we are actually willing to share this knowledge. After all, the strength of the sect master is our strength, and we have no intention of keeping it privately. However, there are some difficulties in reality. Giant Fang was impatient with his hesitation. The 6th item was the most important clause of the headquarters. Seeing that the previous agreement was smoothly reached, he was ready to return in 2 days. Who would have thought that there would be problems on this? These cunning dwarfs are definitely intentional. Tell me quickly, what difficulties do you have? Okay, I'll tell you now. The chief priest breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was willing to ask, it would be fine. He was most afraid of the reckless man who said, if you can't do it, you will die. It's like this. Our storage method is related to the spirits of our ancestors. The knowledge. Next, he said a lot of nonsense, mainly expressing, knowledge has become images, sounds and other things, and has been stored in the spirit of the ancestors. Only shamans, clan leaders, ancestral spirit warriors, and a few special groups can directly read it. Blah blah blah. Giant Fang wanted to interrupt, but was stopped in time by the witch doctors. He had to bite the bullet and continue listening. His patience was dissipating bit by bit. So in terms of output efficiency, it is extremely difficult to deliver it all at once. From dream reading to handwriting and transcribing according to memory, the speed is definitely not fast. We really want to help and hand it over to you as soon as possible, but we, the Taulan walkers who can read the relevant knowledge, have to find a way to complete your other requirements. We really can't spare our hands under the opponent's dagger. Giant Fang's face darkened and asked gloomily, old man, how long do you think it will take to hand over all the knowledge? I calculated that it will take about 300 years. Chapter 193, The Loser's Little Thoughts and the Lion's Big Mouth. 4. I calculated that it would take about 300 years. Bang. A huge axe flew past his skull and cut deeply into the wall behind him. The movement made all the horned hoofs present sweat coldly. Only the chief priest was timid, but his eyes remained calm. Old man, are you kidding us? Dabber's right hand kept the axe throwing posture, and his eyes were full of blue bloodshot in anger. His muscles were taut and tense, as if he was ready to jump to the opposite side and kill at any time. This time, Giant Fang did not say anything to stop him, but just stared at the opposite side. Your Excellency, the cavalry captain seems to have some misunderstanding. I have no intention of fooling you. Outside the big tent is a Black Forest army of more than 2,000 people who can crush the city at any time. How dare I do this? But what is the situation? Is it really like this? Can you allow me to explain it to you in detail? Speak. The influx of meal coins will cause disorder for a considerable period of time, which will weaken the production efficiency of our Taulan tribe. This is the first reason. Writing an apology letter and taking all the blame for this war on the Taulan tribe will also hurt the enthusiasm of the people, which will also weaken our production efficiency. This is the second reason. I have already checked the destroyed fields outside the city. A strange oil that our tribe has never seen before has seeped into the soil. Please forgive my disrespect for those who have been trampled by your tribe. The word punishment in the troll language should be used here. It was my mistake. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Under the dark stares of the trolls, the old shaman stood up, bowed sincerely to apologize, and then sat back to continue. Any land that has been punished by your ministry, if special means are not used to remove the pollution, will not be able to be cultivated and harvested normally for at least 10 years. For the clans and people who own those lands, this is undoubtedly a catastrophe that will inevitably make them lose the desire to work. This is the third reason. Your ministry promised that we can pay all the compensation clauses in installments. We are really grateful, but the compensation period, that starts at 150 years and goes up to 300 years without a cap, as well as the huge interest generated by it, will make our people feel a heavy debt burden, and it is a huge debt that may not be repaid in several generations. I think this will make them lose the joy of life and the longing for work, and the entire tribe will sink in a hopeless future. This is the fourth reason. The above 4 points are what I think the Taulan tribe may encounter in the future in terms of compensation. Of course, we are not saying this to shirk our responsibilities, but we want you to have a relatively objective understanding and know our difficulties, and we, the shamans and clan leaders, in order to collect the compensation for your tribe and to fulfill our obligations, both to the people and to you, will inevitably have to spend a lot of time to manage the many affairs of the tribe and inspire the people's confidence in the future. For example, the cleaning of land mentioned earlier will require at least several shamans to cast spells day and night for several days to restore a small piece of land to normal. And the land that has been punished by you this time, how many small pieces are there? In addition, the people need to be appeased and production needs to be restored. After comprehensively considering all these situations, I have carefully set the number of 300 years. After the old shaman finished speaking, he still maintained a humble attitude, and the scene fell into silence. The horned-hoofed people who came with him also understood his plan. At this moment, they were secretly happy but also nervous. They lowered their heads and dared not look at the other side's reaction. Only the heavy breathing of the trolls lingered in their ears. What should we do? He seems to have made up his mind to use the inheritance in exchange for our concession. He can't even guarantee how much he can hand over. Next door, one of the 7 witch doctors who had been monitoring from beginning to end spoke softly. Isn't the old man afraid that we will attack the altar by force? A witch doctor asked in confusion. The more than half of the spellcaster power attained on the altar may not be used against us. Or, it is indeed targeted, but the method may be different from what we imagined, and it may not be used to completely destroy their inheritance. If so, it means that what we need has been exposed to them. It seems a bit troublesome. What should we do? Ignore everything and attack directly? It hurts me to say that we can get as much as we can. I'm sure that the other witch doctors in this department will not agree. What should we do? Do we really have to give in? But what if they are too demanding and keep dragging their feet and are unwilling to give? Even use this as a threat and ask us for more things? Haha, isn't that the other way around? As the winner, we have to pay a higher price? How can this be justified? But now, it seems to be the case. Let's ask Giant Fang about their true purpose first, and use a certain amount of force to threaten the rest. Then send a letter to the speaker and let them decide. We can kill a group first, otherwise they won't be able to scare them. Okay, agreed. After the discussion, the voices of the witch doctors rang in Giant Fang's ears again. Old man, the patience of the Black Forest is limited, but I still want to hear it. What do you want? Giant Fang resisted the urge to flip the table and asked patiently. To be honest, if the witch doctors didn't need that knowledge, and he himself vaguely understood their importance, Giant Fang would not have asked such a shameful question at this time. Hearing his words, the old shaman secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had made the right bet. Compared with many other conditions, knowledge and inheritance is the real goal of these barbarians, and they can definitely use it to pry more chips. Fortunately, they are not real barbarians, and they still understand the importance of knowledge. Thinking of this, he apologized and said again, everyone in the Black Forest, it's not what we want. We really want to complete yours from the bottom of our hearts. Old man, I warn you again, don't say this nonsense in front of me. Giant Fang interrupted by knocking on the table in front of him. The anger in his heart was beyond words, and the other officers present were no less angry. Dabber even held the remaining giant axe in his hand, and was clearly accumulating power. Old man, although the damned knowledge is what the witch doctors of our headquarters specifically asked for, you must remember that this is not our headquarters, and the command of the expeditionary force is in my hands. If you say one more word of nonsense, this commander would rather accept the punishment of the parliament after returning than to flatten your dirty city with leaks everywhere. I'm a reckless man, a real barbarian. I prefer blood and fire to that knowledge. So, old man, think it over before you speak, and don't force me to do it. I may be punished, but at most I will be stripped of my command and beaten. But what about you? I tell you, you all have to die. Completely. The words of Giant Fang were so intimidating that the old shaman somewhat doubted his own judgment. But even so, in order for the subsequent negotiations to proceed as he wished, the old shaman still forced himself to say, presumably, the several spellcasters in the next tent will not let you do whatever you want. Haha, so you already know of their existence? Giant Tooth sneered, and without saying another threatening word, he looked directly into the old shaman's eyes and said word by word, Dabba, go and assemble all the cavalry teams, understood? Although he did not expect the order to be given to him, Dabba still stood up and responded, that's it. He sneered, picked up the single axe, walked behind the old shaman, pulled the giant axe he had thrown before from the wall, and then walked straight out of the tent. Before leaving, he turned his head and showed a bloodthirsty smile, grinning and saying, dwarves of the horned hoof tribe, Dabba does not want this meeting to end smoothly, because if that happens, where will Dabba go to kill people? Ha 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 ha. At the moment, before he laughed and left, the next order of Giant Fang reached Dabba's ears again. Dabba, here. After the assembly is completed, enter the city and kill 500 horned hoof tribes, and then come back to see me with their heads. Yes, Commander, you are so generous. Then let's see if the witch doctors accompanying the army will stop me, and if they can stop me. Giant Fang imitated Nestor's appearance in his memory, tapping the table with one finger to create pressure, and staring straight into the eyes of the chief priest to express his attitude. Outside the tent, the sound of moose hooves tap tap soon sounded, and soon faded away. Commander, wise spellcaster next door, the ancestral altar is ready. Once there is a misunderstanding that the war will start again, they will start to destroy the inheritance, which will not only be our loss. The chief priest looked at the wall between the next door and the other wall, hoping that at least one of the 7 people would come out to stop this reckless man and the other reckless man outside. But no, the witch doctors did not stop him, but the giant tooth spoke again. Very good, another nonsense. Drow listened to the order. Here, the female troll stood up and responded. Order. The traveler will immediately kill 30 captives from various clans. Understood. After receiving the order, the more introverted drow did not make threats like Dabba, but turned around and left the tent. Seeing this, the chief priest did not say anything more. He did not really want to provoke this reckless man, but for the sake of initiative, he was not ready to compromise. Only 500 people. No, not only that. This loss was indeed enough to make him sad, but in order not to pay more, the old shaman decided to continue waiting. The relationship between gains and losses is complicated. He did not believe that the other party's spellcaster would really risk losing knowledge and let these big-headed soldiers do whatever they want. Let's see who can hold on to the end. Chapter 194 Negotiation Game and Ultimatum, Part 1. As the two sides secretly engaged in psychological warfare, time passed by, and changes in the outside world began to appear. First, there were noisy curses and continuous screams from the whips not far away. The owners of these screams were all elites of various clans who were captured in the previous war, and they were also the elders, juniors and other relatives of the clan representatives in the big tent. The expressions of the clan representatives gradually became ugly. There were only so many elites in the 17 clans. They had already suffered heavy losses in the previous war. If another batch died here, how much say would they have left in the tribe? Except for the shaman, several horned hoofs were unconsciously looking at the chief priest with distrust. They were already wondering if this old guy had bad intentions. Want to take this opportunity to wipe out the power of the powerful clans in the tribe. The quiet atmosphere in the big tent allowed the outside sounds to be heard more clearly. The whipping mixed with pushing and scolding approached the outside of the negotiation tent little by little. Soon, a hand lifted the curtain at the door, and then the huge body of the drow came in. Commander, 30 prisoners have been brought in. Are we going to behead them now? No, a glimmer of hope rose, and the denial of the giant tooth made the horn-hoofed people feel relieved in a very short period of time. Involuntarily, they thought that maybe the trolls are just bluffing. However, the turning point came very quickly. They are all elites of the horn-hoofed dwarves. How can we let them die quietly like this? What do you mean? Ha ha ha. Tear down the wall in front of you. Let these dwarves take a good look at how we behead people in our black forest. Understood. After the drow beat his chest in response, he immediately called several guards into the tent. When the soldiers entered, the brute force totems on their bodies had already lit up. After they stood separately, they lowered their shoulders and rushed straight to the walls on both sides of the door from the inside to the outside. After a series of loud bangs, the trolls disappeared, replaced by wisps of sunlight that shone in from the large holes on the wall. Afterwards, the guards who had been knocked out returned again and changed to an external position for another collective collision. This time, the side of the tent facing the temporary execution ground was basically free of the wall. The 30 horned hoofs who were forced to kneel on the ground outside were clearly seen by the horned hoof attendees who had turned back involuntarily before. The captives were still wearing wartime clothes, but the armor and clothes that were originally gorgeous were now stained with dirty mud mixed with dried blood and soil. Next, the horned hoof nobles involuntarily bent their hips and pressed their faces to the ground under the strong actions of the far travelers. A troll stood on each side of them, stepped on their heads, and pointed the long axe in his hand at their necks. Giant Fang looked around at everyone present and found that the chief priest still had the same expression as before, and his face was not moved at all, while the representatives of the clans were now full of entanglement and hesitant to speak. HMPH. It seems that it is not enough. Thinking of what the witch doctor said before, the giant Tusk felt more confident and ordered very straightforwardly, execute. Let these self-righteous guys see if I'm a troll who will accept threats. Understood. Far Traveler is ready to execute. 5:41. Chop. As the drow's countdown ended, the long axes drew graceful arcs and swung down. In less than a blink of an eye, accompanied by 30 consecutive clicks, the heads shot forward several meters along the ground under the impact of the spilled blood. Then, they rolled and approached the side of the tent that was forcibly opened. The lifeless faces and the still twitching corpses made the representatives of the clans turn pale suddenly. They trembled slightly and cast their hateful eyes on the giant Tusk who gave the order and the still indifferent chief priest. It seems that our wise high priest has already determined that I'm bluffing. Well, Drow, send another 30 horned hoofs up. Understood. But before the drow could leave again, the meeting place was in chaos. Commander, we are willing to talk. We are willing to hand over our inheritance. Don't go on like this. High priest, say something. If this continues, there will be nothing left in the tribe. The clan representatives pleaded in the not so fluent troll language and Taulan language. Haha, it's not up to me to decide whether to kill or not. Let's wait and see. The movement in the city should be about to appear. Giant Fang didn't say much, but just said so with a smile. And just as he said, not long after, waves of shouts and weak cries came from the direction of the city, ringing clearly in the big tent and in the ears of the representatives of the horned hoofs. In the city, Dabba led more than 400 cavalrymen from the south city to walk through the streets and alleys. Along the way, the trolls forcefully broke down the doors of each house and then pulled out the horned hoofs people one by one, and then Crowley issued an order to behead them in the panicked eyes of the pairs of eyes that appeared in the corners of the walls and the cracks of the windows. Suddenly, the bloody smell began to spread from the south of the city, and as the number of killings increased, it extended to the north little by little. Dabba was searching almost every house and seeing their compatriots die one after another. The brave horned-hoofed people naturally could not wait to be killed, or the horned-hoofed people who witnessed these tragic scenes and had some blood in them mustered up the courage to resist at this time. However, resistance was ultimately powerless. At this time, there was no wall to block the city, and the rebellious horned-hoofed people were quickly suppressed under the butcher's knife. After that, under the isolation of the patrol team that came in response to orders, this rebellious sentiment did not spread too far. In the streets in the distance, the Taulan people who did not know what had happened could only tremble in panic and pray that they would not be affected. Therefore, under the impact of the cavalry, the riot came and went quickly, and was immediately suppressed by force, which made it convenient for Dabba, allowing him to complete the task target faster. Tie the bodies to the horns of the mounts. Drag them back. Under Dabba's command, the cavalry used long ropes to tie the bodies to the horns of the mounts, and then followed the main force back to the big tent. Behind them were the people of the Horned Hoof tribe who had escaped the disaster by chance, and the blood-stained roads that followed the footsteps of the moose. The arrogant laughter of the trolls, the slamming of doors and windows along the way, and the threatening sounds of the troll patrols hitting their shields gradually merged into a unique symphony of disaster in this city that had just experienced war and suffered another disaster. It tells how powerless ordinary people are in the face of greedy invaders and the planning of the tribe's top leaders. At this moment, a huge, scroll-like illusory projection appeared out of thin air in the sky above the altar. It silently burned from the corner in full view of the public, and disappeared again, after burning 1/10 of itself. This scene in the air was transmitted to the negotiation tent with great clarity. The chief priest and several other shamans knew what this meant. The killing in the city was really carried out, and the ancestral altar had destroyed 1/10 of the tribe's heritage. Giant Fang and other trolls naturally saw the projection image of the fire scroll. Although they didn't know the principle, the overly vivid scene made them almost guess the meaning of the symbol without asking. The officers didn't think it was a big deal. Although they had some feelings about the importance of knowledge, they were no match for the witch doctors. Therefore, although the officers' faces were extremely gloomy at this moment, they still didn't care. It was only 1/10. Once the knowledge was burned, the Taulan Horned Hoofed race would really have no value in the world. I don't believe they dare to continue burning it. With this idea in mind, the group of officers headed by Giant Fang had no intention of giving in at this time. But the witch doctors in the next tent felt their hearts twitching. The illusory flames seemed to burn on the tip of their hearts, making the witch doctors extremely painful. How dare they? How dare they? A young witch doctor had a hideous face, and his anger was beyond words. What should we do? Or should we give in? As long as we get the inheritance, we should give in on compensation and other things? Another witch doctor said anxiously. Compensation? Inheritance? Are you dreaming? Once we give in, we really can't get the things with peace of mind. One step back, they can use these things to hang us forever. 50 years. 100 years. Do we still have to help them develop the Cheyenne Plateau? You tell me. What can we do? Just watch the knowledge disappear bit by bit. Even if we slaughter them all afterwards, we won't get any benefits. How about we put the negotiations on hold for the time being? Wait until we get news from the speaker? Doesn't putting it on hold also mean retreating? This is equivalent to exposing our purpose. But it's almost exposed now. The 7 witch doctors each insisted on their own opinions at this time, and failed to reach an overwhelming discussion result internally, and the latest news from the headquarters would not be delivered until later tomorrow at the earliest. As a result, a stalemate occurred in both tents. In the negotiation tent, Giant Fang waited for the witch doctor's new instructions, and started to make his own plans. Although the chief priest did not show any sign of anxiety, he was extremely nervous at this time. He thought that his determination had been revealed, but the spellcaster on the other side still did not show any intention of directly intervening in the negotiations. Don't they care? That's 1/10 of the inheritance. The chief priest knew that the chips in his hand were fixed, and their inheritance could not withstand a few such equal retaliations. As time went by, as the tit-for-tat situation between the two sides continued to escalate, if such a situation happened a few more times, their value would only get lower and lower, and what they would face in the end might be being killed by the angry trolls without any scruples. Perhaps I should show my submission appropriately. Thinking of this, the chief priest sighed softly, feeling helpless for the weakness of the Taulan tribe. Forget it. He gathered his mood, looked up at Giant Fang and said, "Powerful commander from the Black Forest, the Taulan tribe is just a weak tribe. Our requests are not high. We only hope that your tribe, as great as it is, and the people of the Black Forest, as kind as they are, can show us some mercy in terms of compensation. We already know the demands of the Black Forest, and the sovereign Taulan tribe can agree with it, but in return, can the Black Forest also assume corresponding obligations? Giant Fang inadvertently raised his chin towards him at this time, motioning for the high priest to continue. For example, leave some room for our people to survive, and don't create new hatred when making treaties. We will not discuss the truth of the loss of labor problem mentioned by your ministry, but just ask your ministry to verify the specific amount again and appropriately relax the compensation conditions. In addition, there is the issue of war reparations. We are willing to compensate, but using your currency to pay such a huge amount will cause extremely serious chaos to our own production. Under such circumstances, it will not be able to achieve your goal, and it will also make our people suffer from difficulties in their livelihoods. It is really a loss-making thing. Can you allow us to pay in kind? Moreover, I believe you are also aware of the damage to our production caused by this war, so the starting point of the compensation delivery. In view of this difficulty, can you give us a few years grace? Once we get through this crisis, we will definitely assume our due responsibilities. Under this premise, whether it's knowledge or inheritance, we are willing to do our utmost to satisfy your needs. For example, we will hand over a part of it first, and the rest will be handed over in batches over the next 100 years. Tramp. Tramp. The high priest's words had not yet fallen, and the sound of moose hooves sounded again at this time. Unlike the clean and neat feeling when they set out before, this time they sounded a little dragging. The high priest paused his narration and looked back subconsciously. When he looked back, what he saw was the bright red spreading from afar and the extremely miserable corpses reflected in his eyes. The high priest suddenly felt dizzy, and his chest seemed to be blocked by a breath that he couldn't express. Chapter 195 Negotiation Game and Ultimatum, Part 2. Before he saw the casualties, they were just numbers. But when he saw the nearly 600 brand new, still warm corpses being dragged by the moose, the huge shock directly affected his heart. At this moment, the chief priest seemed to understand what he was gambling with. From then on, an emotion called regret began to spread in his heart, and like a fierce poison, it instantly permeated every inch of his flesh and blood. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the mouth of the high priest in full view of everyone, and his body was also swaying, as if he couldn't even sit still. High priest, cheer up. The scenery in front of him was gradually eroded by blood red, and there were signs of faint movement towards darkness. In his ears were the anxious calls of the two shamans, and the hateful voice of the troll commander. Dabba, why did you kill so many more? Remember to go back and get 10 whips. Haha. These idiots insisted on rushing under my axe. Dabba, I couldn't persuade them. Can't faint. I can't faint. The high priest forced himself to cheer himself up. Under the influence of his strong will, the darkness and dizziness that had fallen before receded little by little, and his vision finally returned to normal. While the chief priest took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality, his performance was always observed by the officers and witch doctors. For example, Giant Fang noticed the inner vacillation of this deity, and his mind was spinning wildly at this time, trying to use this to put some pressure on him again and completely crush his spirit. The witch doctor's reaction was even faster. The chief priest's vomiting of blood in the weak statement before vomiting blood made them keenly aware of one point. That is, the Horned Hoof tribe is actually far from being as tough as it appears, and they are definitely not really determined to burn down the jade and the stone. So, the witch doctors finally made up their minds, and then their voices rang in Giant Fang's ears again. Giant Fang, we will go over immediately. Although he didn't understand why the witch doctors changed their minds and decided to personally participate in the negotiations, Giant Fang still suppressed the threat and pressure that was about to blurt out and waited patiently. Not long after, 7 footsteps sounded from the next tent, and after a burst of opening and closing of the door, they gradually approached this side. Outside the tent, Dabba, who had walked to the door with laughter, put away the rebellious look on his face. He quietly stepped aside, tilted his head to peek at everything happening inside and outside, and made way with a puzzled and slightly silly look. Dabba still clearly remembers how he was trapped by his own witch doctor, and how he was beaten by the enemy witch doctor, Nestor, outside his tribe. Not long after that, with the growth of his knowledge and the increase of his experience, Dabba gradually understood everything that happened at that time. He made up his mind to stay away from these strong and cunning bad guys in the future. Of course, the great pioneer is not among them. Dabber's psychological reaction is not mentioned for the time being. After all, there is not much distance between the two large tents. Soon, 7 witch doctors who looked taller than the senior officers in the tent appeared in front of the broken wall one after another. Each of them was about 3.1 meters tall, and the 2 leading the way were almost 3.2 meters tall, more sturdy and imposing than any officer in the tent. The large holes that the soldiers had previously made, which were already unusually wide in the eyes of the horned-hoofed people, and used by them to watch their compatriots being beheaded, now seemed a bit narrow in comparison with the statures of the 7 witch doctors. So, they walked to the door that had existed earlier in an orderly manner, lowered their heads slightly, and entered the leaky room. "Your Excellency the witch doctor." Several officers including Giant Fang immediately stood up, touched their chests and saluted, and Dabber also quietly sneaked in and silently returned to his seat and sat down. "Sit down. After all, you are the leader of the expedition. There is no need to pay attention to us guys." The one who spoke was our old friend Gonzalo, who had not been seen for a long time. He was one of the first batch of naturalized witch doctors in the Black Forest. At this time, he had already completed the road innovation and became a real member of the Rune Council, enjoying all the rights equal to other witch doctors. Behind him, the other 6 witch doctors also nodded and greeted, and under the leadership of Gonzalo, they came to the side where the tooth department was and sat down casually. The shamans had seen the witch doctors in person through the water curtain before, but most of the other horned hoofs met them for the first time. Is this really a spellcaster? This question appeared in their minds. The witch doctors' exaggerated figures, which were more exaggerated than those of their own warriors, made the horned hoofs feel incredible. In short, among all the thoughts, the noisy tent was temporarily quiet. Gonzalo was already seated at this time, and after looking around, he spoke calmly. "The chief priest of the Taulan tribe, and the other respected gentleman, the official member of the Black Forest Rune Council, the member of the Military Council's auditorium, the chief witch doctor of the Expeditionary Army, and the representative of the Parliament, Gonzalo, greets you here." As he spoke, he stroked his chest slightly and bowed, then sat down again without waiting for the other side to respond and continued. "In view of the differences between the two sides on certain issues, and the misjudgment of the situation by the chief priest, in line with the principle of not increasing our own risks and unnecessary casualties in your tribe, we witch doctors who don't want to waste time have to pause our work and come to you. I'm not here to negotiate or waste words. I just want to make a clear statement." Halfway through his words, Gonzalo turned his gaze to the chief priest, who had restrained his previous decline and had a little more expectation in his eyes. He said with a serious expression and solemn words, "Your Excellency the High Priest of Taulan, I must tell you 2 things clearly. Please go ahead. First, the Black Forest is an area with clear responsibilities and powers. Before the expedition, the command of the expeditionary force had been handed over to Commander Giant Fang. Although we witch doctors have the responsibility of supervision, we do not have the power to interfere in military affairs at will. Only when the 7 of us parliamentary representatives reach a consensus can we temporarily strip him of this great power directly given to him by the Rune Council, and he must immediately report the specific reasons to this department. Do you understand what I mean? Okay, I'll assume that you understand. Then let's talk about the second thing. Second, as far as your department's knowledge inheritance is concerned, I don't need to deny that my department is indeed envious. I believe that as wise as you are, you have already made a basic judgment. Yes, knowledge is of paramount importance to any race that desires enlightenment and civilization. As a spellcaster, I fully understand your desire. The chief shaman responded. Yes, you are right. I admire the chief priest's sharpness, but in the previous discussion, we 7 witch doctors failed to reach a consensus. Among my colleagues, several are firmly opposed to any form of compromise. They believe that, even if we give in, it will only make you more greedy and delay the delivery of the inheritance indefinitely. We don't talk for now. Let me analyze the risks this situation will bring to your department. Gonzalo waved his hand and interrupted the chief priest's words of defense quite firmly and continued, "You may not know what the addition of 1 and 2 means. Then I will tell you clearly. Although we really want to obtain the knowledge inheritance of your department, if you continue to wear down the patience of the commanders present like this, then, if the witch doctors accompanying the army cannot reach a consensus, we actually have no way to stop any order issued by His Excellency Giant Fang, and all members of the expeditionary force will choose to obey his command. That is to say, these reckless men can wantonly trample your tribe, massacre your people, and then burn the ancestral altar. And once this happens, except for the Supreme Commander himself, no officer will be held accountable by the Parliament for this. What does this mean? I'm sure you can guess that they don't have to pay any extra price for their actions of raising the butcher knife. Even the Supreme Commander himself will only face temporary confinement and a certain degree of physical punishment. However, Lord Giant Fang has at least 150 years to live in this life. He has enough time to regain the trust of the Speaker and other members of the Parliament. Perhaps 10 years later, when the losses caused by his actions this time are gradually forgotten by everyone, Commander Giant Fang may have a chance to lead the army again. Even if it doesn't work after 10 years, what about a few decades? At least 100 years. One day the Black Forest will forgive his impulse, and our commander does have the time to wait. But, Your Excellency the High Priest, what about you? Do you have the chance to start over again? Perhaps nothing will be left of the Taulan tribe at that time. Only some ruins left by the war can barely prove that a civilized tribe once lived here. So, Your Excellency the High Priest, representatives of the clans, can you really afford the gamble? Across the table, the faces of several shamans had become increasingly solemn, while the hearts and minds of the clan representatives were filled with fear and unwillingness. Of course, the loss of heritage is a pity for us witch doctors, so we don't want to suffer this loss, unless it is absolutely necessary. So, in order to avoid the worst situation of your extermination and our loss of knowledge, I have a proposal to share with you. No, to be more precise, this is a notice, the final result of the joint efforts of the 7 witch doctors, and I need your answers. That is, the Taulan tribe must hand over all the knowledge inheritance immediately. It means immediately, in a short time. This is our bottom line that cannot be negotiated, and in exchange, we will strive for a formal security guarantee written resolution for your tribe in the Parliament, and pass it on to the ears of all the trolls in the Black Forest. This is an unprecedented guarantee made at the cost of the Rune Council's reputation in the Black Forest. I believe this is enough for your tribe to survive here with peace of mind, right? Everyone, our goal is to gain knowledge. As for your tribe's output, to be honest, it is almost worthless in our eyes, but the compensation for the defeated must exist. This is both a warning to you and a comfort to the Black Forest. However, we can strive for more reasonable compensation terms in the Parliament, so as to reduce some of your burden in this regard. The consistency of the results and implementation can also be guaranteed by the credibility of the Parliament. Finally, please allow me to say something from my heart. As the first intelligent and civilized race encountered by the Black Forest trolls so far, the Taulan Horned Hoofs have special significance for us. In the future, there will be more civilized races to meet us, and at that time, your situation will be one of the best self-introductions of the Black Forest, and it is a clear proof that we advocate peace and seek coexistence. Therefore, if it is not necessary, all members of the Parliament, including me, will never want to see the tragedy of you disappearing in the long river of history. But please remember that this is only if not necessary. If your tribe still has some inappropriate ideas, for example, trying to use the inheritance of knowledge to threaten the Parliament and the Black Forest trolls, and failing to recognize your status as a loser, then what awaits you is only a thorough massacre. The shamans, clan representatives, and the tribes and clans behind you will completely disappear from this world. That's all I have to say. I hope that Your Excellency the High Priest and the other shamans and clan representatives will seriously consider my above statement after returning. After all, your time is limited. There are only 2 days before the sun rises for the second time after setting. I want to hear your answer here. Remember, your tribe only has 2 options, agree or deny. If it is the former, after handing over all the inheritance and knowledge, everything that follows can be discussed. My previous promise will take effect immediately, and we will help your tribe to fight for compensation related matters. If we choose the latter, the expeditionary army may be able to move camp and return to the Black Forest in 3 days, and there will be no trace of civilization left here. Okay, then please leave on your own later. After the voice fell, Gonzalo did not give the other party a chance to open his mouth, and stood up and left. Behind him, the other 6 witch doctors who had been listening quietly before also stood up, and walked towards the door. As the witch doctors left one after another, only the previous 2 parties were still staying in the negotiation tent. Giant Fang sneered at this time, and said to the horned hoofs, "Everyone, I'm waiting for the moment when the butcher's knife falls in 2 days. Don't let me down. Let's go to after that." He waved to the officers sitting on the left and right, and then stood up and left first. Behind him, Dabba, Cui Wenli and other officers also looked at the opposite side provocatively, and then stood up without saying a word. Has the negotiation been delayed for too long? Question mark. Chapter 196 Conspiracy, Part 1. Give me some monthly tickets. That night after the negotiations, several sneaky figures quietly returned to the expeditionary camp, saying that they wanted to meet the troll commander. When the giant Fang met them in his small office with doubts, these sneaky figures finally revealed their identities. There were 3 visitors in total, the leader of which was the son of the only remaining chief of the Chiran tribe, Earthshaker, who had visited the headquarters of the Fang tribe, and the rest were 2 of the clan representatives who attended the meeting in the morning. The 3 figures stood with Titan as the center, then took off their hooded robes, and bowed to the giant Fang in accordance with the rules of the trolls. Giant Fang looked at them with interest, and then asked, "Isn't this the chief's son?" And these 2 seem to have been seen during the negotiations during the day. "So, what are you going to do?" Greetings to the powerful commander of the Black Forest Expeditionary Force. If you remember correctly, I'm Earthshaker, and I'm indeed the only remaining descendant of the late great chief. Why? Are you here for revenge? Ha ha ha. How could that be? Although my father and 2 brothers died in battle, they died heroically after all, and the expeditionary force's uprightness also made them die worthy deaths. For a warrior, this is the most glorious and most unforgettable death in a lifetime. Yes, it is better to die on the battlefield than to die from the conspiracy of the tribe. We will never harbor any hatred towards the great Black Forest trolls because of this. The chief's son and another horned hoof hurriedly explained. Haha. You are quite interesting. The giant Tusk laughed loudly for a while before stopping. Then, under the slightly embarrassed faces of the 3 horned-hoofed people, he continued, "Okay, I don't like nonsense. Tell me why you are here." "Yes, I will do as you wish." Then, the chief's 3rd son began to introduce the 2 people around him, and the general reason for his visit. On his left-hand side was a representative of the Adler clan of Tutan's wife, who seemed to be his wife's younger brother or elder brother, and the one on the right-hand side was a representative of the Zafarala clan of Tutan's mother, who was the brother of the deceased chief's wife. At the moment, when the heads of the 3 clans were all killed in the battle, these 3 were equivalent to the people, who now hold the highest power in their respective clans. The relationship between them is also very interesting to Giant Fang. It is a kind of clan alliance that is basically impossible to form in the Black Forest. The clan that Tutan himself came from was called Dualana in ancient times. They have been intermarried with Adler and Zafarala for generations. Since the Chiran tribe was still rooted in the north, they have formed a close tribal alliance. Today, the 3 clans are already intertwined, and it can be regarded as a kind of relationship of mutual prosperity and mutual loss. Moreover, each of the 3 clans is also the most powerful batch among the major clans of the Horned Hoof tribe. Among them, Dualana is the leader with its warrior talent and the resulting individual combat power. So far, the clan has produced 6 consecutive Chiran chiefs, and for a long time before, they have controlled the secular power of the tribe. The Adler clan was famous for brewing wine in the north. At its peak, its products were sold all over the north, and were synonymous with high quality wine in the north. The Zafarala clan was best known for casting weapons. Although its products were not the best in the north, it relied on its geographical advantages and decent craftsmanship to firmly control the supply of weapons for the Tulan tribe and other surrounding tribes at that time. The 3 tribes had both military power and financial resources, as well as a stable supply of weapons, which gave them the confidence To look around from the beginning of the alliance. Since the reign of the previous chiefs of the Dualana clan, the three clans have been constantly expanding their strength in all aspects. When the fourth chief of the clan was in power, nearly 100 years ago, when they migrated south, the Dualana clan had already begun to intensify its infiltration of the Earthshaker Legion with the help of its allies. Its purpose was naturally to deepen its control over the tribe-standing elite legion. In the following 100 years, the three clans used methods such as marrying off their daughters, until the former chieftain changed the clan's name to Earthshaker during the migration, and their plot against the Legion finally succeeded. Before the start of this war, 40% of the middle and senior officers in the Earthshaker Legion were from the Dualana clan or the son-in-law of the clan. Another 20% were from the Zafarala clan and one was from the Adler clan, so the three families together accounted for 70%. As for the remaining 30%, part of it was divided up by the other 14 clans, and the other part was occupied by the horn-hoofed civilians. Although with the start of the southward migration, the strength of the other two clans in the alliance has shown an unstoppable downward trend due to the loss of markets and minerals, but relying on the foundation they have accumulated over hundreds of years, they still firmly stand in the top 8 of the 17 clans. The Dualana clan, which had been renamed the Earthshakers, even rose in status when the 6th chief, Tutan's father, was in office. The clan's control over military power reached its peak during the migration. Tutan's father also became the most prestigious chief in the tribe in the past few hundred years by leading the tribe to migrate smoothly. He even suppressed the voice of the ancestral altar in the tribe. It can be said that, if there had not been this sudden war, the three-clan alliance would have basically stood at an absolute commanding height over the other clans with their respective advantages and deep foundations, and there was almost no possibility of being overturned. In addition, because shamans have a strict tradition of leaving the clan, and the ancestral altar has a very solid and special status among the people and even among the lower level members of each clan. Therefore, although these 17 clans also compete with each other, they are actually on the same front more often, to fight against the ancestral altar's control over the people's hearts. One of the manifestations is that the Earthshakers, with the consent of the other clans, gradually have a tendency to turn the position of the Great Chieftain into a hereditary system, in order to further neutralize the reputation of the ancestral altar in the tribe. If nothing unexpected happens, the next Great Chieftain will not even need to be elected by the tribal assembly in the past, and will be directly appointed by one of the descendants of the previous Great Chieftain. But in this battle, everything changed, and the invasion of the trolls became the accident. Because the three clans and the Earthshaker Legion were too deeply bound, especially the Earthshakers, in order to strengthen the control of the Legion, many elites in the clan served as various middle and senior officers in it. Then, they were killed and wounded as a matter of course during the war, resulting in serious damage to the clan's own combat power. The other two clans were already in the pain period after migration, and the losses in this battle were more serious than those of the other clans. As a result, a problem arose. The status of the three-clan alliance that ruled Taulan for 6 generations suddenly became precarious at this time. Even the position of the Great Chieftain, which was supposed to be inherited by Tutan Earthshaker, has been falling into the hands of others in the process of wrangling. According to them, under such circumstances of internal and external troubles, the three clans had already given up the idea of continuing to fight for it. They were prepared to use the reputation of the Earthshaker clan among the people as bait, and then settle for the next best thing, wait for a wave of bargains among the other clans, and then keep a low profile and work hard for a while, to restore their own strength. But the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse in the past few days, and the situation has suddenly changed dramatically, making them want to retreat at the peak of their powers, and feel unwilling to do so again. The reason for this is still the Black Forest and the ancestral altar. Although it is only one-sided, the shamans don't know what went wrong suddenly, and they are ready to go for the spellcaster parliament system after this period, so that the Taulan tribe will no longer have the position of Great Chieftain. Even the ancestral altar wants to overthrow the clan politics that the Taulan tribe has always practiced. How can this be possible? Although the other clans had some complaints about the long-term dominance of the three-clan alliance, they had also prepared to take the opportunity to pull them down. But no matter what, everyone was digging for food in the same pit, and now there was suddenly an outsider who wanted to take the opportunity to overturn the table, which naturally made them unite again. And this willingness to unite became more determined after the negotiations this morning. Therefore, the prestige accumulated by the ancestors of the Earthshaker clan was once again valuable to be used. The clans were ready to push him, who had lost most of his power, to the stage to win the hearts of the people at the ancestral altar. However, the seeds of distrust had been planted in the previous, adding insult to injury, and the three-clan alliance had a different mindset in this ups and downs, and was ready to go out and completely rely on the great Black Forest trolls. In other words, the three Teutons came here to seek a position of Spokesperson, and wanted to use the power of the Black Forest trolls to once and for all secure their own ruling position in the Taulan tribe. This long and boring narration made Giant Fang feel dizzy. He rubbed his eyes, waved his hand impatiently to let them leave for the time being, and then walked directly to the witch doctors, ready to hand over this complicated matter to them. After a while, the witch doctors gathered again and listened to Giant Fang's stammering retelling. Finally, although Giant Fang was impatient to deal with such things, he was not really stupid. He could still complete the simple description. After all, the shamans are too scheming. A Taulan tribe ruled purely by clans may be more powerful for us. This may be an opportunity. I guess so, but how to use it? Maybe we should listen to what the three visitors think. They have more experience and knowledge in this area than us, and maybe they already have ideas. Okay. Give me some monthly tickets, at least let me be ranked higher on the fantasy list. Woo woo woo, I can only rely on this way to get exposure. If there are more readers, can I write more vigorously? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Conspiracy, Part 2, Give me some monthly tickets. After the witch doctors finished their discussion, Teuton and the other three horned hoofs were summoned again, and came to the room where the witch doctors were. The 7 witch doctors leaned against the wall with several oil lamps hanging on it, and sat in an arc on high-backed chairs in the dim firelight, under the reflection of the lights behind them. Their faces, which were mostly in the shadows, looked even more evil and hideous. Combined with their huge and strong bodies, it created a great visual pressure on Teuton and the other 3 horned hoofs. There is an elite bandit group in the north, whose members are all strong individuals from various tribes, and now this room brings them the bad feeling that only the bandit group's lair can have. Gudang. Good night, witch doctors and witch doctors. Swallowing their saliva together, the 3 horned hoofs greeted with dry voices. The Great Fang has already informed us of your purpose. We would like to hear your plans first. Gonzalo was still the speaker. His relatively soft voice brought some comfort to the nervous hearts of the 3 horned hoofs. So, Teuton responded as a representative. Dear Senator of the Black Forest, the 3 of us, and the clans we represent are willing to. I already know all this. Just tell us your specific plans for this trip. It's clear 17 clans have formed an alliance to resist the new order that the shamans are preparing to establish after the war. Like a cannon, Teuton said something that seemed incredible to the witch doctors. However, the measures that the clans are preparing to take are too gentle, and both sides still have a lot of room for cooperation. We believe that this is not in the interests of the Great Black Forest. The witch doctors did not interrupt, but just looked at him and listened quietly. But our 3 clans are tired of the endless struggle for power between the ancestral altar and the clans. We want to solve this problem once and for all, and strive for true peace by meeting all the needs of the Black Forest. What are you going to do? The existence of the ancestral altar has undoubtedly jeopardized the vision of peace between our 2 sides, and especially endangered the survival of the Taulan tribe. Only its complete elimination is the real way out for the future. Having said this, Teuton raised his eyes and carefully observed the reactions of the witch doctors, but they were leaning against the faint flames of the oil lamps, and their faces were always shrouded in shadows, so they could not see too clearly. So, Titan lowered his gaze in disappointment and continued nervously, and the disturbances among the 17 clans also affected the implementation of the Black Forest's will by the Tulan tribe. So our 3 clans believe that we should provoke a fight between the 2 parties and let them bring an end to each other and the conflict. And the means? For the clan leaders, the most important thing is internal cohesion. Once they know that the ancestral altar wants to completely dismember the clans and return the bottom structure of the Tulan tribe to small family units, the clan leaders will inevitably take the most drastic measures to resist. And for the shamans, the key lies in the direct control of the ancestral altar. If the clans attribute the failure of the war to the shamans' monopoly of priestly power, and use this as an excuse to spread the voice of completely letting go of the control of the altar among the people, and seek to bring the ancestral altar back to the clan's control, then the shamans will definitely not remain indifferent to this. With this two-pronged approach, the conflict between the 2 sides is likely to be completely irreconcilable. If there are some additional factors behind this, it is very likely that it will eventually become a situation where we have to resort to force to resolve it. And judging from the current situation alone, with the complete destruction of the ancestral spirit legion inside, and your tribe dominating outside the city, the shaman priest's military advantage over the clans has actually withered. If the clans can really make up their minds to work together, it is very likely that the situation on the ancestral altar will be completely overturned, and your tribe will be able to get everything they need more smoothly. After that, we will sweep away the rest of the noisy clan leaders. Wait, what about the decline of the shaman's military advantage? What about magic? I remember that the clan's elite forces did suffer heavy losses, right? How are you going to resist the shamans who are almost unscathed? Gonzalo was puzzled by this. Your Excellency, the witch doctor may not know that our Tulan tribe and even the other tribes of our northern compatriots do not actually have very outstanding magic talents. Unlike true spellcasters like you, whose power belongs to themselves, the shaman's spellcasting is actually a trick. Gonzalo and the other witch doctors were really interested when they heard this. They adjusted their sitting postures involuntarily and leaned forward slightly to listen carefully. Tutan Earthshaker, who was speaking, and the horned-hoofed people accompanying him felt quite nervous at the noise, and only felt relieved when they saw that the witch doctors did not make any further moves. Although the shamans themselves have the ability to cast spells, they are not as good as your witch doctors. If there is no cooperation from the spirits of the ancestors, then their spellcasting consumption, speed, and even effects will be greatly reduced, and they will not be as powerful as they showed on the battlefield before. Cooperation from the spirits of the ancestors? Please explain this in detail. Gonzalo was so concerned that he stopped using even full sonorifics and directly changed his tone to command. But his question made Titan feel embarrassed. It was not because of the order or not. He had already made up his mind to be a dog, at least on the surface, so why would he care about this? In fact, he himself had no talent for magic. Everything he talked about was based on the experience of his ancestors, and there was nothing to talk about in detail. The spirit of the ancestors cooperated in casting spells? It would be strange if he could say 1, 2, 3. Your Excellency, the Great Counselor from the Black Forest, Titan is still young and doesn't know much on this point. Can you allow me to answer on his behalf? Under Tutan's grateful gaze, his uncle from his mother's family spoke to solve his dilemma. Okay, then tell me. Gonzalo and other witch doctors certainly didn't care who would explain, and nodded and promised immediately. Although I have not specifically experienced the ancestral spirits casting spells, according to our ancestors, it is generally quite similar to dream reading. From common sense, dreams are not easy to remember, but when reading on the altar, with the blessing of the ancestral spirits, our spirits will be amplified to a certain extent, so that we can clearly remember the various contents seen in the dream, and the shamans actually also use this when casting spells. They already have some talent for casting spells, and through years of meditation on the ancestral altar, they have greatly improved their compatibility with the ancestral spirits, so that they can multiply their own spirits when casting spells, so as to better influence the spirits of nature. In order to make them speak more clearly, in addition to the initial greetings, the witch doctors have allowed this conversation to be conducted in Towlen. This language is not difficult for witch doctors. Even if they have never heard of unfamiliar words, they can infer the general meaning from the existing roots. For example, the word nature spirit was definitely the first time for the witch doctors to come into contact with it, but they did not seek an explanation of the meaning of the word, but instead paid more attention to its conceptual meaning. However, their doubts were not answered. The magic knowledge of the Towlen tribe was strictly controlled by the shaman priest group. The clans and civilians had almost no way to understand such in-depth things. Therefore, what they knew and said was based on the literal understanding of the word, which was almost of no value to the witch doctors. After figuring this out, the witch doctors felt even more disgusted with the shaman priest group, believing that these guys seriously interfered with the progress of the Black Forest. On the other hand, they also gave up the idea of finding out the knowledge related to magic from these non-shaman horned hoofs. So from this point on, the witch doctors temporarily withdrew their desire for knowledge and turned their attention to the specific matters discussed before. So, what does this have to do with you? Won't the shamans use the spirits of their ancestors when facing your attacks? Gonzalo said this with more of a teasing attitude. At least if he were in their shoes, he would never show mercy to his enemies and would be as ruthless as possible. This is the attitude one should have in battle. However, the other party's answer was beyond his expectations. I'm deeply in awe of the wisdom of the great senator. The Black Forest trolls are indeed a far superior race than our Towlen walkers. You are right. When the shaman priests fight us, they really can't use the ancestral spirits to bless us. Zaffarallah, who was speaking, was definitely a very discerning horned-hoofed man. After flattering him, he may have seen that Gonzalo didn't really understand, so he took the initiative to continue without waiting for him to ask. The wise witch doctors must also understand that the ancestral spirits are the spiritual remains of dozens of generations of ancestors of the Towlen tribe. They embody the will of protection and survival, and can never be used in internal disputes. It's not that we don't want to use it, but that we can't use it. If the priests want to cast malicious spells against us, they can only rely on their own poor spellcasting ability. So, now that they have lost all the ancestral spirit warriors, they are unable to compete with the combined forces of the clans in terms of military strength. At this point, the Zaffarallah clan hornhoofed added hesitantly and cautiously, of course, if you can show mercy and release some of the Earthshaker core and the clan elite captives, then we will be more confident. We'll talk about this later. Tell me first, why would the shamans be willing to change the political structure of the Towlen tribe when they knew that their military strength was not as good as the combined strength of the clans? Gonzalo's sharp eyes swept over the three horn-hoofed people and asked in a low voice. Below, the three horn-hoofed people looked at each other obscurely, as if they were making a decision. Do you want to deceive us? Deceive the will of the parliament? Inadvertently, another witch doctor beside him asked lightly. We dare not. We will never dare to think like that again. We are just ashamed to say it. Say it out. Don't keep wasting our time. Understood. I'll tell you right away. The horn-hoofed Zaffarallah wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He lowered his head, looked at his hooves, and answered stutteringly. They think the clans will not choose to unite. Why? Because our three clans have made a promise to stand on the side of the ancestral altar after the troll expeditionary force retreats. That's not enough. The three clans no longer have that much power to break this balance. Your Excellency the Witch Doctor, please be aware that the Halama, Alania, and Shafir clans that are ranked in the middle are actually standing with our three clans in secret. They also followed us to pretend to surrender to the ancestral altar. Gonzalo and other witch doctors heard the words and cast their gazes over for a long time. The compelling cold murderous intent in their eyes, like the biting cold wind in the dead of winter, penetrated into the bones of the horn-hoofed people bit by bit. The Adler horn-hoofed race, who had been silent, mustered up the courage to speak, and explained with difficulty. Great witch doctors, we never wanted to deceive, but we just didn't have time to say it. After saying this defense with greater symbolic meaning, the three horn-hoofed races waited anxiously for the verdict on themselves. At this time, the witch doctors also saw that these three clans were not good people. They pulled left and right in the tribe and pulled out a new path for themselves in adversity, and even planned to use the expeditionary force to achieve their goal of eliminating dissidents. Even if we explore it more deeply, maybe the so-called willingness for a form of the ancestral altar was also made under their instigation. Just as the three clans said before, they were ready to use the weak points of both sides to sow discord. The treacherous political environment within the horned Hoof tribe made the witch doctors feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Under this strong contrast, they felt more and more that the honest trolls were the kindest race in the world. At least in the Black Forest, both the witch doctors and ordinary warriors did not learn to cheat their own people at this time. However, the witch doctors soon figured it out. What does the situation of the Tulan tribe have to do with them? Compared with the shaman priests, although the hearts of the three clans are full of selfish intrigues, they will be the weakest rulers for the Black Forest. After getting everything the tribe wants, it may not be a bad thing to let them replace the priests and gain the dominance of the Tulan tribe. Give me some monthly tickets, at least let me be ranked higher on the fantasy list. Woo woo woo, I can only rely on this way to expose it. If there are more readers, can I write more vigorously? Chapter 198 Secret Meeting. Headquarters, Treetop Research Institute. The research of elves by Nesta and other witch doctors has come to a critical and dull period. The first treeborn egg has been established, and the combination of sperm and egg has been very smooth. Next, it is to wait for it to grow by itself during observation and adjustment. Before the first egg is officially harvested, it is still impossible to know whether the final result is good or bad. In order to avoid repeating a large number of possible errors, and thus falling into a moral dilemma, the subsequent expansion of the troll body experiment can only be temporarily suspended. Therefore, while waiting, most witch doctors put the focus of their research on the improvement of a series of supporting facilities. For example, the improvement of the egg bank and sperm bank in the previous goals, as well as more convenient egg and sperm collection equipment. The three advanced witch doctors who took the lead finally had some free time and were able to shift their attention to other matters. It was in such a situation that a series of reports on the front line after the end of the war and the negotiation stage were sent to Nesta and other witch doctors in batches. Generally speaking, the reports arrived in two batches. The first one described the attitude of the Horned Hoof tribe towards the negotiations and the relevant response of the expeditionary force, and the second one talked about the surrender of the three clans and their possible secret plots. Nesta was not very interested in the shit that happened in the Taulan tribe. As long as the knowledge inheritance could be guaranteed, the rest would be left to the executive government and the front line to control. In addition, the parliament also made a statement that it could use its own reputation to make relevant guarantees in terms of security, but this guarantee can only be aimed at the major existence of the survival of the Horned Hoof tribe, and its internal political struggles are not within the scope of the parliament's commitment. In other words, if the subversion or political strife that occurs within the Taulan tribe is in the interests of the Black Forest, the headquarters will not deliberately protect the survival of the existing structure. Of course, if the forces that come to power afterwards actually hinder the interests of the Black Forest, it is not impossible for the headquarters to forcibly intervene under the banner of rectifying the chaos. In short, the other party's hero is my enemy. It is still hard to say whether the priests who now have the right to speak are heroes, but they do have too many ideas, which is not conducive to peace and long-term stability between the two sides. Therefore, if the clan alliance itself is motivated enough and the subsequent promises are indeed fulfilled, it is very likely that the headquarters will turn a blind eye to the results of its internal struggle. As for personally taking the knife and helping the three clan alliance to eliminate the remaining clan forces, that depends on the decision of the executive government. After roughly explaining their own meanings and having a general discussion in the parliament, the latest instructions signed by the Rune Council were sent to the executive government as soon as possible, and after further filling and improvement in the director meeting, it was sent to the frontline commanders a negotiation and disposal policy that did not involve military arrangements. In the expeditionary camp, the witch doctors and officers received the relevant reply from the headquarters the day after the first round of negotiations ended, and immediately notified the terms related to the parties in the city. Among them, the part of the promise of the parliament was uniformly conveyed to both the priests and the clans, and the rest of the part, after being identified, secretly expressed a vague attitude to the 3-clan alliance and the other clans. Afterwards, the expeditionary force withdrew all patrols in the city under the pretext of showing sincerity, and only maintained its presence in the gaps cleared by the collapsed city walls. This is equivalent to saying that from this night on, the expeditionary force has almost completely returned the security rights of the city to the horned-hoofed people. As for how long it will take, and whether it will be taken back, it all depends on their subsequent actions. Not only that, some clan elites and prisoners of the Earthshaker Legion were also secretly released after being identified. After completing all these arrangements in a short period of time, except for the missing witch doctors, the rest of the expeditionary force members began to wait in silence. The night gradually fell, and the coming night was the last night before the ultimatum expired. Where will everything go, and what will be the fate of Towlen New City and the horned-hoofed people? Even whether the final harvest of this battle will be small or rich, it all depends on the coming night in the city of New Towlen. The traces of the bloody massacre a day ago still exist. The bloody smell on the streets is like a ferocious beast lurking in secret. In this atmosphere, even if the troll army has lifted the city ban, most of the horned hooves still choose to hide in their houses and dare not go out. In the north of the city, a secret meeting was urgently held underground at the headquarters of the Earthshaker clan. The second and third characters of the 17 clans, representing their new leaders, appeared here and started to discuss the response plan against the plot of the priest group. The original discussion on the response method was deflected at some point by the speeches of a few horned hooves. Although the more radical plan did not gain everyone's approval, it appeared in this meeting as never before. The Black Forest trolls have responded and expressed their support for the clan. Everyone, the priest group has been against us for countless years. It's time to defeat them completely. An excited voice announced this, and the one who said this was the Adler Horned Hoofed who had a secret conversation with the Giant Fang and the witch doctors the night before. But the priest group is also a part of the tribe. Without the power of the ancestral altar, how can we deal with the trolls? In this case, should we continue to fight internally? The one who opposed it was not others, but Titan Earthshaker, who was wearing a disguise of the overall situation is important. In order to reduce the vigilance of the clans, the 3 parties of the alliance had used this positive and negative method to dig a pit before, and then successfully deflected the focus of this meeting. Just like at this moment, the 3 members of the alliance and the other clans who secretly helped were expressing their cooperation in a progressive and paving way, step by step raising everyone's acceptance of radical plans. I don't agree with this. The sacrificial group is the sacrificial group and the ancestral altar is the ancestral altar. Before becoming priests, the shamans were also one of us, so even if the sacrificial group no longer exists, new shamans will appear in the tribe. How can this be said to be the absence of the ancestral altar? Indeed. And these new shamans will no longer have that damn tradition of leaving the clan. They will also be a member of the clan. The disputes caused by the emergence of the sacrificial group can be completely eliminated in our generation. This seems to be not bad. The tribe is united under the leadership of our clans, which is indeed the right path. But the troll army is right in front of us. If we turn against the sacrificial group at this time, what can we use to resist the expeditionary force? Resist? Resist what? We have already lost. Everyone, the Black Forest trolls, have expressed full sincerity for peace. They even withdrew the garrison in the city and returned our compatriots. So, who is blocking the arrival of peace now? Who caused the death of our compatriots? And who forced innocent people to die tragically? It's the sacrificial group. It's these shamans who are arrogant and delusional. They are the culprits of these tragedies. All this should not have happened. This question, which avoided the main point and did not mention the responsibility of each clan in smuggling, seemed very deafening and greatly catered to the hearts of the representatives of the clans. But even so, it did not eliminate the doubts of all clans. Even if there is a dispute between the clans and the sacrificial group, it is also an internal affair of the Towlen tribe. Now, on the one hand, the crisis outside has not passed. On the other hand, because of the long-term struggle between the clans and the priests, it has actually formed a political habit in the Towlen tribe. Therefore, they actually do not have a strong desire to turn their faces. They always feel that this struggle will still be carried out under the conventional scope of fighting for the hearts of the people and the right to speak as before, and it will be repeated forever. Seeing the sky gradually darken, Teuton was somewhat impatient. If the guys didn't change their stance tomorrow, and if the sacrificial group finally chose to compromise, what basis would the expeditionary army have to support them? It's time to take the last strong medicine. Thinking so, he secretly winked in a certain direction. Sitting over there was one of the representatives of the other tribes who were secretly connected with the three tribes. After receiving his hint, the horned-hoofed species blinked to show that he understood. After that, he looked embarrassed and seemed to be struggling with something in his heart. Abuli, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like that? Teuton asked with concern, and naturally the other clans also cast their eyes over. Everyone, I have a piece of news. I hesitated for a long time, but finally I want to confess it to everyone. What's the matter? If Alenia has any difficulties, just tell us. We will lend a helping hand. Thank you, Lord Teuton. In fact, the chief shaman has approached us before and proposed to dismember the other clans, leaving only our family as the royal family and co-governing the tribe with a shaman council. Bang! There was a loud noise, and before the other clans could react to this explosive news, another troll stood up with an angry face and said, "What? They also promised you? Then what about our Halima clan?" "What do you mean?" asked a confused horned-hoofed man. The representative of the Halima clan had an ugly look on his face. After hesitating for a while, he responded as if he had thrown a broken jar. "The Halima clan has also received a royal promise from the high priest." "Who else? Tell us." "They are obviously trying to provoke us. Only dismemberment is a real purpose." "Well, our Shafir clan was also promised royal status." "Damn it. What on earth do these shamans want to do? Maybe they are attracted by the power of the Black Forest trolls?" The sacrificial group seeks to completely dissolve the clans and establish a real spellcaster council regime, like the Rune Council or the Speaker. They may think that, as long as they change to the ruling structure of the trolls, the Taulan tribe will be as powerful as the Black Forest. As soon as these words came out, the clans had a clear idea that the sacrificial group was planning to completely sweep the clan into the trash can. Ordinary members might not care, but for them, the top leaders, they might face a fate worse than death. So, these clans who didn't know the inside story changed color, and the expressions on their faces were extremely ugly. Will the expeditionary force support the sacrificial group? After all, they are going to learn their structure, and the trolls will be very happy, right? I don't think so. Otherwise the sacrificial group would have launched it now. If they have the support of the expeditionary force, why would they bribe and divide us? How about this? We will go back and report to our respective leaders, and then we will send representatives to the expeditionary command camp to test the waters of the troll commander. Okay. Be careful with your words. After you leave this room, I won't be able to help you hide from the shaman's sight. Understood. Thank you for your reminder, Lord Teuton. The representative stood up and said goodbye, then returned to their respective clans through several different tunnels to meet the new or old clan leaders. Chapter 199 Chaos and Peace. Around nightfall, those of the 17 clans who really knew nothing used their own methods to conduct a secret discussion among themselves. Afterwards, they decided to send a few representatives to the expeditionary camp, ready to obtain a guarantee, even if it was just a verbal promise. And this representative was naturally Teuton, who possessed the item Isolate Shaman's Vision. Going secretly and returning secretly, Teuton successfully brought back the promise of the giant tooth. That is, the Black Forest has no interest in getting involved in the internal affairs of the Taulan tribe, as long as it does not affect the interests of the trolls and the achievement of the ultimatum. In addition, according to Teuton, Lord Giant Tooth also expressed his dissatisfaction with the shamans, believing that they were insincere and reserved, and actually dared to make the expeditionary force wait until the last moment. If tomorrow's negotiations fail to achieve the goal, the expeditionary force will no longer exercise restraint. This promise, as well as the dissatisfaction with the sacrificial group, plus the last overt and covert threats, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. So, although it was a bit hasty, the 17 clans still made the decision to attack the ancestral altar. They quickly gathered their last elites, pulled up the released prisoners, and turned around to kill the ancestral altar. At the same time, various rumors were spreading in the city. Although the people did not go out much, a few horned-hoofed people seemed to be there, and heard and saw rumors and even scenes such as the sacrificial group is betting with the lives of the people. The clan is ready to surrender completely to protect itself, and the trolls will massacre all the people tomorrow. In addition, deep fear and anger began to create panic from certain points. Not long after, the sound of swords and weapons clashing accompanied by blazing flames came from the direction of the ancestral altar, and the people in the city, whose hearts were tense in the successive tragedies, began to completely break under this situation and some additional influences. Chaos began to form at this time. At the beginning, the people just wanted to protect themselves, but they were already frightened birds, and were on the verge of going berserk. At this time, under the instigation of people with ulterior motives, sporadic conflicts began to spread from local areas. Fear and anger mixed together, and the blind violence spread rapidly like poison, and soon covered almost the entire city. Thus, a camp brawl was completely brewed in the whole city. The kind and numb people's behavior was no longer limited to self-protection. Aimless battles appeared in every corner, and converged into the source of unrest. In sharp contrast to these chaos and disorder, there was a war on the ancestral altar. Near the altar, there lived some horned hoof people who were closer to the shamans, as well as some traitors of the clans. Long before the battle broke out, when they saw the aggressive clan coalition approaching, they had already climbed onto the altar to provide support. It was with their maintenance that the shamans used the enhancement spells to support until now, but the battle gradually turned to the clans. Without the powerful ancestral spirit warriors, the shamans could not help but fall into decline even with the combined efforts of the severely injured clans, relying only on the spontaneous assistance of the surrounding people. The elite warriors from the clans were extremely strong when facing the shaman's spells. These spellcasters without shields and neglecting physical exercise did not have the strong melee ability of the witch doctors next door. Sitting quietly on the altar for many years also made their own combat instincts plummet. Once the warriors approached, they would almost certainly die. Even though the people had the blessing of enhancement spells, they were beaten back step by step when facing the clan warriors who mainly fought, and soon the shamans in the center were exposed to the attackers' knives. The fire and noise outside the altar were immediately known to both sides of the battle, but now the knives were in hand and the killing had begun. The two sides had completely torn their faces apart, especially the advantaged side, which had no intention of stopping. The shamans shouted angrily, saying that the clans were deceived by the trolls, and that they were digging their own graves. The clans were also furious, saying that the shamans were selfish, and were ready to gamble with the survival of the entire tribe. Gradually, the volunteers could not hold on any longer. After the troll army released a large number of captives, the clan alliance had more elites and better equipment. Even without the shaman's help, they killed or captured the volunteers who stood in front of the priests little by little. Finally, the butcher's knife fell on the shamans mercilessly, and without room for negotiation. After a short, and not even very fierce battle, all the shamans, including the chief priest, fell under the knife of the clan alliance. Since there was no sign of trolls participating in this battle, the clans seemed to be just dissatisfied with the shaman's current behavior. Therefore, the ancestral altar, which was actually more public-spirited, did not threaten them with inheritance. After fighting hard, they welcomed failure and death with dignity. The killing on this side finally ended, and the victorious 17 clans finally had the experience to pay more attention to the situation in the city. They stood on the edge of the altar, overlooking the scene in the city. It was obviously night, but everything in the city seemed particularly clear, chaotic, and bloody, illuminated by the burning fires everywhere, and it was truly reflected in their eyes at this time. Looking at all this, the new clan leaders felt a headache. The damage caused to the tribe this night was almost more tragic than the massacre of the expeditionary army yesterday. The situation had to be dealt with. The clan's lofty status was based on the existence of the people, so the chaos and killing must be curbed as soon as possible. After reaching a common conclusion, they decided to act into steps. The first step was to go to suppress it first. The second step was to request the intervention of the expeditionary army at the same time. Otherwise, it would be difficult to suppress the riot in the city with the power of their clans. Out of habit, Teuton was still the one who went to the camp. This was the trip he had been looking forward to for a long time. He and several other horned-hoofed people who were close to him passed through the chaotic city and came to the expeditionary camp. At this time, 7 witch doctors just returned from outside the camp. Although they looked tired, they were excited. They were exchanging their experiences of using negative mental spells such as violent and angry. Fortunately, the visiting party and the returning party did not meet. Otherwise Teuton and other horned-hoofed elites would definitely have a great guess about the chaotic situation in the city at this time. However, not seeing them might be a good thing for them. The representatives of the horned-hoofed met with Giant Fang and expressed 2 requests: suppression and purging, the former for the people and the latter for dissidents. The expeditionary army had already made a decision on this, and Giant Fang also gave a reply that was not too clear at this time, and also began to mobilize the cavalry corps to wait for orders at the breach in the city wall. Although his reply was vague, the move of mobilizing troops made Teuton excited, thinking that he had received the promise of the trolls. So, the 3 clan alliances who thought they had received the promise immediately brought back this good news and started the next stage of the conspiracy. So soon after, changes occurred again within the clan alliance that was suppressing the nearby riots. The 3 clans that had received the promise and several others suddenly turned against each other and began to attack the other clans that were unaware of it. This abrupt action really caught the other clans off guard, and they lost some people in a short period of time. The backstabbing party was very confident. Although they did not have an overall advantage in numbers, they had the upper hand and were confident that their concessions were what the Black Forest wanted, so they believed that the expeditionary army would stand on their side. At this time, Dabba did enter the city, but he did not attack the other clans directly as the 3 clan alliance expected. Instead, he immediately followed the order to protect the ancestral altar. After the 2 sides had fought for a while and the city had been in turmoil for a while, the expeditionary army's array soldiers slowly entered the city and began to calm down the incident. The army holding giant shields and giant swords launched a suppression campaign along the streets and alleys. Under their military deterrence, the crazy horned-hoofed people finally calmed down. After about 2 hours, the chaos in most areas of the city was quelled, and the remaining sporadic battles soon came to an end. The battle between clan alliances, under the expeditionary army's position of strictly maintaining neutrality, had to stop after heavy losses, and without a winner. The next day, the sun rose on time at midnight of the Black Forest time. The riot that lasted for half a night brought visible damage to the city. Corpses were dragged out of the city and burned, and faces full of helplessness were imprisoned in their own houses again. In the expeditionary camp, the sanctimonious trolls naturally played the role of mediators and made a judgment on the riot amid the confusion and anger of the Earthshaker clan. The treatment of the trolls was undoubtedly very fair. First, in order to serve as a warning, the primary responsible party, the Earthshakers, must immediately change back to their original clan name, the Dualana clan. They are no longer qualified to use the special title of Earthshakers. At the same time, due to the indecent choice of the remaining forces of the Earthshakers, the Legion was completely disbanded, and the name Earthshaker, including its translation in troll language and other languages, will be reclaimed by the Rune Council. Secondly, in view of the damage caused to the tribe and the clans by this battle, the Tulan tribe is no longer suitable to continue to exist as a whole. The contradiction between the 2 sides is no longer possible to be resolved. If everyone continues to live together, it will only allow hatred to spread without limit. Therefore, the 6 clans, including Dualana, Adla, Zatharala, etc., need to lead their clan members and 35% of the horned-hoof civilian families in the city to establish a foundation on the riverside south of the old site of Tulan, and from then on it will be renamed the Lower River Alliance. The remaining 11 clans were also divided into 2 groups, one of 5 and one of 6. One was assigned to the Left River Alliance in the southwest, the other was exiled to the Right River Alliance in the southeast. Finally, in order to prevent the fighting between the parties from continuing on another level, the original site of the Taulan tribe and all the existing farmland were temporarily managed by the expeditionary army, and after designing dispute resolution solutions for the alliances and clans, Some of the farmland was returned. The three parties, under the guidance of the suzerainty of the Black Forest, started a new life in the new areas where they moved. Chapter 200 The Great Northern Treaty and the Northern Fortress. In addition to the ruling against the riots, a multilateral agreement called the Great Northern Treaty was also signed in the following days. The content of the treaty was directly established by the Rune Council, after referring to the opinions of the expeditionary force, and then after internal discussions. The Horned Hoofs, who had lost all room for negotiation, could only nod their heads in front of this agreement. The first item of the treaty forcibly abolished the place name God's Gift Plateau. God's Gift? God's gift for whom? This land has been the territory of the Black Forest Trolls since ancient times, and the Horned Hoofs are at most just tenants. Therefore, from now on, this area will be named, based on the location of the Black Forest, and renamed the Great Northern Plateau. The Horned Hoof allies are not allowed to use the old name without authorization. The second item of the treaty stipulates that the Black Forest has extensive sovereignty over this place. All creatures living in the Great Northern Plateau, no matter what race or genus they are, will automatically become vassals of the Rune Council and the Black Forest People's Government. The clansmen have the obligation to become the vassal of the suzerain, and have the responsibility to promote troll language as the common language. The suzerain has the responsibility to mediate the conflicts between the clansmen, and has the obligation to provide armed protection for the clansmen when facing strong enemies, etc. Article of the treaty stipulates that the titles of Towland Walker and Towland Tribe are all abandoned, and the clansmen and tribes on this side will form new official names with clans as the core in the future. In other words, the political structure and self-identity of the tribes will be based on clans, and will take a long time to rebuild. The people in the Lower River Alliance, Left River Alliance and Right River Alliance will be called such and such upright species on the premise of being forcibly assigned to the various clans. For example, the people belonging to the Adler clan will become a separate Adler upright species. The people belonging to the Halima clan will become an independent Halima upright species, and the remaining clans will also strictly establish their own species according to this rule. In the supplementary rules of this item, the Black Forest Trolls, in line with the concept of lasting peace and to avoid the recurrence of the tragedy before, specially reserved full right to leave the alliance for the clans, no matter which clan, as long as they suffer unfair treatment in their respective alliances. They will have the right to apply to the clan affiliation department of the executive government for leaving the alliance. After obtaining the approval of the Rune Council, they can establish a new alliance that belongs entirely to their own clan, thus leaving the original alliance and becoming a clan of the Black Forest alone. After that, there are treaties related to economic and trade agreements. First, the tribes of the Great Northern Plateau will fully promote the use of the legal currency of Black Forest coin from now on, which will be changed from rice coin to Black Forest coin. Secondly, the Black Forest will use the grain harvest of the alliances in the next 50 years as collateral to issue targeted loans to each alliance, which are limited to the purchase of security services, building materials and tools, food and other commodities from the Black Forest. The issuing unit is the Black Forest First Bank that the headquarters is preparing, and the detailed plan is omitted here for the time being. Thirdly, it is a clause that is a bit ahead of time, stipulating that the Black Forest and the alliances will completely open up trade, and the alliances are not qualified to set up other taxes and checkpoints without authorization, except those approved by the executive government. Then there is the issue of war reparations. The Rune Council also gave a relatively compromised plan in a recent summons. In the early stage, the alliances will bear certain compensation responsibilities according to their respective population proportions, and then use every 5 years as a compensation redistribution period to renegotiate their respective compensation amounts. In addition, the original cultivated land of the Towland tribe, except for the area near the new Towland city, will also be redistributed according to this model. The method of distribution will be carried out in accordance with the tradition of the Black Forest, through the gladiatorial system. The three existing parties, and even the many new alliances that may appear in the future, and are naturally burdened with debts, will each send several powerful warriors to fight one-on-one, according to the comparison of the number of wins, under the arbitration of the suzerainty department. of the executive government, the compensation ratio and the share of cultivated land in the next 5 years will be determined. After the negotiation, the representatives of several parties jointly signed, making this fair and far-reaching treaty finally completed. After that, it was a vigorous construction. Under the influence of this series of policies, the expeditionary force was temporarily unable to return, and started the preliminary construction tasks on the spot, the demolition of the old city, the support project of the new tribe of the Horned Hoof tribe, and other tasks all need to be undertaken by them first until the arrival of the subsequent takeover. 3 months later, the 3 new settlements of the Horned Hoof tribe were completed one after another. During this period, the trolls slept in the open air, worked hard, and had strict military discipline, and were determined not to take a single needle or thread from the people. The internationalist spirit they showed earned a lot of cheap goodwill from the horned-hoofed people. Facts have proved that the working people are indeed simple. Even though a large number of compatriots died at the hands of the trolls a few days ago, with the fair stability maintenance of the trolls in the previous riots and the current support for the construction of new settlements, they soon almost forgot their hatred. The clan leaders of the only 3 new alliances looked at the thick stack of bills and fell into an endless headache. However, after all, more debts are not a worry, and they soon got used to it. The labor of the expeditionary force was naturally not paid in vain. Every building material, provided by the witch doctors, and every labor, provided by the sergeants, were equivalent to the future of the 3 alliances and their descendants, and there was a certain element of forced buying and selling in it. Nestor and other witch doctors of the Rune Council actually understood that, apart from the food produced by castrated good breeds, provided by the tribe, the Horned Hoof alliances actually had nothing worth looking forward to. However, it must be said that the sourness of forcing others to sign an unequal treaty is really a refreshing drug that is countless times more powerful than stimulants. At worst, they can still be pardoned or reduced in the future, and then they can still be good people, right? After supporting the construction of the Horned Hoofs, the expeditionary force turned back and began to busy themselves with their own tasks. They pushed to the original site of the Taulan tribe and built a development fortress including the ancestral altar with the expeditionary camp as the center. During this period, the follow-up support of the tribe has also arrived one after another. In addition to the first batch of reclamation groups composed of 500 trolls who took over the remaining projects, dozens of witch doctor apprentices and even several idle witch doctors were also sent here. With the participation of more witch doctors and apprentices, the progress of the project was accelerated. The fortress also included river water. Factories that used river water as power were built by witch doctors and apprentices, and soon began to produce various development tools and weapons and equipment. The previously confiscated horn-hoofed farmland was retained by the trolls in a large area near the original site of the city. After removing obstacles such as ridges, this place became a large field that could be mechanized and cultivated, and became the food production base of the fortress. Meat can be obtained from the mountains and forests in the south and the rivers inside and outside the fortress, and the tribe also plans to transport a batch of domesticated livestock as seeds for the animal husbandry industry here. The fortress will also establish a material exchange center and a northern branch of the First Bank, Planning, which are branches responsible for handling compensation from various alliances and supporting construction matters. In addition, the executive government, branches of the law court, and local tribunes will be gradually established. There are also various functional trees, which will be filled in the days to come. In addition to production activities, this new settlement, called the Northern Fortress, will become a buffer and security force between the alliances. In addition, it will also shoulder the task of monitoring the northern parts for the headquarters, and take on the responsibility of the forward base in the future to support the headquarters exploration and possible conquest of the northern part. The construction of the fortress is not a matter of a day or a night, but the expeditionary force that has completed the preliminary and midterm projects has to return to the headquarters with the remains of their dead compatriots. There, the living will receive rewards and punishments, and the dead will receive honor and memorial services. So far, the war between the Black Forest and the Taulan tribe has finally come to an end. As a result, the trolls actually control the ancestral altar and the northern plateau, and obtain the ownership and sovereignty of this land. provided that it can continue to be strong. The Tulan tribe disappeared, the shaman priests were completely wiped out, and the horned-hoofed species were also divided into 3, and it is very likely that they will continue to split infinitely in the future, and provide many wrong samples for the Black Forest trolls, which has become a boost to the development of civilization from another aspect. The only pity is that the knowledge preserved in the ancestral altar and the unique power of the horned hoofs basically need the witch doctors sent by the Black Forest to spend time to slowly study the new alliance that has been divided. From then on, they basically lost the opportunity to regain the past knowledge. All the power and inheritance based on the spirits of the ancestors disappeared with their loss of the altar. With the horned hoof's replacement speed that is much faster than that of the trolls, maybe after only 2 or 3 generations of horned hoofs, they will completely forget everything they once had, and become one or several complete farming races, farming for the Black Forest trolls from generation to generation. Perhaps in the future, when the Black Forest has thoroughly analyzed the secrets of the ancestral spirits and so on, it will return these knowledge and powers that originally belonged to the Taulan tribe to the various clans of the horned-hoofed species on this land as a favor to the trolls after a facelift. By then, perhaps these selected guys will have to sigh at the generosity of the Black Forest and fight bravely for the master in tears of gratitude. Of course, due to the characteristics of the ancestral altar, the trolls did not intend to really study it from scratch. After the plateau was initially settled, the witch doctors, according to the instructions of the parliament, selected several young men who were outstanding among the horned-hoofed species in terms of mental power according to the trolls' methods, and raised them in the ancestral altar. In the future, the witch doctors stationed here will use them as tools to pry knowledge and gradually master all knowledge, and the fate of these young men is nothing more than 2 situations: being kept in captivity forever, or being abandoned because of delusions. All in all, the knowledge in the ancestral altar and the secrets of the ancestral spirits belong to the Black Forest trolls not only now and in the future, even in the distant past, they seem to belong to the Black Forest trolls. This chapter is a compensation for asking for leave. I found that I can only write 6,000 or 7,000 plus. I feel dizzy after writing these 3 9,000 plus chapters. The quality is not very good. I feel that it is not worth it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.